morning. I'd like to call the meeting to order. The only item on the open agenda this morning is the labor update. We'll take that now.
Good morning, Honorable Mayor and City Council. Jennifer Shembri, Deputy Director of Employee Relations. On February 19th, the city received a package proposal from the Association of Legal Professionals, and also on February 25th, we received an additional 2 package proposals from the Association of Legal Professionals. All 3 proposals are in front of you today and have been posted on the city's website. Thank you.
I have one request to speak. John Max Rieger.
Good morning, Honorable Mayor, Honorable Members of the Council, Madam City Manager, members of staff. My name is John Rager, City Employee, 21 years. Last time I was here, I spoke about what's happening. Our attrition rate with environmental inspectors. We lost 5 inspectors in 5 months. Today I'll discuss one of the causes for that, qualifying promotions. We've had some folks here the last 4 years, or hired within the last 3 or 4 years, that got caught in kind of a time warp and some strange going-ons. So let's talk about the qualifying promotional. Going from Inspector 1 to Inspector 2, you need 1 year in class as an Inspector 1. Then you need to complete 1 of 5 pathways, either training or take a Grade 2 certification through the California Water Environment Association. And historically, the promotions were a 5% minimum. The reason I'm here today is that some of the folks received a 0.08% increase, 3 cents an hour. One received 2.5% increase, and one inspector went from an assistant inspector to an Inspector 1, received 1.6%. That's not right. Now, I handed out a spreadsheet. I'll go through this as fast as I can. The 3 cents per hour promotion, the person was hired on October 4th, 2009. Step freeze was in effect at that time. Effective July 1, 2010, step freeze was over. They were hired Inspector 1, Step 2 of 5. In October of 2010, they were step increase Inspector 1, Step 3 of 5. That worked out, did what you're supposed to do. They had a qualifying promotion in May of 2011, and their wage went from $35.24 an hour to $35.27 an hour, 3 cents an hour. This issue went to mediation. The mediator found in favor of the bargaining unit, and it needs to be corrected. All these folks should have gotten a 5% increase. I mean, do you really want to be known as, oh, get a promotion in San Jose, you get 3 cents an hour? I mean, come on, that's ridiculous. And look at the calculations and check them for accuracy. Thank you for your time.
Okay, and did you say you handed that spreadsheet? Clerk got it? Okay, thank you very much.
Sir.
That
Thank
concludes the comments. That concludes this item. We're going into closed session. We'll return to here at 1:30.
Is this somebody you want to talk to?
No, you.
Oh.
Good afternoon. I'd like to call the council meeting to order. This is San Jose City Council meeting for February 26, 2013. We'll start with the invocation. It will be introduced by Councilmember KALRA.
Thank you, Mayor. Today I'd like to welcome Damone Carter to San Jose City Hall for what will certainly be a unique invocation this afternoon. Damone, a musician, hip-hop artist, educator, and arts advocate, recognized the void in arts programs left by our statewide budget cuts. Research has shown that exposure and involvement in the arts has a tremendous impact on the developmental growth of every child. Damone wanted to bring the arts back into schools by pairing dynamic visual and performing artists with local at-risk youth, and from this idea, Future Arts Now blossomed into reality. The program focuses on new and emerging art forms as means to connect with hard-to-reach youth. Currently, Future Arts Now offer during and after school courses at its partner schools, including programs like a bike shop, media arts, poetry, and spoken word urban art and dance. These classes offer a space for emerging local artists to share their skills and love of their respective craft with students. During the 2012-13 academic year, Future Arts Now partnered with 6 schools in the Allen Block and Evergreen School Districts, as well as weekly classes at the Edenvale Community Center, serving more than 250 youth. Today, Future Arts Now continues to positively engage students in their school and community through arts while building self-confidence through performance and exhibition. Mr. Damone Carter.
All right. Hello. This piece is entitled Leadership. What does it take to be a leader? Shoulders to bear all the weight of the world, or backbone straight as you stand by your word? What does it take to be a leader? The hands of a carpenter calloused and rough, or digits that warm every heart that you touch? What does it take to be a leader? Feet that pound pavement while making the rounds, or arms to uplift all the souls who are down? What does it take to be a leader? The will of a tyrant, the heart of a lion, the eyes of an eagle, the walk of a giant, the guile of a pilot with courage and nerve. What does it take to be a leader? The want to serve. Thank you.
Please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. The first item of business are the orders of the day. We have some changes from the printed agenda. I'd like to add a commendation for San Jose earthquakes to the ceremonial items. Items 4.2, 6.1, and 7.2 will be deferred to March 5th. Any other changes to the printed agenda? Motion is to approve. On the motion, all in favor? Opposed? None opposed. Motion's orders are approved. Next item is the closed session report. I have one item to report out, and that is the council appointed Sharon Erickson to another term as city auditor. That action was taken this morning. Anything else from the city attorney?
No other action.
We'll now take up the ceremonial items. I'd like to start by inviting Sam Cronin, midfielder for the San Jose Earthquakes, to join me at the podium along with any other Earthquakes people that are here. Today we're commending the San Jose Earthquakes in recognition of their great success on the field and representation of the city of San Jose in setting a Guinness World Record for the largest groundbreaking ceremony on October 21st, 2012. Oh yeah, they also play soccer and do a pretty good job on the field as well. Sam, would you like to say a few?
Yeah, please. Thanks, everybody, for being here. Just want to thank you, Mayor Reed, on behalf of our players, coaches, and the entire organization. We have a small token of appreciation for you and your council members. So thank you for having us today.
Thanks for coming. Let me give you this.
Great.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. All right.
Can you pass these out?
Pass them out. Can you just keep them together?
Now I'd like to invite Councilmember Herrera to join me at the podium. I'm going to commend the Times Media, Inc., Silicon Valley's largest independent newspaper group, including the Almaden Times, the Evergreen Times, the Willow Glen Times, celebration of 30 years of dedicated and comprehensive community news coverage, and some of their representatives are here, and they'll join us.
And thank you, Mayor Reed. And we are here to commend the Times Media, Inc., and we're basically focusing today on the Evergreen Times, which is noting their 30th anniversary, 30 years of serving Evergreen and Silver Creek with community news as a published newspaper. But they have an interesting history, and Bill Ballou, who's the publisher, and Sandy are here today. Sandy Ballou. Bill's the publisher, founder, and CEO. Sandy, his wife, is the chief financial officer. We also have Jeannie Carbone, Evergreen Times editor, and Candy Richter, who's the associate publisher of the Times Media. I just have to say one thing about Bill. He has a tremendously in-depth history here in San Jose. 6 generations he goes back, and 10 generations Californian. In fact, one of his early relatives was actually, I believe, a sheriff in the county. His name was Mitch Ballou, so you can look that one up on Wikipedia. So he has an incredible history here. His family has an incredible history here. And what started as a local shopper publication soon blossomed into an important informational news resource for local Evergreen residents under the leadership of Bill and his wife, Sandy. A proposed dump location in the hills near Evergreen was the catalyzing issue that launched this community newspaper intent on keeping residents informed about local issues. So their first issue was printed in November, December of 1982 with the title, Dump, Dumped. The Evergreen Times and its sister publication, the Almaden Times, were among the first 50 newspapers in the world to be published online. The first Bay Area newspaper to be published on the World Wide Web, thanks to the work of executive editor and webmaster John Kennedy. Their first press runs were 8,000, now 20,000 biweekly. Adding to the lists of first, the Evergreen and the Almaden Times were also the first full-color community newspapers in the country. Bill and Sandy's daughter, Tammy, and her husband, Ryan, were an integral part of the team for more than 15 years. Their art director, Jeff Baum, has been with the publication for 25 years, and the Ballous credit much of the success of the paper to its beautiful design and layouts. As true supporters of the Evergreen community, the Ballous and their staff continually strive to support local events and highlight the good things that are happening in our community. That's why I'm honored to present this commendation to Bill Ballou, his wife Sandy, and all the staff at Times Media, Inc., past and present, for their 30 years of serving the community by providing accurate, unbiased news coverage in a family-friendly format. And now, Mayor, would you please present Bill and Sandy the commendation? Great. And I think they're going to say a couple of words.
I just want to thank the City Council for this great commendation, and I look back on 30 years, and it's just been a wonderful experience. Blood, sweat, and tears, but it's been great all the way. Sandy would like to say something.
I also would like to thank the City Council for the honor they've given us today, and especially our staff. We've got a terrific, dedicated, and talented staff we've been blessed with. Also, the advertisers. Without our advertisers, we wouldn't have the finances to put the papers out. And all of the contributions from the community that come in and help us as well. Thank you.
Next item is the consent calendar. I have no request to speak on the consent calendar. There's some items I think that will be pulled. I'd like to have item 2.3, A through H deferred to next week. Councilman LICCARDO, I think, wanted to pull item 2.22, and Councilman KHAMIS wanted to pull item 2.24. Councilman Constant?
2.5, please.
Councilman Herrera?
2.21.
All right, is there a motion on the balance? Motion is to approve, and that includes the deferral of item 2.3 for a week. On that motion, all in favor? Opposed? Unopposed? That's approved. 2.5, Councilman Constant.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to report on a brief travel. On Friday, I had the opportunity to fly to Los Angeles, and I took the opportunity to tour 4 of the card clubs that are down there, specifically to see the alternate floor gaming that is available in 2 of those 4 clubs. I just wanted to mention that it does exist in other parts of the states, and I'm sure we'll be talking about that more in the future.
Thank you. That's just travel report. No action on that. Item 2.21, Councilman Herrera. That's the actions related to the Juvenile Justice Delinquency Prevention, Community-Based Violence Prevention Administration Program grants.
That's a mouthful.
That one. Yeah.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to call attention to this because I think it's a really great thing, and I don't know if Julie's here or someone that could just talk about, Angel's here. If Angel, you could come down, I just would like to give you an opportunity to just talk about the fact that we, I guess, competed for this and got this grant, and it's an incredible opportunity for us to showcase the great work that's been done with the Mayor's Gang Prevention Task Force and gain an understanding of how that can be replicated and how others can learn and how we can raise money. So I just want to give you that opportunity to talk about this.
Thank you, Council Member. Angel Rios, Acting Assistant Director, Parks, Recreation, Neighborhood Services. You know, the Mayor's Gang Prevention Task Force is often touted as a national model. We competed for these funds. It's a federal grant through OJJDP. We're pleased to report that we did receive the grant award. What this grant will accomplish is it'll actually give us the opportunity to retrospectively and prospectively evaluate the work of the Mayor's Gang Prevention Task Force. And depending on the data that we receive out of this research project, will be officially deemed a national model if we meet all the criteria. So I think it speaks to the long-term sustainability of this project. Many cities come to visit us, and so there's an opportunity for us to replicate what we're doing here nationally.
And I think, we've long been held up as a model, but this is going to give some additional hard data that will really confirm that, and also give you the opportunity to raise. Wouldn't you say this is going to be a pretty good, effective tool in raising funds for this too? Once the data's there.
Absolutely. Through our work with the National Youth Forum, when we go back to D.C. with the mayor and the staff and the team that we have here, we have a great team here in our city. We often get requested to help them with TA. This will give us the proper federal designation as a best practice to go ahead and also charge for that service. So it's not going to be just pro bono work. We're going to be able to actually enter into consulting services with other cities throughout the entire nation. Our hope is that it'll also create a funding stream for our Mayor's Gang Prevention Task Force here at home.
Great. Well, congratulations. It's a close to $500,000 grant, and I think it's wonderful. And I'd move for approval on this item.
Thank you.
Right, we have a motion to approve. On that motion, all in favor? Opposed? None opposed? That's approved. Item 2.22, Bakesto Park Tennis Court. Councilor LICCARDO wanted to speak on that. He's not here at the moment. Let me just pass that by and go to 2.24. Councilor KHAMIS wanted to pull that one.
Yeah, I just wanted to disclose that I'm a member of Kiwanis, and the funds that I'm requesting are going to the Turnaround Scholarship, which is a totally separate agency within Kiwanis, and I have no control over that specific budget.
All right, we have a motion to approve with Councilor KHAMIS abstaining.
No, he doesn't have to abstain.
I'm sorry, you're not going to abstain.
It's simply a disclosure at this point. No abstention is necessary.
Okay, disclosure made, sorry. On the motion, all in favor? Opposed? None opposed. That's approved. Taking us back to item 2.22, actions related to the Bethesda Park Tennis Court. Councilmember LICCARDO wanted to pull that one.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you for pulling the item off of consent. I'd like to move the memorandum, supplemental or replacement memorandum, but I believe it carries yesterday's date and the recommendations contained therein. And I believe there is a modification requested by PRNS, and it relates to whether or not there can be exclusive use of the courts for large events. Is that right, Matt?
That is correct. On a limited number of occasions, we'd like to have large events that may take up all the courts, but for most of the year, we'd want 1 to 2 courts open for the public.
So I'd like to make the motion with that amendment.
Second.
City Manager?
And Council Member, I had talked to your staff. I'm not sure if you're willing on item 3 to allow us to evaluate the options to get money back into the courts.
Yes, I really tried to fashion that with as broad a language as I could to allow staff flexibility. Thank you.
One question. So we have a motion on the floor. A question first is we're not making a budget decision here today, so there's referral to staff on that. Does the mechanism by which Bethesda Park Tennis Court user fees could support maintenance of the same courts, does that come back to us in fees and charges? Is that essentially where we make that decision? I know we have other places that use a mechanism, or is there further council action going to be required, or do you have enough direction?
I think we have enough direction to evaluate it, and then the fees, certainly fees and charges is one place that will come back to you. If there's any policy reconsideration on how fees are applied. I think right now the reason for my interest in the language is we typically don't compartmentalize revenues as a practice, but we do target purposes, and so how we blend the ideas, I think, is what we want some space to figure out.
And I appreciate that, City Manager. And I also wanted to thank Vice Mayor Nguyen for her offer to assist with the funding. Fortunately, we found another solution, but I'm grateful for the offer.
All right, we have a motion to approve with a couple of modifications that we've discussed. I have no request from the public to speak on this. Motion is to approve. All in favor? Opposed? None opposed. That's approved. That concludes the consent calendar. Next item would be report of the City Manager, item 3.1.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. I have 2 items. First is the potential impacts of sequestration on the city of San Jose. This Friday, March 1st, automatic federal spending cuts in the defense budget and domestic programs known as the sequester are scheduled to take effect unless a deal is reached in Congress. Half of these cuts would affect the Pentagon, while the other half would impact the rest of the federal government, with most agencies facing across-the-board funding cuts of just over 8%. Many of the programs that face cuts under sequestration are ones that benefit local government, including here in San Jose. Staff is keeping close tabs on the situation. In fact, cuts affecting San Jose are estimated to be in excess of $2.4 million, but as we all know, this dollar amount is subject to change. The programs that face cuts under sequestration include CDBG, Home Investment Partnership, COPS and Burn Justice Assistance Grants, the Workforce Investment Act program, and operations of the FAA, TSA, and Customs Border Patrol. Among our departments and programs that would be affected locally, here are a few examples. For airport operations, affected would be checkpoint operations and customs services. For housing, homeless services, affordable housing development, housing rehabilitation, and many other programs. For police, sexual assault investigation unit, DUI checkpoints, and saturation patrols. For transportation, BART project funding. And for work to future, we would find that approximately 1,000 people might not have access to our WIA services. The sequester would also result in cuts to federal surface transportation funding. Also on the horizon is a stopgap federal budget measure that's set to expire on March 27th. It's kept the federal government in operation since the previous budget year ended last September. Without passage of a federal budget agreement, a government shutdown would result on March 28th. So we are continuing to monitor the situation, and we will keep you informed on any actions taken by Congress that could mitigate these automatic cuts scheduled for this Friday. The last report is about our participation in a recent international technology conference. Acting Chief Investment Officer Vijay Sameta and the city's Chief Strategist and Economic Development Director Kim Wallish represented San Jose at Cisco's Internet of Things World Forum Steering Committee last week. This international conference brought industry leaders together to discuss the impact of internet-connected devices on personal life, urban life, and business models, including smart infrastructure, manufacturing, transportation, and energy. Vijay and the CIO of Seoul, South Korea, led the discussion Reinventing the Urban Experience that focused on connected communities and driving meaningful impact to governments, residents, and commerce. A key theme was increased public-private partnerships and access to open data, with government serving as a springboard for innovation. The city will continue to explore opportunities to advance San Jose as a testbed for innovation through partnerships, and I would like to thank Vijay and Kim for representing the city so well. And that concludes my report.
We'll now move to item 4.3, actions related to leasing property to Japantown Apartments, LP, and funding for Japantown Senior Apartments. Other items regarding Japantown will be on the evening agenda.
I'd like to make a motion to approve.
We have a motion to approve item 4.3. On that motion, all in favor? Opposed? One opposed. Councilmember Oliverio opposed. Motion carries. Item 4.4, funding for Donner Lofts apartment project.
Motion to approve.
We have a motion to approve.
And Mayor, may I
certainly
speak very briefly? I see Matt Franklin is here, Mid-Penn, and I just wanted to thank their team and also Leslie. I know this was a very complicated deal. It required a lot of different funding sources, and I'm grateful that folks were able to pull it off. I look forward to this as well as to the prior development at Japantown. These will be great additions.
We have a motion to approve. On the motion, all in favor? Opposed? One opposed. Councilmember Oliverio opposed. Motion carries. 4.5, actions related to 3rd Street residential development. We have a motion to approve. I have one request to speak. I'll take that now. Aurelia Sanchez.
Hello, my name is Aurelia Sanchez, and this development is in my neighborhood. And I would like to remind the council that this is going to be the 4th affordable housing project in my neighborhood, all within 2 blocks of each other. I come from a neighborhood that is very deprived of green space. We have a high crime rate area. We have a lot of issues in my neighborhood. So what I would like is for my council member to please help us get more green space. We've been asking the council and our council member for many years now to please do this. Also, I would like that whoever takes over the management of these affordable housing, that it be strong management. As you know, if we have management that's very lax in the rules and regulations, we are going to have a big-sized ghetto downtown. Another thing I'd like to add is that I'm within blocks of a huge homeless encampment across Kelly Park that overflows into our neighborhood. So any money that the city can spare, please come to my neighborhood, develop some of the roads, give us more green space, and not just for my neighborhood, for all neighborhoods. I feel this city is lacking in green space, and I know a lot of people advocate 5-acre parks, but that's not a reality. We need beautiful surprises when we round the corners, and I don't see that in the city. What I am seeing is a lot of trash. The crime rate in my area has skyrocketed. I think in my street alone, probably every other neighbor has had a burglary or has something stolen from their front yard. Thank you.
That concludes public testimony. Councilmember LICCARDO.
Thank you, and I appreciate the comments of Aurelia Sanchez. I know that she's been working very hard as a community leader in Spartan Keys neighborhood where we do have many affordable housing developments. I should note this is actually the third affordable housing development we're approving in my district today alone, and I expect that we'll continue to have affordable housing, of course, in the city, though I think we'd all like to see that it be geographically distributed in a way that ensures that it's throughout the city. I think there's one important point, though, and it relates to park fees. My understanding, I see Leslie Corsilia is here, is that this development would be responsible for paying park fees. Is that correct? Maybe I should have been asking Matt. I'm sorry. I should go to the parks guy.
Thank you, Councilmember. Leslie Corsilia, Director of Housing, and luckily Matt was here, so he made sure I was answering correctly. Yes, they will be paying 50% of the park fees per council policy.
Right. As a result of the change in policy, any new development will be paying those fees, and so I look forward to obviously finding ways to aggregate this funding to find sites in park-deficient neighborhoods like Spartan Keys. Thank you very much, Leslie.
Certainly.
We have a motion to approve. On the motion, all in favor? Opposed? One opposed. Councilmember Oliverio opposed. Motion carries. That'll take up item 4.6, Citywide Capital Improvement Program Annual Status Report. We have our Public Works staff here to bring us up to speed.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Dave Sykes, Director of Public Works. I'm here to do a brief presentation on the CIP report. What you have in front of you is the annual CIP report that shows the status of all the current and active CIP projects. You also have in front of you today the reports from the 3 Citizens Oversight Committees that represent the bond programs. Also want to acknowledge all the staff in the audience. Delivery of the capital program is very much a team effort with all the departments involved, and they will be here to help me answer any questions should you have any. Just to give you a snapshot of the CIP, we currently have 180 active projects, 32 we've completed so far this year, and we project to complete 55 through the course of the entire year. So far, we've awarded $40 million worth of construction work this fiscal year. We are very committed to delivering projects on time and on schedule, and for a long time now, we've had a standard of delivering 85% of our projects on schedule and 90% on budget. The biggest challenge at this point to meeting these targets is turnover in staff and vacancies, and I'll get into that a little bit more in a future slide. As far as an overview of the program, the CIP is in alignment with council policies, various master plans, and of course the general plan. The CIP represents a significant investment in economic development and the local economy in general. The CIP is also very focused on addressing our infrastructure backlog. Currently, our backlog is projected to be $811 million. We will be updating that number this spring, as we do every year. A lot of work is also going into energy efficiency projects, and overall, our reliance on federal grants and new sources of money is very prevalent in the program. Interestingly enough, although the overall size of the CIP has come down in recent years, our workload in some ways is increasing in that we have more projects. Although they may be smaller than some of the bigger bond projects that we've had in the past, the number of projects that we've had in the last few years has continued to grow. Our workload is really transitioning from those bond programs, although we do have a few bond projects left to deliver, from the bond and airport to the convention center, and of course, in the near future, much more work out at the water pollution control plant. At this point, the city's been very committed to alternative project delivery. I would say we are a leader in that regard with the airport and convention center and applying much of what we've learned into the future plant projects. As far as our current bidding climate, we still have a competitive climate, but not as competitive as it was a few years ago. Currently, we're averaging about 5 bidders per project. 2 years ago, we were averaging 10. So it has come down to be less bidders and a little less competitive, I would say, but still a competitive market. Years before that, we were lucky to get 1 or 2 bidders. The other thing I'll note that the bids are coming in closer to our estimates. So we're seeing less of what we previously called below market level bids. And so they're coming in closer to our estimates. So that means the cost of the bids are coming up to a small degree. I will note that about 50% of the work that we bid out goes to local general contractors. I want to highlight the fact that our city has a strong commitment to tracking costs. Other jurisdictions often only track costs at the program level. At our city, we track costs at the project level. It allows us to do a lot of benchmarking and understand how the costs are put together and how to lower those costs for project delivery. I will mention that in some programs, it's hard to find benchmarking numbers. For example, with the plant, a lot of plant construction work across the country is done at the program level, and so we will be looking for ways to ensure that we're delivering projects on time and on schedule. I'll just mention that in terms of our resources, we, like many places of the city, have seen larger than we're used to vacancy rates and turnover. So we are adjusting to that and refocusing some of our training and development programs as we attract new staff to the city to help us deliver our programs. On a final note on this slide, we've done a lot over the past few years to really centralize and improve our procurement process with CIP. Through that, we're able to manage the bid irregularities, and we've been able to drive down significantly the number of protests that we get on our bids. That concludes my presentation. Although there's challenges with all projects, I do believe we have a well-managed system, and as I said, there are plenty of people in the audience to help me answer any questions that you may have.
Vice Mayor Nguyen.
Thank you. Thank you very much, David, for the presentation, and thank you to you and your staff for all the wonderful work over the years. Just had 2 quick questions. The first one relates to the traffic light, the signalization program. I noticed here on page 45, at least in the memo, that a lot of things are in progress right now, and some of these projects will be completed somewhere toward the end of May. I didn't see anything for District 7, and the reason I'm bringing this up is because we've been getting so many phone calls regarding the backup when people get off 101 on Tully heading toward Alvin and King. The synchronizations of traffic lights is just not working properly, and so there's a huge backlog of traffic moving toward the east. And I'm very concerned because I don't see that as part of something that staff is looking at. And since it's not on here, I was wondering if you can take a look at that so we can kind of halt some of these phone calls from coming into our office.
Vice Mayor Nguyen, Jim Morpall, Assistant Director of Transportation. That project will be complete this year, so the grant funding is coming to a completion. We'll be delivering it by the end of May. In terms of the Tully area, that is getting special focus in terms of traffic management. It will have adaptive controls in that area where it can adjust to real-time traffic and manage the traffic more effectively. We can take a special look. I think what we're experiencing just throughout the city is an overall increase in congestion with the economy getting better, but that is an area where we have special kind of adaptive management, and we will take a look at that area.
Great. So we will convey that message to our residents. And then just the second question I had, and this is just an observation, but as I was driving on Capitol Expressway and I would say Tully by the Reed Hillville Airport, I noticed there are new light poles, and there's a lot of them. And I just felt like Okay, well, there's, certain areas in our city where we need more light posts and we don't have them, and it's great that, the council just approved to turn up more street lights, but is there a reason why we have so many light posts along Capitol Expressway right across from the airport? Is it because there's an airport there and it's good for?
No, it's not. It's part of a VTA project, so it's a Capitol Expressway project to try and improve the overall experience on the expressway in terms of driving, landscaping, lighting to make it more pedestrian friendly. So it is a VTA project. We did work with them closely to put in an appropriate amount of lighting, we believe. It's trying to really improve the area. It wasn't very pedestrian friendly in the area. Crossing Capitol Expressway was very difficult for pedestrians in the area, and we think this project is going to make it much easier moving from East Ridge into the Evergreen area, and the lighting levels were worked out between VTA and our staff.
So there was no city funding that went into this project?
Primarily, it was a VTA-funded project.
Okay, so I have to thank Councilmember LICCARDO since he was a former chair when this was done. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Councilmember KALRA.
Yeah, anytime we can get someone else to pay for these the lights, we'll take it. But thank you for the report. And I just had a question on the substation, and maybe just this question is probably more direct to the city manager as we go through the budget process. As indicated in the report, that it looks like deferral may be until January 2014 due to the budget process. And I imagine that in addition to that, we have to talk with the police chief in terms of the appropriate timing, because the shift changes and what have you, and I know they have their hands pretty full, and this is a pretty heavy lift to determine how and if they'd be able to use the facility in kind of moving their resources around. So if we can have an update, I know we're going to get plenty of updates during the budget process as far as the money part of it, but it would be really good if we can kind of parallel to that, have the chief give us an update in terms of what the likelihood is that for him to have not just the bandwidth, but the resources to be able to open it in terms of personnel.
Correct. And I will have him do that. I think the good news is the department is now rethinking having to tie it to shift change. So that's a good thing, because otherwise we would have been focused on September or March. And right now they are really looking at, can they make it happen in January and meet all their operational needs. So, but we will get more specifics, and I know that the department is anxious to get in there, but it will take some startup and ramp-up time.
Yeah, and I bet that it may not be a full operational from day one. It may be a phased in over 60, 90, 120 days where they start with some of their patrol and some of their administrative movement there until they make it fully operational. But that's something I know that the chief will continue to be communicating with you on, and so we can just get updates accordingly.
Absolutely. We will do that.
Thank you.
Councilmember Campos.
Thank you, Mayor. Just a couple of questions. Start with probably an easy one first. On page 39, figure 5-4, station 21, I know that there's a completion date for 12/1/2014, less than 24 months away. Is that pretty close to being on schedule?
Yes, it is, Council Member. We're at the 50% design stage. We plan to go out to bid and award that project this summer, which would allow us about 18 months for construction. I will note that we are going to be taking some specific measures to ensure that we get a quality contractor. So we will be doing some pre-qualification, which we have not done on the past fire stations.
Okay, and then my last question is on page 13, figure 4-1, items 1, 2, and 3. I'm a little confused. It almost seems like it contradicts item 5-6, item 7, streetlight conversion. It says it's on time in terms of the citywide LED streetlight conversion. And this has a series of check marks, and I'm sort of trying to understand that, but some of the comments on the side say that that, for example, on item 3, project scope increases along with purchase agreement award delayed. So could you sort of?
Sure. What you see here in figure 4.1 are the projects that we have proposed to reset the schedule or budget.
Okay.
And so the actual report reflects the reset of that. And so this is a way of tracking when we're requesting a reset. If the council should choose not to approve one of these resets, we would then track that project as late or over budget.
So how far will this get us to accomplishing, percentage of converting the whole, we're supposed to be converting the whole city, but is there a way of being able to give us a percentage, or is that just the tip of the iceberg?
Yeah, Councilmember Campos, Jim Ortball, Assistant Director of Transportation. As you recall, we have about 62,000 streetlights in the city. We've converted 2,200 of them so far. With these projects, this will bring in, I believe, another 600, and then we have funding to get to about 3,500 conversions out of the 62,000. So you can tell we still have quite a ways to go. We've done all of this with grant funding, and the delays that you were speaking to, we did get additional grant funding as the projects were moving forward. So the added scope is we were able to increase the number of lights that we retrofitted, so that did have an impact on schedule. And it is new technology, the smart programmable street lights, so there were some procurement challenges from the contracting community as well. That went into the delay, and we think those resets are appropriate, given we got more money, expanded scope, and those types of things. So we're at about, funded-wise, we will have about 3,500 street lights retrofitted to LED out of our 62,000 lights when these projects are complete.
Okay, and perhaps, Dave, at the committee level, the T&E committee level, you could provide sort of an updated scope as to, and I know that's a moving target because as technology gets better and more people produce the type of equipment to do the conversion, the cost comes down, so I know it's a moving target, but it would help us or it would help me at the committee level to sort of have an understanding where we're at from, previous projection, 10 years out, we should be all converted, and I know that's coming down. So
very good. Also, just mention that Council a few weeks ago approved the ESCO agreement, so we're hoping to be able to bundle some projects with street lighting and be able to add to that $3,500 number that Jim mentioned.
Okay, thank you, and thanks for the report. Good report.
Councilor KHAMIS.
I want to thank you for the report as well. I also, my priority is making sure that we can get that substation open in the police substation in the Southern District. My office has looked at some of the estimates and the cost, and I don't think we can, I don't know if those budget costs are accurate. I think we could do it for a lot less. And then I had an odd-sounding request here, but I know that the roof actually has a grass or some agricultural thing growing on top of it, and it costs us $88,000 a year, according to your estimates. Is there any way we can get rid of the roof, the grass or whatever, and put on a regular roof or put on solar panels that can actually pay us instead of us wasting our money on
Sure, Council Member. Actually, Jennifer McGuire and myself are meeting with your staff tomorrow to review the police substation costs. We have been reviewing them ourselves to make sure that they are accurate in terms of what we'll need to open the station. As far as the green roof, the building actually has 2 green roofs. It was part of the strategy to manage the stormwater. So to remove those green roofs, we would need to figure out another way to manage the stormwater, and we'd have to do some work on the roof to allow it to function, if you will. It's currently designed in such a way that allows the water to sheet flow across it and be absorbed through the plant material on the roof and to cleanse that water. So it's a pretty complex system. We're certainly willing to look at it. The city's been maintaining that roof now for maybe 18 months to 2 years, so we could look at kind of what it has been costing to see if we can't bring those costs down. But I will say that it was part of the initial strategy to make a green facility and to be thoughtful in terms of how we manage the stormwater on the site.
Well, I mean, to me, I mean, $88,000 a year kind of kills the viability of saving some water, or, to me, I'd rather see a solar panel paying us back, and that's just my opinion, but.
I appreciate it. I think we can share some information with you in terms of the stormwater requirements that the city's under, and so certainly have an obligation to treat that water one way or another. I will agree that managing it on a green roof is more expensive than managing it through a ditch-type environment.
Thank you.
Councilor Oliverio.
Thank you, Mayor. Hi, Dave. On Public Safety Finance Strategic Support Committee, Lieutenant Monahan on the police substation said there was a punch list of 180 items, and I failed to ask him there, but I want to understand on a punch list of 180 items, it's usually in reference to, hey, we're going to move into something and there's all these things to fix. And my question is I guess I would add some assumption that we would have done the punch list earlier while the contractor's still on the hook, or is the contractor still on the hook if the punch list reveals something that they didn't do?
Right, we had some pretty unique circumstances on this project. Typically, a punch list is developed once we operationalize the building. We really rely on occupying the building to flush out issues, whether it's doors, heating, ventilation. It's just the users are in the best position to be able to help us determine what minor fixes need to take place. So we weren't able to do that in this case because we never occupied the station. Added to that, on this particular project, I think the council is aware that we had some pretty significant design issues, and so we, in essence, had an exit strategy on this project. And part of that exit strategy was to in essence, try to minimize the amount of work we did until we fully understood when we were going to be occupying the building. I don't know if the list is that long, but there certainly is a list of improvements that we need to make to the building to allow it to be occupied. But I will say it's in alignment with our strategy to get out of that project, if you will, and minimize our cost at the time.
Thank you for the reply, and just want to understand, though, if there are things that we find that are an issue, is the contractor still responsible for paying for them, or is it on us now?
No, the contractor's not responsible. Just to remind the council, we believe the contractor did a very good job on building the building. It was really design issues, and so we settled with the contractor, but feel very confident that we're going to be able to address these issues with another method.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you, Dave.
Councilor LICCARDO.
Thanks, Mayor. Dave, on the fire system on the CPA, I understand this is something that's creating ongoing costs in terms of fire watch and so forth. Do we have an ETA about when we think that could wrap up?
We do. We've worked with Team San Jose to develop a window of when we could get into the building. So they've, in essence, provided us a window of slower time during when they have the building in use. I believe that is from July 1st to September 30th is the window that we've been given. We have a project that I think is about ready to advertise, and we're targeting that window to do that work. The work will be somewhat disruptive, and that's why we've worked with Team San Jose to do it when they can, during their less busy time.
Right, okay.
So we're committing to doing that work during that window.
Given the fact that it's some time off, although I understand you're probably launching the RFP shortly, is there any, given the fact it's going to be disruptive, and there's been some talk about doing other things at CPA, like trying to remove that center aisle of seats for ADA and other purposes, is there an opportunity to try to get in there and do more than just this, to see if we can wrap up a couple other related projects?
We have been working with Team San Jose on a few other projects, like the creation of the center aisle. I believe there was some stage work and some other work At this point, though, I don't know if we've been able to secure the funding that would allow us to do the work at the same time that we're doing the fire work.
Okay.
But I think that discussion's still in progress with my staff and Team San Jose staff.
Okay. Maybe I look forward to continuing the conversation offline on that. Moving over to San Carlos Street, project I affectionately called the Little Big Dig, because through no fault of the cities, I know we're discovering all kinds of things beneath the street and so forth that I think nobody had any idea that could be there. They've created challenges. We're going to be wrapping up, I understand, the first phase this week, right? Theoretically, according to this report. Do we still believe that?
I don't know if Jim has more. Yeah. I think we do plan on wrapping that project up very soon. I think the major element we still have left is with the signal work at 2nd Street with the VTA and going through the VTA's permitting process. As you mentioned, it wasn't so much that there were things there that we didn't know about, is that the things that we thought should be in one place were in another place.
Right.
And so obviously before we embark on phase 2, we're going to have a different strategy.
That was my next question.
Yeah, for ensuring that we don't kind of go through this long projected construction process, because it's been unacceptable for us all.
Well, I know you guys are doing everything you can within reason. I'm just trying to figure out if we need to be giving a heads up to folks about construction impacts, particularly to traffic, because I was getting an earful from people who were trying to get in the downtown for their commute on 3rd Street. And so if we anticipate that there will be similar problems there, maybe it would be helpful just to let us know so we can get the word out to employers.
Very good. We'll relook at that. I know that we still have pylons up. I know our teams are looking at when can we take those pylons down. We have some street furniture that needs to go in. So right now, staff are looking at trying to just wrap up the project as quickly as possible. We'll keep your office informed.
Great. Thanks a lot. I really appreciate it.
Councilmember Herrera.
Thank you, Mayor. Dave, I was wondering, or maybe Jim, this question's for Jim, when Vice Mayor was asking questions about the signal improvement synchronization related to the Tully 101 project. Do we have budget? Is there budget from that project that's paying for that? Is there additional money? You said we had some, I can't remember how you said it, we have some ability to do some additional management of that. Is that some funding that's still there from that project to do that, or?
Councilor, 2 different projects. So the Tully 101 did signal work in the immediate interchange area and the intersections that connect to it. I think the project that the Vice Mayor was referring to is our overall citywide traffic signal modernization project. And Tully is a special corridor given, all of the demands on the corridor, commuting, weekend, and that type of thing.
Yeah, so I understood that. I just wondered if there was money that was going to get to fix the other project from the Tully construction. I just was wondering if there was money there.
The money from that project should have been able to do the immediate intersection work and the interchange work. I believe all that was scheduled to be done related to Tully 101 has been done, so I don't see any more funding for that. But just as part of our overall kind of modernization effort, we will take a look at that corridor to see kind of how it's flowing through all the way to the county fairgrounds area as well. It's kind of that whole section. It's a corridor that has heavy demand, as you very well know, and we will take a look at that and just see how our project will help that along into the future.
But was there money as part of that project there was money as part of it to take care of the signalization?
Yes, there was.
'Cause I think some of those key intersections that were part of that project are part of the problem now too, so.
I would agree that they're kind of part of the overall corridor makeup, but the intersection work from the Tully 101 project was done, completed properly. I think what we're dealing with just is an overall heavy demand in the area, and we'll do our best to try and manage flow throughout the corridor.
Okay, fair enough. Back to, I'm on page 39 with the public safety, CSA, and Fire Station 24. I see the end date there, 4/1/2013. But Dave, I guess we're looking at fall maybe? Maybe sooner, but I don't want to be too optimistic because it's changed a lot. And I seem to remember that we were going to finish it up, Public Works was, but now I guess we've got another contractor in there.
Right, so a couple of things there. Yeah, we are tracking this project as late, obviously, because it is late. The current plan is for us to get the work done by the end of June, and then allow time for the fire department to make the move from 24. We are still using a mix of public works staff, but we had some capacity constraints, so we have gone out and obtained a contract to finish the miscellaneous work that we need to do at that station.
Okay, and so we really think June is a realistic time to get it open?
To complete the construction. I think I don't know if we've, with the fire department, have settled in on an opening date, but what we're targeting is a June completion in terms of my commitment to the fire department. I think we may want to provide a little bit of cushion before we commit to an opening date to see how it goes first.
And then, as you said, occupying it is when you kind of get the bugs out, so you'd probably have that period where you're finished and there's occupying it and kind of
Right.
looking to see what else, other
Right.
tweaks or
Right.
whatever else is needed. So
Yeah, and that's to be expected. I mean, as I said before, we really rely on the occupant to help us kind of flush out the issues when a door doesn't close right or anything.
I know when I've talked to you and others on the staff about these projects, these public safety projects are pretty complex and they're not trivial. So there's a lot that goes into it.
Yes, a lot of system work, yep.
Great.
Yeah.
Well, our community will be happy to know that it's finally going to open. It looks finished is the problem. It looks like you could just pull in the fire engines and start business up. But, that's kind of how it gets perceived. But there is a lot of work still left to be done. So.
Yeah, and it's a very good point because the exterior does look very finished. And even if you were to walk around inside, I mean, substantially it is complete. As you well know, we had an exit strategy with that contractor. Mm-hmm. And, I still think it was the right strategy to get that contractor off the job and finish it in another way.
Yeah, I agree, and I congratulate you on moving forward on this. We look forward to getting it open. Thank you.
This is also a hearing on the report submitted by Parks Bond Citizen Oversight Committee, Library Bond Citizens Oversight Committee, and Public Safety Bond Oversight Committees. I have no request from the public to speak on any of those items or the citywide capital improvement program. So we just need a motion to accept the reports. And all right, we have a motion to accept the various reports. On the motion, all in favor? Opposed? None opposed. The reports are approved. Our next item is 4.7, high-rise incentive item.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Staff would like to note that there was a supplemental memo that we distributed today about lunchtime. We do apologize for the late nature of that. This item was moving quick and we had to kind of get our thoughts together quickly. I did want to acknowledge in the memo the proposal that is before the council, something that staff thinks is worth pursuing. We offered two policy options in our memo. Policy option one is the one that staff would ask the council to look at in your deliberations today, and that's related to the definition of a permit. We think it is important if we're going to extend the incentive program to accommodate the additional high-rises, and we think there's merit to that should be just straight extending the deadline and rather than redefining what a permit is. And so we would recommend option one. Clearly the time frame, we've put 12 or 18 months. That is really in the purview of the council and in your deliberations of what that time should be. The issue, policy option two, is one that we think is a larger issue, that as we do incentives, and especially ones that have longer duration, it's something that the council should consider. But at this point, where we are with this incentive and moving forward with projects, we don't think it's appropriate to put that type of transition in this proposal today.
Thank you. Councilmember Liccardo?
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I'm happy certainly to pivot and take staff recommended approach. And I'm trying to evaluate the durations. I see you give an option of 12 or 18 months. I'm trying to match that up for what we end up ultimately recommending through paragraph 1 of my memo, just to make sure I'm not tripping anybody up in terms of their expectations. And I think what I've got is
12 months.
Yeah, it's essentially 12 months. So why don't I just adopt 12 months with the staff recommendation under item 1 of the two options? And that would be my motion.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor. I think I need to ask our city attorney, Ed Moran, to talk about specifically what needs to be changed, because this is an ordinance
right
for first reading today, so we need to know what the language is specifically.
Right. The item 4.7 asks the council approve the adoption of an ordinance, and this would be the first reading of the ordinance. Attached to the material is the proposed ordinance that would be adopted. My understanding from my staff is that the way that it was written, it gave the option of a demolition permit before December the 31st, 2013, or a permit by June 30th, 2014, which is the additional 12-month period that I think is being proposed. So in order for the council to be able to adopt the ordinance today, the language on page 2, section C2, which currently reads, either a completed application for a demolition permit has been filed with the building official on or before December 31st, 2013 to demolish any structure located on the project, or would be deleted. And then also on page 4, section C2, which also reads, either a completed application for a demolition permit has been filed with the building official on or before December 31st, 2013 to demolish any structure located on the project, or would be deleted, so that it would simply read in both sections, a completed application for a building permit has been filed with the building official for construction of the residential units within the downtown high-rise residential structure on or before June 30th, 2014.
I will trust and adopt our learned council's recommendations with regard to the change of the language that essentially conforms with the recommendations suggested by staff.
Yeah, the goal was that we would not use a building permit as a trigger, or demolition permit as the equivalent to a building permit by the December 13th date of this year, and we would focus on the December date of a building permit of 2014.
And that's what I believe the language, the correction would do.
Well, let me check the correction, because you just said December 14 and you said June 14, and I want to make sure we're talking about the same date.
And that was the 12-month piece, is that it has to have obtained a building permit by December 31st, 2014.
Okay.
Still the same.
Currently, it reads a building permit by June 30th, 2014. We can correct that to say December 31st.
It's that as staff, we were proposing taking out the requirement for the submittal of the building permit out of the ordinance altogether. And that was looking at that we needed to have a permit issued by that date.
Okay, so you wanted so that instead of just taking out the first part, you want to take out the whole section with regard to when an application is required.
Correct. We would go through and just say is that it needs to be issued by December 31st. We'll work with the applicants to what those timelines are. We think we can do that in less than 6 months of issuing the permit.
So instead of what I just read, all of section 2 on page 2, C2 would be taken out, and also on page 4, C2 in its entirety would be taken out, and that would take out the requirement that there be an application for a permit, either building or demolition.
Correct.
So we end up with
so moved.
You need to get a building permit by December 2014.
Correct.
Correct?
That is correct.
And all the other stuff you've got to do, you got to get it done.
Correct.
And we don't really care when you get your demolition permit or you file or anything else. It's when that permit gets issued. So it's the simple version.
It keeps it simpler.
Okay, Councilman LICCARDO.
Yeah, if I could just ask one question for clarification. So I'm trying to understand in terms of expectations that builders have today, because we're being told by several folks, hey, we may have a live project if there's an extension. And so I just want to make sure there's no rug getting pulled out from under anyone. Today, without any memos, would someone need to have a permit issued by December 31st of this year in order to qualify?
It would have to have their building permit issued by the end of this year.
Right. So we are extending that date by 12 months. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to support the motion. I'd just like to add a couple of comments. When we first put these incentives in place, we were hoping to attract some interest in putting up some buildings. Clearly, we've attracted some interest. And now is a question of how much interest do we think we can track and how long will it take to actually get the projects underway. but we were also talking about theoretical projects. We have at least one real project because it's set for a director's hearing sometime this week, tomorrow. And in that particular project, the incentive here is worth, according, I think, to the staff report, $735,000.
Correct.
All right, so that's a lot of money. That's a significant incentive, and obviously it worked to get them excited and moving quickly. But in return for the $735,000 incentive, they'll still pay some construction taxes up front, but the real return for the city is in the property taxes over time. I don't know if this is in a redevelopment project area or not, but let's assume these projects happen in a redevelopment project area. And right now, there's not enough revenues in the redevelopment agency former properties to cover all the debt service. So the general fund is picking up, I don't know, $10 or $20 million of debt service. So if we can bring up the revenues in the former redevelopment areas, that will relieve the general fund. So this project will generate, probably in year one, as soon as it's on the tax rolls, somewhere around $1 million a year of tax increment that will go into the former redevelopment agency and relieve the general fund by $1 million a year. Now that's probably only good for 10 years because eventually we'll all get caught up and there'll be lots and lots of money in the former redevelopment areas, et cetera. And then our take for the city will decrease. But still, that's good for another 40 years before this building is 50 years old. So there's a lot of cash that these buildings will generate, and I'm not even counting the utility taxes. And that's the reason to do this beyond the issue of we're trying to support our downtown, trying to get jobs, trying to get activity, all of that. The pure economics of it is it's a relatively modest incentive. We don't have to write a check. We'll just collect a smaller check when they file for their building permit. So it's in our financial interest to do this. And can we get 2 of these projects or 3 of these projects or 4 of these projects? I don't know. Apparently they're a lot harder to do than they appear because we have at least some communications from people that have been, they say, working furiously to get their applications ready to file. So there's obviously a lot of effort that goes into us. But we wanted to start a race. We've got a race underway, and now we're going to give them a little more time so that they can actually finish the race and get projects underway. So I'm going to support the motion. Councilmember Chu.
Thank you, Mayor. First of all, I'd like to thank Joe and I know the ESD folks for working on this incentive. Couple of questions, just to throw it up. Why is it limited to downtown San Jose, not expanded to the North First Street in the North San Jose area?
Councilmember Chu, the original proposal staff brought forward did look at areas bigger than downtown. And during the discussions at the council meeting, there was a consensus that focusing the incentive in a smaller area of the city so that you actually would see concentrated activity was beneficial. And so that's why it was set for downtown. It really is a policy decision for the council if you wanted to expand that. But that was the thought process behind it.
Great, thank you. And then I would like to make a friendly motion to expand it to North First Street to the core traffic at North San Jose development area. Not knowing there's any potential developer that are interested in that area, but you know, looking at the North San Jose neighborhood plan, we do encourage high-rise building along the North First Street, along the light rail lines. So I don't know why. I'm sorry I couldn't recall the conversation that we have earlier in this dais regarding to concentrate it on the downtown area, not and to exclude the North San Jose area. So I'd like to make a friendly motion to include the North San Jose area.
Just to clarify, Councilmember Chu, are you seeking a friendly amendment, or are you making a substitute motion?
A friendly amendment.
Okay, sure, and I'd be happy to respond. And allow me to explain sort of my rationale for limiting the incentive, at least in my own proposal, or the proposal that was crafted initially. We recognize that the challenge of building high-rise in downtown is somewhat unique given the restrictions on height that are imposed by being in the airport approach area. Those constraints are not as present in North San Jose, where, for instance, we know Barry Swinson, for instance, is planning a couple towers at Century Center without an incentive, and all indications seem to be that they had the financing to do so, and they're applying to move forward. And in fact, they're paying an affordable housing fee voluntarily on top of that because it pencils out without an incentive. So I don't have any desire to give a benefit to someone who is likely to build anyway. The idea is to try to get development to move that otherwise would not move for the reasons that the mayor articulated, which is basically we could land $1 million of general fund revenue for every one of these towers that's built today because of the unique circumstances and because of the unique challenges and the desire to really try to force as much housing into the downtown core that relieves pressures on development in other parts of the city. So it's a combination of those factors that I just described, as well as the fact that I think that as we move outside the core, then we need to start to engage neighborhoods around fees, particularly if you're going to talk about parks fees or construction fees or other, because clearly there are infrastructure needs throughout the city, and I think those are more challenging conversations to have as we start to move outside the core. So for all those reasons, I ultimately opted to try to focus on a downtown strategy.
Okay. And also, I just wanted to point it out that one of the North San Jose developers that just contributed $3 million as a high-rise incentive to any developer, any builder that is willing to build a high-rise in any place in city of San Jose, and I want to make sure that that incentive is also applied to those people that are willing to invest in North San Jose. So not really that it's not that easy to get a high-rise in North San Jose. I cited that example, for a developer that willing to give out $3 million as long as you don't, ask me to build a high-rise. So the difficulty is not really unique to downtown San Jose, but throughout the city. And
I do agree with you that there are unique challenges and costs to building high-rise, no matter where you build it.
Exactly.
North San Jose is no exception. I guess my point was that we have evidence that folks are willing to build high-rise in North San Jose without incentive. And so I wouldn't want to leave money on the table, essentially, public money on the table, if we believe that tower could get built there anyway if someone has the will to build it.
Right. I know that you cited a good example that was a very unique case, and because of the first phase allocation, they're willing to do more than their normal share of the contribution to the city of San Jose. So let me throw the second one at you, and Joe, you remember about in 2011, I had a memo to request the high-rise developer to allocate enough space for the additional circuit breakers or transformers for a possible potential increase in the all-electric vehicles. So those attendants that move into a high-rise building have access to a charging system. This is not a problem with a podium structure because it's very easy to add additional outlet for those all electrical vehicles. But it's very, very difficult to do it on a steel and concrete building. So with this incentive on the table, I feel this is a good opportunity to have that plug-in a vehicle requirement and for the builders. I would like to also make a friendly amendment to require the builders that build a high-rise residential building to allocate, to provide a sufficient electrical outlet. I don't have a good definition of this, what is sufficient, Just like, I question why is it 50% of this incentive, it calls for 50% of the construction exercise tax. So I'm just throwing out a number to say maybe ask the developer to at least allocate 30% or 40% additional space for the for additional electrical outlet. I don't know if this is something that you will entertain.
So, actually, you're a couple items ahead of us, Councilmember Chu, because we're actually going to be considering the TDM policy, I think, this evening, and within that are contained specific measures, including installation of electrical charging infrastructure that could reduce parking requirements, really focused on transit-oriented development. And so it's sort of an easy thing for developers to do that in order to get their 50% requirement, and I'd expect many would do it. I'm reluctant, without knowing how much it costs, to say they have to do it. I'm also reluctant because I think we recognize right now, between Better Place and Cologne and a lot of other approaches, I'm not sure we know which horse is going to win the race to be the prevailing infrastructure standard for electric vehicle charging, and I'd hate to think that we're going to require a lot of developers to build Betamax and find out the VCR won in the end. I guess that's really dating me, huh? That's 1980s talk. Right. So I guess for all those reasons, I'm a little reluctant to have a requirement. I think we've got a strong incentive in place if we approve that item 11.6.
But not knowing this Betamax or VHS, what I'm asking is just to have enough space, in case we need a new Betamax, then all the wirings are already there. If we need a VHS or what is it, blue DVD or Blu-ray or whatever. So I'm just asking for that we have enough space reserved for possible addition of circuit breakers or transformers.
Perhaps, Joe, is this something that's already in the code or likely to be in the code?
It is not in the code today. As you noted, Councilor LICCARDO, tonight we do have the ordinance that is adding a series of trade-offs that developers can make to reduce the parking requirement on projects. I think where Councilmember Chu is going was putting necessary conduits into a building to get from the electrical room where the transformers are or services at down into the parking areas so that you're not trying to come through later and try to guess where you can get conduit in. 30%, I think, I would have some concern. I think that that's a big number. I think of looking at, is there a more reasonable number, and that's, or a starting point number. That's why we haven't brought that specific ordinance forward yet, is that I think that is still evolving. But I think the discussion tonight is really where that belongs, because I think we should be doing it for all of these multifamily projects, is providing that base level infrastructure in them.
Let me offer this, Councilmember Chu. I appreciate the need, clearly, as Joe has articulated. I think without understanding what the landscape looks like in terms of cost or practicality or anything else, what I'd like to suggest that if this is something we should be doing for all developments citywide, let's make a referral to staff to bring this back to council when we've got folks who can show us and pro formas what this is going to cost and how we can do it most feasibly. And I don't know what the right answer is in terms of how much space or any of that. And I'm a little concerned that we're shooting a little bit blind on this.
I understand your concern very well. And I know that Joe had done some work on it. I know there will be an item in the evening session, but I want to kind of tie the timing. I don't want it to tie this incentive with another ordinance. And we can do all the research we need. 30% maybe a little bit on the high side, but like Mayor mentioned, that building will be there 50 years from today, and we know that in our green visions, we encourage more and more all electrical vehicles. So I just again, 30% is a good, just a good failed number. Like I mentioned, it's similar to the 50% incentive for the construction tax. You know, how much science that actually get into it to figure out 50% is the best incentive, not 55, not 45, you know. So 30%, I admit, it was just a number I grabbed from the air, but not knowing how many all-electric vehicles they they will have, and in 50 years from now. But I know it would be a good marketing tool for the builder to say, hey, if you have an electric vehicle, we can provide you the charging system right in your garage. So we can do research after research, so 30% is as good as the 50% incentive. I mean, unless Joe can prove to me that he has done an incentive study to come up with that 50% incentive versus a 45% incentive.
Perhaps I could respond, because I think we came up with the 50, and the way we came up with it was we talked to some developers and basically said, what would it take to get a shovel in the ground? And 50 seemed to do it. I don't pretend there's any science beyond that. I just wanted to see hundreds of people get employed and, add $150 million in valuation to a couple properties. And that's what it seemed to take. I don't pretend that 50% is the right number beyond that. And I guess the problem is... I
understand. I'm just kind of an analogy with my 30%. Yeah.
Right.
So. Well, in that case, I probably should just try to make a substitute recommendation, if I can get a second, to expand this incentive to the North San Jose core a development area, which is alongside of North First Street. We really, and secondly, is to ask the developer to allocate at least 30% of to make sure the conduit are there and allocate at least 30% space for sufficient electrical outlet. If I can get a second.
All right, we have a second, so that's a motion to amend the main motion. On the amendments, let me speak to the amendments. First, this was designed to be an incentive for downtown to try to get development moving downtown. That's why it's around downtown. But North First Street also, we're not going to build any or permit any new housing up there because there's no allocation. We already have 8,000 units that have been permitted, and whether there's an incentive or not until we get into phase 2, it's kind of a moot point. On the electrical piece of it, I do know that one of the quickest way to kill a project is to start changing the requirements and adding on things in the middle of the project. We have one going to a director's hearing tomorrow. And if they have to back up and redesign their project, they'll lose time, money, and in financing. So adding a requirement in the middle of these projects is not a wise thing to do if we're trying to actually get something built. And I think we should take up this issue tonight with 11.6, figure out how to deal with it at a policy level and not try to tack it on to incentive, because it is a disincentive if you're doing it in the middle of a project that's well underway. So I'm not going to support the amendment to the motion. Councilmember KALRA.
Thank you, Mayor. I think Councilmember Chu does make a good point, however, in regards to requiring some of the infrastructure. When these buildings are built, they're there for decades, and if we don't have that foresight and put in those requirements now, then we're just losing opportunities that we can never get back. And of course, I think as technology improves, it may require less and less infrastructure, so there may be opportunities anyway, but I think that while we have the chance, there's certainly, it's a worthwhile discussion to have. And in terms of the extension or further incentive, which is really a subsidy for downtown residential development, I've supported and even enthusiastically joined the mayor when we've given this kind of tax break and incentive for industrial development, for job creation development, and I still feel that if we're going to give these kinds of tax breaks, that we should focus them on industrial development and not residential development. The reality is that obviously developers are going to be rushing to try to get this free money. And there's a lot of developments that are now coming online that weren't online a couple of years ago. Just like in my district with Hitachi, it has nothing to do with incentives. It has to do with the fact the economy is turning around. And we should give every opportunity to facilitate these developments in terms of giving all the assistance we can with permitting, just like we do with industrial development. But when we're struggling to provide basic services to our residents, when we're losing our police officers, when we still haven't restored library hours, it's tough for me to give an incentive like this for high-rise developments that take an enormous amount of financing. And the reality is that these incentives are very unlikely to be the deciding factor in these enormous investments. And obviously the developers are going to say they're the deciding factor because, again, it's free money, and I'd much rather have the money, if we are going to give tax breaks, go to industrial development, job creating development, and allow as the market picks up and turn around, allow the development to happen like it's happening in my district and other parts of the city, based upon demand and based upon the fact that there are developers that have more access to capital and financing because the economy is turning around.
Councilmember Constant.
Thank you. Just a couple of comments. First, on the last comments we just heard, for years we've been saying we need to get more people living downtown so that we can support downtown and build downtown, and I think that alone is a reason for us to move forward on this. But more importantly, just going back to what the mayor said about how the cash flow to the city changes with a small investment up front, the ongoing revenues that come to us and keep flowing forward for a number of years is really important. And it's that money that's going to allow us to free up general fund money to provide the core essential services. So I think it makes very good economic sense for us as a city. As far as the motion that's on the floor, the substitute motion, I won't support that for a number of reasons, but the primary reason being is we're taking an incentive that we know has received a lot of positive reviews from our development community, and we have projects that are going forward, and we've talked about adding on additional requirements that haven't been vetted. We haven't talked to anybody about it. They haven't been included in any of the discussions. I just think that's a poor way for us to go forward. So I hope my colleagues join me and some others that I believe will stop this substitute motion so we can vote on the underlying motion, which I think is in the best interest of not only downtown but the entire city.
Councilmember Chu.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to, since you brought up the fact that what the phase 2 probably will not be happening in the near future, I'd like to just withdraw the first part of my substitute motion.
Okay with the seconder. So the substitute motion is to amend the main motion to add the requirement for charging station readiness, that requirement.
Right, thank you.
Not the geographic expansion. Okay, Councilmember LICCARDO.
Yeah, I just want to address this question about whether or not, we should trust developers when they say they'll only build if there's a fee reduction. And I agree, we shouldn't trust anyone who's got a financial motive in getting a fee reduction. I think we should look at the evidence, though. And the evidence is really palpable that there are no cranes over downtown on any private construction of any sort whatsoever. And there are high-rises right now. There are 12 high-rises under construction right now in the city of Seattle. Seattle is a city that's less than half the size of San Jose. 12 high-rises under construction. San Francisco is going like crazy. There are specific challenges to building high-rise in downtown San Jose. Fees are part of the challenge for developers, and developers have made it very clear to me that we'll continue to focus our investment in other cities as long as you continue these fee structures. So we have a choice. We can continue to watch a lot of revenue go into city coffers in places like Seattle and San Francisco, and maybe hope that the next economic cycle might bring along a high-rise, or we can move forward. And for the reasons that Councilmember Kansen and Mayor articulated, I won't be supporting the substitute motion.
All right, we have it's a motion to amend the main motion. So we're going to first vote on the motion to amend, which Councilmember Chu has modified to have one category. On the motion to amend, all in favor? Opposed? I count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 opposed. So in favor was Chu and Campos. Anybody else in favor? Councilmember Rocha didn't. So you were a no? Okay, so 2 in favor, 9 opposed. Motion to amend fails. So now back to the main motion made earlier by Councilmember Liccardo. Any further discussion on that? I hope not, but there's always a chance. On that motion, all in favor? Opposed? I count 1 opposed. Councilmember KALRA opposed on that motion. That motion carries. So that concludes the high-rise incentive matter, and the staff's got the ordinance first reading, so it'll be back for a second reading when? In 2 weeks. All right. I need to take item 8.1 out of order. We've got a law enforcement grant, some law enforcement people that we need to get back to doing some other things. And 8.1, let me be more specific about it. It is the 2012-14 Supplemental Law Enforcement Services Grant Spending Plan.
Motion to approve.
Motion to approve. I have no request from the public to speak on this. Was there anybody who was waiting to put in a card on this? No, we have no request to speak on that motion. All in favor? Opposed? None opposed. That's approved. We have item 4.8 then would be next in order. That's an extension of contracts with Community Development Block Grant, Emergency Solutions Grant, and Housing Opportunity Fund for persons with AIDS. That's item 4.8. I have one request to speak, Russ Signorino. We have a motion to approve. Ross, you want to speak? Come on down. Ross, you used to sit in the front row. Now you sit in the back row, so come on. Come on.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. Sorry to keep you waiting, but you know the circumstances why I sit back there. But nonetheless, I want to speak on this this AIDS thing. I think it's very good that it's on the agenda like this, because it's a good reminder that we must not forget that there are people, a lot of people, with AIDS, and we have to do all we can to help them. It's not only confined to one group of a community, it's all over now, all over the country and all over the world as well. And I must give credit to President Bush, the last President Bush, who in Africa and different parts of Asia has delivered a lot of aid to those countries to help them fight AIDS so it doesn't spread anymore. And we must be reminded at all times about the AIDS that's in our community, like Franklin Delano Roosevelt did when he was president, and he had polio. When I was a kid, that was a dreaded disease. And Franklin Roosevelt, who had polio, reminded us continuously with that one little thing. It was called the March of Dimes. So we wouldn't be misplacing that type of commitment to AIDS if we were to pursue that line. President Roosevelt had AIDS, and he took it. He stood up by himself. He never showed that he couldn't walk. That was a disgrace at the time. Now we're more open to people with physical disabilities, like myself trying to come down these stairs. So thank you very much. I hope we keep it in mind about AIDS, and certainly, again, I remind you that it's not just confined to one little segment of our community. It's with everybody. Thank you.
That concludes the public testimony. We have a motion to approve a group of actions on those topics. On that motion, all in favor? Opposed? None opposed. Motion is approved. That takes us to the item 7.1, which we said we would not take up before 3 o'clock. That's a little after 3, so we can move ahead with that. That is the proposed phase-out of expanded polystyrene foam foodware report. We'll take a minute for the staff to get in place.
Good afternoon, Carrie Romano, Environmental Services Director. Nice timing. Thank you. I'm joined by Nat Fukuda, Deputy Director, Joe Zintek, Deputy Director, and Elaine Marshall, Environmental Services Program Manager. At last December's Transportation and Environment Committee meeting, staff presented an update on the results of the first year of the city's successful Bring Your Own Bag ordinance and the results of additional analysis on reducing expanded polystyrene foam foodware litter. We're happy to report that in a little over a year into implementation of the Bring Your Own Bag ordinance, that we're seeing indicators in our creeks and our streets that the ordinance is having the intended effect. There's been an 89% reduction in storm drain system and 60% reduction in litter in creeks and our rivers, or plastic bag related litter. More shoppers are bringing their own reusable bags when shopping, and we've observed an increase in 4% to approximately 60% of people bringing their own bags. At the T&E committee meeting in December, we were referred to return to council in February with a draft phase-out of EPS ordinance, and as such, we're here today to present the results of recent analysis regarding reducing EPS foam foodware litter and our recommended approach for phasing out such litter. As a result of recent technical studies and from what we've heard from the extensive outreach efforts to business community, staff is recommending an ordinance approach that is very unique, fits San Jose in that it balances both the environment and the business needs. Unlike any other ordinance, staff is proposing a phase-out of the use of EPS at San Jose restaurants, starting with the national chain restaurants starting in January 2014. The implementation date would allow restaurant community time to use up inventory, evaluate suppliers, and research best pricing. An economic study issued by the city indicated that these restaurants would be better positioned to adapt to the change than their smaller counterparts. Additionally, these larger chain restaurants may have already adapted to the switch because they have locations in other areas that have already banned EPS. And because of this, these chains would likely already have an established corporate supplier that provides such alternatives. This phased approach would delay implementation for smaller restaurants an additional year to 2015. This would give these smaller businesses more time to adjust their operations to make the change, and this delayed phase-out would also allow additional time for regional EPS bans to continue to drive market costs down for alternate products. Another proposed approach is to not specify an alternate replacement product. Many other ordinances specify compostables as the alternative. Although we agree that compostables are the preferable product in the long term, we do not believe that is required in San Jose right now. The standards for compostable products are still developing, and consequently, they do not get composted in our current system. Not specifying an alternative allows restaurants more flexibility in choosing alternative products that work best for them, which includes rigid plasticware, which are cheaper than compostables, only about 1 to 3 cents more than EPS, and are readily recyclable in our system. And lastly, not to ignore the increased costs, we proposed to allow for financial and product substitution exemptions. Like single-use plastic bags, EPS foam foodware is uniquely common and problematic type of litter. It is different than all other forms of litter. It floats and is therefore highly visible and increasing blight. It readily breaks down into small pieces, which makes it difficult to clean up once it's in the environment. It does not degrade, and marine life can mistake it for food, particularly as the small pieces float on top of the water. It's important to emphasize that the properties of littered material are not the same. In other words, all litter is not created equal. Paper material disintegrates and degrades over time when it reaches the water environment, while plastic or polystyrene remains durable. So why ban bags and EPS? What about candy wrappers and chip bags, you might ask? Well, there certainly are many other types of litter that make up trash loads that we observe, including snack food packaging. However, there are a few reasons why two types of litter have been singled out. For one, the physical properties already mentioned differentiate it from other constituents in trash. And secondly, the use of bags and EPS can be managed at the local level. And lastly, there are viable, price-competitive alternatives to bags and EPS foam foodware. EPS foodware is prevalent in the city's storm drain system, which includes more than 1,500 outfalls. Studies completed by Bay Area Stormwater Management Associations, which noted almost an 8% of the trash as EPS in their studies. A study by Save Our Shores observed over 12% in beach litter, and a Caltrans study found 15% of EPS in the stormwater system. Most recently, staff cleaned out a newly installed trash capture device after 6 months of operation, mostly in the dry season, and data showed that approximately 10% of the trash in that unit was EPS. Other materials that comprise the trash found in the capture device include approximately 2% plastic bags, 5% recycled beverage containers, 1% paper, 3% metal, 7% miscellaneous, and 70% defined as other plastics that include beverage container lids, straws, chip bags, snack wrappers, etc. But remember that these are the materials that were collected in the capture devices. Litter finds its way into our waterways by being windblown and otherwise dumped into the creeks. So it's not completely encompassing all the trash that we find. As directed by Council in January 2015, staff conducted additional analysis on the cost for alternative products. These studies were unprecedented, meaning no other jurisdiction with a ban conducted such extensive studies. So our key findings include many alternatives are within 1 to 3 cents of the EPS product, indicating that costs for alternatives appear to be trending downward, although clamshells are the exception and they continue to be more costly. Restaurants may not need to replace like-for-like packaging. In other words, they can use a different solution. So instead of a clamshell, they could use a paper plate with tin foil, which is actually half the cost of an EPS clamshell. During this analysis, staff also looked at how a customer might dispose of the packaging and found that most EPS alternatives would be readily recyclable or compostable within San Jose's solid waste system, whereas EPS is landfilled. We also completed an economic impact analysis that concluded that a transition period of up to 12 months is a common feature of bans in other jurisdictions to allow folks to use down their inventory and find suitable alternatives. In mid-January, staff visited approximately 500 local restaurants throughout San Jose and were able to speak with and survey owners of managers at 188 of those restaurants. We completed these site visits with speakers of English, Vietnamese, and Spanish to ensure that the restaurant owners were able to fully engage in the conversation. The key questions and findings included 77% use EPS foam. The reasons for selecting a type of container, 40% cited that it was the least cost. When asked if switching to non-EPS would have a financial impact on your business, 44% said yes, 16% said no. If yes to a financial impact, we asked what the degree of impact would be. 23% characterized it as slight, 27% would pass it on to their customers, 6% thought it might cause them to consider reducing staff, and 6% said it might cause them to go out of business. When asked what actions the city could take to support a transition to non-EPS containers, the predominant answer was to provide more information on acceptable alternatives, to offer financial assistance, to lower prices of alternative projects, to provide education, and to allow time to transition. We also met with various restaurant and business associations to solicit their specific feedback on what should be included or excluded in a phase-out ordinance. We met with the Hispanic Chamber of Commerce, the San Jose Silicon Valley Chamber of Commerce, Story Road Business Association, Downtown Business Association, Japantown Business Association, and the California Restaurant Association. In general, the feedback from the meetings with the restaurant managers and the industry groups is there's a broad recognition that EPS litter does have a significant impact on the environment, and that any effort to regulate EPS at businesses should be sensitive to the vulnerability of small, independently owned businesses. If Council adopts the recommended ordinance approach, we would continue our outreach and education efforts, and some strategies that we would embrace include vendor fairs, business association outreach, and mailers, all focused on ensuring business owners understand the options and that we are available as a resource to help them select replacement products. To date, almost 60 California cities have banned EPS foamware at food restaurants, including San Francisco, Oakland, and Fremont. This past January, Sunnyvale joined Palo Alto and unincorporated Santa Clara in enacting a ban, and at least 4 other South Bay cities are actively considering actions and will likely move forward with ordinances in the next 6 months. As you can see from the map, there's a local momentum for regional action, and San Jose will be instrumental in continuing this momentum. Regional action will help maximize the effectiveness and benefit for all of our local creeks and waterways. We have engaged the county to initiate a countywide environmental review process if this is recommended to go forward, and there's great interest to do a countywide review. Staff from other cities have indicated that a countywide CEQA process would significantly help facilitate adoption of similar ordinances in other cities, which would create an even playing field for our restaurants. Additionally, the county has also expressed an interest in establishing a co-op, such as Greentown Los Altos, to provide some bulk purchasing for EPS. And with that, we're here to answer any of your questions.
Thank you, staff. I just want to let everybody know that we'll eventually get around to some public testimony here pretty soon. I'm sure there's going to be a lengthy council discussion and questions on this. And we have an evening meeting agenda as well, so I'm going to limit everybody to 1 minute so you can start thinking about how to be short, sweet, and to the point. But first, we're going to have some council discussion anyway, and to see where we take this item. Councilmember LICCARDO.
Thank you, Mayor. I just had one set of questions for Carrie, and I don't think I raised this to your attention in advance of the hearing, so forgive me for pointing this out now, but I was troubled by, I saw in several media accounts descriptions of price differentials between EPS and compostable or recyclable alternatives, and this price differential seemed much larger than the numbers I saw cited in the Cascadia market survey. And I think I figured out what part of the problem is, which is that the numbers cited in the Cascadia market survey, upon which the economic impact analysis supposedly relies, and that's on page 9, economic impact analysis, they actually get the numbers wrong. And I don't know, are they relying on the same Cascadia study, market study, or are they relying on an old study, or do you have any idea why there's a difference between the numbers we see on page 9 of the economic impact report and compared to the numbers cited from pages 6 through 8 on the Cascadia comparison when we actually did a market analysis?
Nat Fukuda, Deputy Director of Environmental Services. Councilmember LICCARDO, which numbers specifically are you looking at? 'Cause first of all, they did reference the Cascadia report.
They did.
And they used the conservative numbers, so they used the highest numbers to be, so their evaluation became very conservative in their estimates on the impact.
Okay, that would explain the differential then, because I think we'd all expect that if businesses are well informed and they're seeking the lowest cost, we'd like to believe they'll find the lowest cost alternative. In many cases, that's actually cheaper than the EPS, the polystyrene option.
That's correct. You did read correctly. In some instances, the alternative is cheaper. Not
Right.
across the board. I mean, clamshells obviously do continue to be a much more costly.
So, with regard to clamshells, I think Kerry mentioned that some restaurants in other cities, what they found is by using reinforced paper with foil, they can actually cut the cost in half of the polystyrene option. Is that right?
There are many options, many ways that you can package a product. I think most of us have been to Lee's Sandwiches at some point in our tenure here at City Hall, and recall they used to provide sandwiches in a styrofoam clamshell and EPS clamshell, and got my lunch today, and it was wrapped up in paper with a rubber band on it. There's lots of options. You certainly can't do that for a burrito or other wet products, but we want to be a resource to help, particularly those smaller businesses, know the options that are out there and to make those choices. And when we talked about future vendor fairs, that would be where we would be making those introductions and helping to find solutions. And where there's not a solution, we would propose an exemption.
I appreciate that. I just want to direct the attention. I know a lot of folks in this room are concerned about the costs that might be imposed on small businesses. I think we all are. And I want to direct everyone's attention to pages 6 through 8 of that Cascadia study, where we had an independent analyst look at all the market alternatives. And I think what you'll see consistently, if you look at the lowest cost differential, because we expect that businesses will find the alternative that is least expensive, that satisfies their needs. I think consistently when you're talking about cups of all sizes, plates, bowls, consistently the cost differential is 3 cents or less per item. And in many cases, or in several cases, the alternative is actually cheaper than the polystyrene. And of course, that is in every case except for clamshells. In some cases, we have clamshells that have a greater differential, but as you pointed out, there are still non-clamshell alternatives. And the point of all this, I think, is I think staff has very creatively come up with an option that gives small businesses a lot of lead time, almost 2 years before any small business has to adopt this and actually implement it. And staff has given businesses the option of not just using compostables, but recyclables as well, which are significantly less expensive. So I think we've heard the concerns of small businesses loud and clear. An extensive amount of outreach was undertaken, and what is being offered here is a very sensitive path. By that I mean one that's very sensitive to the financial concerns of small restaurants in order to get us to a recyclable and compostable future that I think is critical, and frankly one that we've all signed on to when we decided to embrace the zero waste goals back in 2007. So with that, I'd like to make a motion to move the memorandum of my colleague, Councilmember Rocha, which I think appropriately adopts the good thinking of several of my colleagues. And thank everyone for their very active participation on this issue.
Right, we have a motion on the floor based on Councilmember Rocha's memorandum. He has the second on the motion. Do you want to speak to it, Councilmember Rocha?
No, I want to thank staff for their work. I mean, the 2 years that I've been on the council, I've seen this at T&E a number of times, and we've been working, well, you've been working with us on moving this issue in a particular direction. I think staff work on this has been fantastic. And as Councilmember LICCARDO pointed out, the memorandum that I submitted really just plagiarizes a lot of the great work of the council members and staff work. None of it I'm going to take full credit for, so thank you, Councilmember LICCARDO.
Councilmember Oliverio.
Thank you, Mayor. I have no doubt that the council could talk at length of this item right now, but considering we scheduled this at rules to sit between the lunch hour and the dinner hour, may I recommend that we take testimony now and then the council can continue after.
I'm okay with that. Let's do that. We have a lot of people who want to speak. Maybe not everybody in the room, but 99% of the people in the room. So again, we'll limit the testimony to 1 minute so that we still have some time to discuss this and can finish our evening agenda as well. So please come on down to the front when I call your name. There's seats in the front row, just like church. You come on down and be ready to go when it's your turn. Aaron Resendez, Susan Marsland, Allison Chan. And if you haven't put in a card, please do so I don't miss your opportunity to speak. We'll start with Aaron Resendez.
Thank you, Mayor, City Council, and staff. I'm here representing Astoria Business Association. Many of the restaurants and taquerias couldn't be here. You know, we got the minimum wage starting next month, And I've been working also with the environmental services here from the city of San Jose, and we'd like to continue working to make this solution, but stop banning everything from the city of San Jose. Those cities that already adopted this, they don't have the minimum wage that we have, and they're different from San Jose. So just stop banning everything that you can. You know, it's kind of crashing in small businesses. So those are the ones that I represent. And thank you, and I know you'll do a wise decision today. Thank you.
Susan Marsland, Allison Chen, Kevin Orme.
Good afternoon, Mayor and City Council members. I'm Susan Marsland from District 1, and I'm here to ask you to please support and direct staff to schedule a public hearing this summer to adopt the phase-out of the EPS foamware. I was here when the majority of you adopted the Green Vision Plan, and I support it. I believe that San Jose would be able to continue to lead by example, and it also would help us with goal number 5 to continue to divert 100% of waste from the landfill and meet the zero waste goal by 2012. So thank you for letting us have the ability to exercise our right for civic discussion for the future of San Jose. Thank you.
Allison Chan, Kevin Orme, Tommy Kim.
Too bad I had some really great visuals for you, but I'll pass them along later. Thanks for your time. My name is Allison Chan. I'm here on behalf of Save the Bay. I've spoken to many of your offices in the last few days, which I've appreciated the opportunity to do that. And many of you asked me, why are we so focused on styrofoam when there's a lot of other litter and a lot of other plastic litter out there? Isn't all litter bad? Absolutely, Save the Bay is concerned about all of the litter impacting our waterways, but EPS is one of the worst among a list of bad actors. It floats, it breaks up, it's hard to collect. I participated in a Clean Creeks Healthy Communities cleanup on February 9th, and I probably sent as much styrofoam downstream as I collected, because every time I tried to pick something up out of the creek, it broke into 15 pieces that started floating downstream. So that was unfortunate. So addressing this particular material is very important. It will result in less plastic overall in our landfills and in our waterways. But the desired litter reduction will only happen if the ban applies to all food vendors like it does in all the other 30 polystyrene bans in the Bay Area. So I appreciate your consideration on that level today. Thank you.
Kevin Orme, Tommy Kim, Tae Huang.
Mr. Mayor and council members, my name is Kevin Orme. Thanks for this opportunity. I represent Matrix Manufacturing. We manufacture recycling equipment specifically for expanded polystyrene foam. Foam recycling has made great strides over the last few years, and due to the development of new equipment like the kind that we make, it's now economically viable for people to recycle styrofoam. Over the last 5 years, I have installed many units here in California. One of the areas where we've had success is in the places that recover recyclables from the city curbside recycling programs. So you know these as MRFs, or material recovery facilities. They like our equipment because it requires minimal amount of space. Generally, it reduces labor. It produces densified logs that are highly marketable.
Sorry, your time is up.
I flew in from Utah. Can I have an extra minute?
Sorry, your time is up.
Thank you for your time.
Tommy Kim, Tae Huang, Paul Cingarella.
Good afternoon, Mayor and council members. My name is Tommy Kim. I represent Apex Recycling. We buy styrofoam from everywhere, especially from material recovery facilities and other businesses alike. My company is based in Southern California, but I buy styrofoam from all over the United States. I have heard that San Jose said there is no market for food service foam, but that's not true. I buy it all the time. Food cups, takeout trays, coolers, foams, and packaging. It all has values. The markets for styrofoam are so strong that I often get outbid. and I mean, they pay more than what I could pay for. So if the city starts recycling styrofoam, I'll be interested in buying it. Thank you for your time.
Tae Huang, Paul Singarella, Anya Harkness.
Honorable Mayor and Council members, my name is Tae Huang, and I represent a company called NEPCO. We are located in Chino, California. We are a styrofoam recycling company. We currently have 40 employees working at our facility, and we oppose this ban. NEPCO cannot exist without foam recycling. 80% of the material used to make our picture frame comes from the post-consumer food service containers and protected package foam. We buy foam from city curbside programs in Los Angeles and other area and need more foam to grow. If you recycle your foam, it would be good for the environment and business. Thank you for your time.
Paul Singarella, Anya Harkness, Gian Husenberg.
Paul Singarella here on behalf of Dart Container. We're here today to oppose the staff recommendation, and we support the approach in the memo submitted by Councilmen Constant and Campos. Please do not move forward thinking that the water quality regulators are going to give the city compliance credit for a ban. The lead water quality regulator recently said, quote, "This credit system has not had the stamp of approval," close quote, meaning from the Regional Water Quality Control Board. She also said, quote, "And we are not relying on this credit system or anything remotely similar," close quote, meaning the regional board is not relying on the currently proposed credit system. A professor from UC Berkeley, whose report is in the record, concluded that, quote, "Banning polystyrene foam is likely to have negative environmental effects, including increasing energy use and water consumption, and would do nothing to reduce trash or litter overall," close quote. That's not a legal argument.
Sorry,
that's
your
straight
time
from
is
the
up.
professor. Sorry?
Your time is up.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Anya Harkness, Gian Husenberg, Karina Pham.
Hello, I'm Anya Harkness. I am an 8th grader at University Preparatory Academy, and I live in Council District 6. I'm the president of our school's green team, and I support the ban on polystyrene. By banning the use of styrofoam, our oceans, rivers, and creeks would be much cleaner. Styrofoam never decomposes, and we are unwilling to recycle it. Therefore, we must ban it. With styrofoam gone, aquatic animals would not be at much of a risk of choking and dying as they were before. We need to kill polystyrene and not the animals. There are greener alternatives to styrofoam, such as paper or cardboard, which are compostable. As we have seen from the ban on plastic bags at grocery stores, people have changed their behavior and have used reusable bags. What the bag ban shows us is that people can adapt to greener products without hurting businesses or people. Banning polystyrene will improve the living conditions of aquatic animals and help people make the greener choice. Thank you, Mayor and City Council, for making San Jose cleaner.
Gian Husenberg, Karina Pham, Sakshi Hegde.
Hello, Mayor and Council. My name is Glenn Holsenberg with California Waste Solutions. We run the MRF here in San Jose. We support the ban on polystyrene due to the contamination levels with it and the extended costs with the processing of it, as well as the reduced waste diversion, increase in waste disposal is effective, and just the overall operating cost. The other factor that falls into play with polystyrene is the food contamination leads to vector control issues with birds and varmint. So we support the ban on polystyrene. Thank you very much.
Karina Pham, Sakshi Hegde, Isabella Clark.
Hi, my name is Karina Pham, and I am from the UVA Green Team, and I'm going to talk about dangerous styrofoam. Styrofoam, when mixed with certain substances like acetone, dissolves and becomes napalm. Napalm is an extremely flammable substance, and the gas released from it causes numerous health problems, including cancer. Though it may seem unlikely that dangerous chemicals such as acetone could ever be in contact with styrofoam, the usage of acetone in our daily lives combined with the excess usage of styrofoam increases those chances. Thank you for listening today.
Sakshi Hegde, Isabella Clark, Alex Ontiveros.
Hello everyone, my name is Saksha Hegde and I'm an 8th grader at University Preparatory Academy in San Jose and I'm part of the UPA Green Team. When people burn styrofoam, it has many drastic effects on the environment. The gas produced by burning styrofoam affects the nervous system, the respiratory system, and the integumentary system. It is especially harmful for the young and the elderly, and it causes them to have lifelong lung problems. In severe cases, the gas produced can also cause death. When you microwave food in styrofoam containers, your food absorbs the harmful toxins and emitted by styrofoam. It is imperative that we take several steps by banning styrofoam to prevent these things from happening. Several cities such as Fremont and Hayward and San Francisco have already banned styrofoam, and it's time San Jose takes the action to do so. I sincerely hope that the city of San Jose also takes this important step of banning styrofoam to help the environment. Also, I would like to thank the mayor of San Jose and the city council for giving me this opportunity. Thank you.
Isabella Clark, Alex Ontiveros, Chandler Hadraba.
Hi, my name is Isabella Clark, and I'm an 8th grader at University Preparatory Academy. I'm part of the Green Team at our school, and we support the ban on polystyrene. A lot of people don't think that styrofoam affects us or the amount of waste in landfills, but it does. Landfills are growing every year, and styrofoam is one of the waste products in the landfills that does not decompose. If we don't start now trying to diminish waste in landfills, we'll soon be walking on trash in our streets and neighborhoods. And we are the youth of tomorrow, and we have a say on our future, and this is my say on what I want for my future. Thank you, Mayor and City Council, for changing my future.
Alex Ontiveros, Chandler Hadraba, Douglas Nguyen.
Good afternoon, City Council. My name is Alex Ontiveros, and I'm the project manager for San Jose Clean Community Coalition. Okay, we're going to try to do this together, but I guess not. At your request, the San Jose Clean Community Coalition was formed and founded back in February of 2012. What we have done and participated since then has been in 15 cleanups. Within these 15 cleanups, what we've been able to collect in terms of litter and trash in the various hotspots in San Jose has been over 45,000 pounds of litter. What that means in tonnage is over 22 tons, okay? We have been recognized for our efforts by the City of San Jose, specifically by the Litter Shed program, and we received the 2012 Litter Shed Program Award. I have personally rolled up my sleeves and led teams that have cleaned up or have participated in these cleanups.
I'm sorry,
and I have yet to see.
Up.
Okay, I have yet to see any of the evidence that have been depicted in these photos.
Time is up. Chandler Hadraba, Douglas Nguyen, Dante Nguyen.
Good afternoon, council members. Chandler Hadraba, Santa Monica resident. I participated in one of the cleanups that Alex organized. It occurred on St. Patrick's Day of last year. Of the items we picked up, foam was minimal at best. I'd say we saw more paper, cartons, flyers, broken glass, a lot of food wrappers, shoes, clothing, and even a mattress. Actually, I think we found more shoes than foam. So I would like, based upon my observations of what I saw during that day, I think this issue is way overblown, and I urge you to vote against this proposal. Thank you.
Douglas Nguyen, Dante Nguyen, Andres Valencia.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Vice Mayor, Council Member. My name is Douglas, and owner of the Gilak restaurant in San Jose. I think I oppose of the ban on the foam because right now we need to share the employee, and we need to have for the board of equalization for the task. Thank you very much.
Dante Nguyen, Andres Valencia, Gied Nguyen.
Hi, my name is Dante Nguyen, and my family owns 2 restaurants, and majority of our carry-out is we use foam, and we're a soup-based business, and we feel that our the foam that we use contain the heat in really well so that our customers don't burn their fingers. We've tried other options in regards to like keeping the soup not so hot for them and it's safe for them. I think I'm against banning the foam options. So sorry.
Andres Valencia, Guiad Nguyen, Marcelino Betrera.
Hello, my name is Andres Valencia. I'm a restaurant owner here in San Jose. I employ about 27 employees. I oppose the ban on foam. Most of our shell foam containers basically go to people's homes and obviously take out products. And unlike the plastic bag that everyone keeps on referencing, are we going to require people to bring their own Tupperware into restaurants to be able to take products home? I think that's kind of an unrealistic expectation. And I think, like these gentlemen said before, implementing better recycling programs for the city of San Jose, I think will get to the root problem of the problem, which is litter in general. Eliminating one thing, such as foam containers, I don't think this solves the problem. And also with postal annexes and postal offices, all the foam popcorn chips that they use to package products, are we going to put a ban on that as well? I guess that being said, I oppose the ban on foam, and obviously we already have to absorb the cost of a $2 increase, which is a 25% increase on payroll. So another cost doesn't help small business. Thank you.
Guiad Nguyen, Marcelino Beterin, Ben Vo, Not Vo, Arnold An Nguyen.
May I speak in Spanish? Yeah.
Sí.
Mi nombre es Marcelino Veterán y yo tenemos un negocito pequeño, somos solo 5 empleados y estoy en contra de prohibir el uso del foam porque es la única manera que los clientes pueden llevar su caldo o sopa calientita o café. Por favor, busquemos otro camino, pero no lo prohíban. Gracias.
Councilor Campos would like to translate.
So the gentleman just said that he owns a small business, has maybe 4 or 5 employees. He gave the example of soup, needing polystyrene as the better product to have soup, for off-site use. And he would like to see other avenues besides eliminating the product.
Guiad Nguyen, Ben Vo, Nat Vo, Arnold An Nguyen. Phuc Yam.
Hello, my name is Nat Vo. I represent Angnam Restaurant. We own 3 restaurants in San Jose. I am opposed of the EPA ban. I am for the recycling options and, or the alternatives that we can have, for the styrofoam. Thank you.
Ben Vo, Arnold An Nguyen, Phuc Yam, Jade Vo.
Mayor, Councilman, my name is Arno. I own the Santa Teresa Barbecue and Grill up in South San Jose. I run a barbecue restaurant. We try to oppose the ban. We try to figure out a way that we can do to, put the food together. So I try to ban for a styrofoam situation, unless we try to cut costs and stuff like that. Thank you.
Jade Vo, Annie Ton, Jimmy Orozco.
Hi, my name is Jade Vo, and I'm here to oppose the ban on foam use of food containers. I run a small business here in San Jose, and my business rely on foam cups. And with the foam cups, they help keep the temperatures of coldness and warmness for our drinks. Now, banning it, that just make no sense because the alternative use of other cups are paper that does not hold my drinks very well, and it leaks straight through. So the foam container is recyclable, so I am with the recycling program for container use, foam container use. Okay, thanks.
Annie Tan, Jimmy Orozco, Paul Orozco.
Hi, good evening, Council. Thank you very much for giving us the opportunity today to speak up, even though it's only 30 seconds. My name is Annie, and I'm the business owner of two small business restaurants. I'm here to oppose the ban of using the styrofoam as a food service product. With the economic right now, and with the increase of the rent, and with all the minimum wage that just increased right now for the employees, so all I'm asking is to consider how to recycle the foam instead of banning that, and it's greatly appreciated. Thank you very much.
Jimmy Orozco, Paul Orozco, Irene Yee.
My name's Jimmy from Iguanas, and we have about 36 employees. I'm opposed to the ban on styrofoam. It's not just the cost of the product. Alternative products don't perform as well as styrofoam. And honestly, not only that, it's not just restaurants that are using this stuff. Everything is packaged in styrofoam. If you buy a nice 50-inch TV, that's all being thrown away too. So, I mean, it's not just all on us. But yeah, I oppose it, and I think we should just recycle this stuff. And that's pretty much it. Thank you.
Paul Orozco, Irene Yee, Steve Chu.
Good afternoon, Honorable Mayor and council members and staff. My name is Paul Orozco. I own Paulie's Famous Franks and Fries. It's a new business here in San Jose. Have 2 restaurants, 20 employees, and along with Iguanas, we employ a total of about 60 employees in the city of San Jose. I oppose the ban on styrofoam. Not only is it cost prohibitive, but coupled with the minimum wage increase and also the 40% increase in garbage costs that we're about to undertake, it's going to cause undue hardship on our businesses, especially small business in downtown San Jose. I love the city. I oppose this ban. Thank you.
Irene Yee, Steve Chu, Richard Gertman.
Hi, I'm actually not Irene Yee. I came a little late, so my sister registered for me. My business consists of serving Chinese food, and hot food is the most important for us. So we do rely on the styrofoams. Regarding the cost, as a business owner, we're constantly looking for cutting costs. We have not yet found what we can use and substitute for the styrofoam without increasing our cost between 2 to 3 times, just based on the material cost itself. So, well, my business, do oppose the ban of that because we do rely on it. Regarding to the minimum wage increase, and if we need to increase, for the substitute, I mean, it will just really hurt us substantially overall. Thank you.
Steve Chu, Richard Gertman, Gil Chesa.
Good afternoon, council members. My name is Steve Chu. We've owned 2 businesses, 2 restaurants, Chinese restaurant for the past 37 years in the South, serving for the South Bay. We employ about 32 part-time and full-time employees. The question I have for everybody here is, how many of the members or people in here own a business or a restaurant? And as you know, every little savings is going to help, especially in the food industry where labor is intensive and we operate on a very small margin. Over the 30 years, we've seen a lot of small businesses come and go due to business mandates, non-smoking laws, health certification regulations, real estate taxes, all the different things, and then, of course, the upcoming minimum wage increase. All of this is going to affect the businesses and consumers' bottom line. And we all know, cost of living in the Silicon Valley is not that cheap. So there were times when small businesses were encouraged to thrive.
Sorry, your time is up.
Okay, so can I add just one thing at the end of the night?
Your time is up. Richard Gertman is our next speaker. Gil Chesa, Bruce Wolf.
Good afternoon, council members. I'm here today wearing 2 hats. The first is that I was the manager for a waste composition study where we took for the Bay Area stormwater folks, we took the trash out of the storm drains and looked at it, did composition analysis of it. And I want to make clear that overwhelmingly the amount of foam material that we got was food service foam, not packaging foam. So unlike our monster back here wearing packaging foam, the stuff in the storm drains is food service. The other hat that I'm wearing today is the Californians Against Waste. I'm on the board of directors, and there are a lot of programs that collect foam, but it is not recycled. When it's food, soiled, dirty foam, it can't be recycled without being cleaned first, and that doesn't happen in California. So we're, if it's going to be recycled, it has to be other than styrofoam. Thank you.
Gil Chezo, Bruce Wolf, Samantha Meyer.
Mr. Mayor, members of council, my name is Gil Chezo, and I'm here representing Republic Services, and we are the commercial franchise hauler in San Jose, not the residential franchise hauler. We can and do recycle expanded polystyrene foam packaging, and we're kind of proud to partner and do that. But it's very difficult, and as far as foodware, it's a little bit more difficult and not as commercially viable. Thank you.
Bruce Wolf, Samantha Meyer, Miriam Gordon.
Hi, I'm Bruce Wolf, Executive Officer of the Regional Water Quality Control Board. The Water Board's 2009 requirements on the city and 75 other local entities require the city to reduce trash by 40% in 2014, 70% in 2017, and 100% by 2022. Water Board members were clear that they wanted to provide each city the flexibility to implement actions specific to its city and not say that there was a one-size-fits-all. But at the same time, the cities had to demonstrate that they're achieving those trash reduction requirements. The optimum way to do that would be to do full trash capture on each storm drain, but we recognize that's not necessarily feasible. So each city needs to undertake multiple actions to try to achieve that 100% trash reduction requirement by 2022. So what you're considering today is a phased approach that could have a significant role in achieving that 100% reduction by 2022, and at the same time engages the public in the trash reduction effort rather than focusing it on city services doing that trash reduction. Be happy to answer any questions. I'll stick around later. Thank you.
Samantha Meyer, Miriam Gordon, Paul Lau.
Samantha Meyer is not going to speak. I will speak on her behalf. This is Miriam Gordon. I'm Miriam Gordon with Clean Water Action. Honorable Mayor Reed and City Council members, on behalf of Clean Water Action and our 2,000 members in San Jose, we support moving forward on a ban on foam foodware. The environmental impacts are well documented. So we think that you can address the economic concerns of small businesses by providing, as most of the local ordinances do, a waiver opportunity for economic hardship. However, we don't think that there really is a cost issue or an economic issue here. Our analysis is that there's a 1 cent difference on average between the cheapest foam products and the cheapest non-foam products. As to the ability to serve products that are hot and cold, there are thousands of restaurants across California in the 71 jurisdictions that have banned foam foodware that are serving meals hot and cold,
Sorry, your
like
time
Jamba
is up.
Juice, McDonald's, Starbucks. Thank you.
Paul Lau, Patricia Valdivia, Laura Casa.
Good evening, Chuck, Mr. Reed. I'm a small business owner, family of one in San Jose, and we use styrofoam boxes and cups because it's the most cost-effective option.
I'm sorry, sir. Let me just have you pull that up. Just there you go. Just up. Yeah, that's fine.
Okay. It's the most cost-effective option because the other options, like paper cups, have a higher environmental resource cost to it. And also, foam boxes are the best insulator of food. As soon as food is put into a foam box or any box, it starts deteriorating and risk of E. coli may arise. And before you go through with this measure, Please think about the unintended economic, environmental, and public health consequences.
Patricia Valdivia, Laura Casa, Marina Mays.
Good afternoon. My name is Phúc Nhắm. I represent for Manly Donut. Yes, I again for the use the styrofoam cup. Just yeah, thank you.
Patricia Valdivia, Laura Casa, Marina Mays.
Laura Casa, Executive Director of Save Our Shores. Picture says 1,000 words, and since I only have 60 seconds, could I please hand this photograph out to the City Council members? I had attended the TNE meeting in December, and I was really shocked when someone stood up and said they had gone and done some cleanups in the creeks, and they had not seen any styrofoam. I was determined to find out if that was true. So I took my staff along with your staff and Save the Bay, and we actually collected information on how much styrofoam we collected. 216 pieces in just 2 hours. That's what the styrofoam monster represents. More importantly, what was disturbing is this photograph, which shows a pair of mallard ducks trying to swim down the creek, and then they had to get out and walk across a trash raft made of, as you'll see, styrofoam. I think those ducks would want me to say today, please pass this ban on styrofoam. Thank you.
Patricia Valdivia, Marina Mays, Matthew Spiegel, Rachel Kipper.
Hi, thank you. My name is Marina Mays. I'm here with Save Our Shores in support of the act to ban styrofoam. I hear a lot of talk about it being an economic issue, and San Jose residents are now paying the cost of the litter and pollution from these foam products. Cleaning up our waterways isn't cheap, and a few more cents for a hot dog or a cup of coffee, if this cost is passed on, it'll be worth it in the long run. Also a good comparison is when you're looking at these foam products, how long they're being used, and also comparing that to how long we're spending picking up these small styrofoam spheres in the environment. It's a lot, we spend a lot more time in the environment cleaning it up than we actually do using these products, and there are a lot better alternatives. Thank you.
Matthew Spiegel, Rachel Kipper, Sophia Bronstein.
My name is Matthew Spiegel. I'm a resident of the city of Salinas. I'm an attorney, an ocean advocate, and I also blog on the Huffington Post about environmental issues. In August 2011, I worked with Save Our Shores to help pass a styrofoam ban in the city of Salinas. In the days leading up to the vote in Salinas, the California Restaurant Association and Dart Container Corporation desperately tried to lobby my city council to drop the ban, but they weren't successful. The Old Town Salinas Association was the first business group to survey its members and publicly announce its support for the ban. On the morning of the vote, the Salinas Valley Chamber of Commerce enthusiastically endorsed the Salinas foam ban. At the council meeting, not a single restaurant owner spoke against the ordinance. In fact, dozens of local restaurants sent letters and signed petitions supporting the foam ban. Restaurants in San Jose should not be any different. To quote Jean-Michel Cousteau, to successfully and unconditionally prevent the degradation of our environment, we as a people, as a society, must change our ways. Specifically, we must recognize the harm caused by discarding styrofoam and stop it. If styrofoam is banned, if styrofoam is not available to litter and end up in our landfills, we are all better off.
Sorry,
in our efforts to preserve and protect our planet, let's use all realistic, obvious capabilities.
Your time is up. Your time is up. Got a lot of people still want to speak. I want to get them all in. Rachel Kipper, Sophia Bronstein, Carolyn Rudolph.
Good afternoon. Thank you so much for your time. My name is Rachel Kippen. I'm the program coordinator with Save Our Shores. Let me first start off by saying I know that I look ridiculous. That is the point that I'm trying to make. This material is ridiculous. I represent 216 pieces of styrofoam that we cleaned up from Coyote Creek. So that presence, the presence of styrofoam in our creeks here in San Jose, our connected watersheds, in our oceans is certainly not minimal. To make sure that you rid me from our environment and from our future generations' nightmare, please move forward with this ban. Thanks so much again for your time.
Sophia Bronstein, Carolyn Rudolph, Gamby.
Okay. Hi, my name is Sophia Bronstein, and I'm a Jewish member of the Teen Interfaith Council of Santa Clara County, here on behalf of teens throughout San Jose. We all strongly believe in the banning of styrofoam. Issues with styrofoam have become a lot more prevalent in recent years, and progress must be made in combating them. Although recycling appears to be a plausible solution, it is difficult to implement, and styrofoam tends to contaminate other recyclable materials during the process, thereby proving to be more trouble than it is worth. This ban may seem severe from a distance, but many cities in the surrounding area have already implemented it with little trouble, especially given the fact that there are many other easily recyclable materials that can serve the same purpose as styrofoam. Caring for the earth is an integral part of every faith, and this ban upholds this value perfectly. Please vote in favor of our earth and vote in favor of this ban against polystyrene foam. Thank you.
Carolyn Rudolph, Gamby, Elva.
Hello, thanks for the opportunity to speak. I'm Carolyn Rudolph. My husband and I own a small restaurant in Santa Cruz, and I came here to speak to the restaurant owners because when we first started 14 years ago in our restaurant, we used styrofoam, and then we found it not to be a very good product. We didn't half our business to go, and we use a wok, so the food's really hot. And we found that we didn't like what it did to it, and then it made a huge mess around our dumpster. I brought a bunch of products that we use. We have a hot faux soup. We do really hot food, and we found products that work that are not styrofoam. And also the younger generation are very environmentally oriented, and they really, really appreciate the fact that we use environmental products. Thank you. Any restaurant owners that has questions, they're free to talk to me.
Gamby, Elva, Ricardo, Will Wong, Ron Pence. Michael Garrison.
Hello, my name is Will Wong, a local Chick-fil-A restaurant franchise owner in San Jose. I want to share with you today why we should not ban food foam packaging. Since day one, I've been recycling our foam cups in our restaurants. My guests and my team members are ecstatic to know they're making a difference in the environment. It's a simple solution that we partner up with the city's Republic Services to do that. If we're forced to pay more for our packaging, I'll have fewer opportunities to invest in my community. In the 6 months that I've been in business at Chick-fil-A, we've sponsored or donated over $9,000 worth of food and products to date. And hope you allow us to continue to invest in our community and in my team, and just give us the opportunity to create a long-term recycling solution to better our environment and make it happen. Thank you.
Ron Pence, Michael Garrison, Brad Hunt.
Good afternoon. My name is Ron Pence, and I'm a senior business consultant for Chick-fil-A, Inc. Today I want to give perspective on our planned growth here in San Jose, and then I will ask for reasonable consideration for businesses that are committed to investing in your goal to keep foam out of our waterways. On our growth, Chick-fil-A is currently under contract with 2 additional LEED certified restaurants in 2014, and we are negotiating 7 more in San Jose by 2016. As we potentially create 500 new jobs in San Jose market, we want to believe that San Jose is a strong supporter of your business partners. So here's my ask. As companies like Chick-fil-A invest in San Jose's economy and environmental efforts, we are asking for consideration to allow a foam ban exception for businesses and restaurants that have bona fide foam recycling programs like Chick-fil-A. We believe that this will encourage restaurants like Chick-fil-A to continue to stimulate long-term growth in your fine city. Thank you.
Michael Garrison, Brad Hunt, Claudia Benitez.
I'm Michael Garrison, Senior Director of Environmental Stewardship for Chick-fil-A. I commend you on your 2022 Green Vision. We share many of those same goals. Our lead restaurant in Councilmember Chu's district was the first LEED certified restaurant in all of San Jose. The path to your 2022 goal of becoming zero waste is accomplished not by banning foam, but by encouraging recycling. Scientific studies over and over and over, Stanford, MIT, University of Oregon, and countless others show foam cups are actually better than alternatives, even going to landfill. They're significantly better when foam cups are recycled. Your concern for clean rivers and water systems is supported not by banning foam, but by being tough on litter, which is the root cause. And your local entrepreneurs, like Mr. Wong, are affected most by this foam ban. The Cascadia study shows a 30% impact on net profit. 1.5% of sales on a margin business of 5% is a 30% reduction in their income.
Sorry, your time is up. Brad Hunt, Claudia Benitez, Mohini Narasimhan.
Good afternoon, Mayor Reed, City Council members. My name is Brad Hunt. I'm Program Manager for Save Our Shores, and I'm also a resident of District 6. I did participate in the Clean Creeks and Healthy Community Cleanup at Coyote Creek as well. We were in a small section of the river, and as was already stated, 216 pieces of styrofoam found. A nice sign that said, Mayor Reed, please clean up this blight was found in that river attached to a piece of styrofoam as well, which was unfortunate. That section of the creek, like I said, we didn't find much. We were told that down by Tully Road there was even more polystyrene, and when we went down there to check it out, there was just a huge amount of trash, which is primarily polystyrene in that area. I'd just like to say that as a resident of District 6, I am now frequenting restaurants that do not have polystyrene. I'm recommending to my friends that they do not go to restaurants that serve polystyrene or food in polystyrene. And if San Jose passes a limited ban, only on a portion of restaurants, it will be the weakest of EPS bans in all of California. You already have 59 other cities who've banned it, and I think that you should do that as well. So I'm in support of the ban. Thank you.
Claudia Benitez, Mohini Narasimhan, Javier Gonzalez.
Hello, my name is Claudia Benitez. I'm an owner of a Salvadorian restaurant, La Media Cancha. I oppose of the styrofoam because it will not maintain the pupusas hot. Thank you.
Mohini Narasimhan, Javier Gonzalez, Michael Gross.
Good afternoon. My name is Mohini Narasimhan, and I am also here on behalf of the Teen Interfaith Leadership Council of Santa Clara County in support of the ban on styrofoam. As a Hindu, I grew up respecting the earth, but the concept of worshiping and respecting the earth is not found in my faith alone. All religions in our council believe in respecting the earth. The idea that the earth should be treated with care is a universal one. However, as part of a teen council, I represent the next generation. Banning styrofoam will produce a lasting benefit for not only my generation, but for future generations. In order to hand down a planet in good condition, we must take action now. By banning styrofoam, we will not only show our respect for the earth, but sustain and improve its condition for future generations. Please vote in favor of the ban. Thank you for your time.
Javier Gonzalez, Michael Gross, Ross Signorino.
Good afternoon, Honorable Mayor and Council members. My name is Javier Gonzalez here on behalf of the California Restaurant Association. And with me, I have over 300 letters and petitions signed by restaurants from small mom and pop restaurants in our community. We're here to let you know that we're opposed to a ban and ask you to consider exploring the opportunity to recycle food form material as 65 other jurisdictions, including the city of Los Angeles, have successfully implemented. This proposal unfairly targets and is an anti-small business measure that will significantly impact hundreds of mom and pop restaurants, as you've heard this afternoon. A phased-in approach will not change the fact that these businesses' bottom line will be hurt. According to the Economic Impact Analysis commissioned by the city, the average increase will be about 100% from switching over. Also, furthermore, the report indicates that any restaurant currently using EPS is expected to experience a cost increase. There is no doubt that small businesses at this time are struggling, given that small businesses will have to go with the minimum wage increase and other costs. Thank you.
Your time is up. Michael Gross, Ross Signorino, Michael Westerfield.
Michael Gross, representing Zanker Road Landfill, owner of the Z-Best composting operation and green waste recovery. We get all your trash, at least from the multifamily. And in that multifamily materials, there's a lot of EPS. That EPS ends up being a contaminant to other recyclables, our beverage containers, our paper, and our cardboard. It's so difficult to get that material out. We end up shipping these materials, of course, to China, and they don't like getting a lot of contamination either, so that ends up costing us money. More importantly, however, a lot of these materials show up as our compostable material at Z-Best. There, when we get a glass bottle, or we get a piece of EPS, our equipment hit this material and shatters it into hundreds of pieces, which is virtually impossible to pull out. It becomes a contaminant and devalues our product. Thank you very much.
Russ Signorino, Michael Westerfield, Yap Nguyen.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. Mr. Mayor, thank you very much for allowing
the people to speak here and giving public testimony. I would like to take the time, which I don't have, to comment on a lot of things that were said up here, but I am in sympathy with small business. I understand what they're going through in this regard. But it's like banning plastic bags. Eventually we got used to it and we do it. It's like putting on your seat belts in a car. When you had to put seat belts on children in a car, you said, well, that could never be done. The children would not stand for it. But we got used to it and we do it. And that's what we're up against right now. We have to get our mentality in a different way, to think differently on these different products that we use that hurt our environment. Thank you.
Michael Westerfield, Yep Nguyen, Marco Goitia.
Honorable Mayor, council members, my name is Michael Westerfield. Thank you for this time. I represent Dark Container. In 2007, we had virtually 0 cities that accepted foam food service containers in their curbside programs. Today, we have more than 65. There's many cities that are doing this, and they're all getting paid for their material, and they're expanding their programs. They're not shrinking them. We had 2 people come here to talk to say that they would buy San Jose's foam if you recycle it, and that includes the food service, even if it's dirty, even if it's used. The best part about this program is it captures the non-food service, which is much more prevalent. If you look at Styro Man or woman, she said that she represents 216 pieces of foam that they found in the creek. Well, it looks like to me I only see 2 or 3 pieces of food service foam, so you can capture all the other foam that's on her body too and recycle that. I urge you to please support the memo from Constant and Councilman Campos. Thank you.
Yep Nguyen, Marco Goitia, Denny Duan.
Good afternoon, everyone. I speak English a little bit, so I speak Vietnamese. I hope somebody translates for me, please. Thank you. Tôi tên Nguyễn Giáp, đại diện cho cô Thanh Nguyễn, chủ nhà hàng Hương Quê trên đường Silver Creek. Dự luật thay đổi đồ dùng to go rất trở ngại cho hầu hết các nhà hàng nói chung và nhà hàng Hương Quê nói riêng. Vì nhà hàng Hương Quê có tính cách gia đình, buôn bán những thứ to go, nếu tăng những món hàng này thì đồ ăn phải tăng lên, do đó khách hàng phải giảm xuống. Vả lại các sắc thuế càng ngày càng tăng cao, vật giá đều tăng, như vậy rất trở ngại cho nhà hàng chúng tôi. Vậy tôi xin chống lại dự luật này. Thank you.
Vice Mayor, you want
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm trying to translate the best I can. He's representing Hung Quay Restaurant. He's here to oppose the ban. He stated that it's going to affect not only his restaurant, but other small restaurants throughout the city. The ban will have severe economic impact to his restaurant as well as other restaurants in the city, and he's here to oppose the ban.
Okay, Marco Goitia.
All right. Good evening, City Council members. I'd like to thank you for your time, for allowing me to speak in front of you today. My name is Marco Goitia. I'm a resident of San Jose for 21 years. I feel like the EPS ban is a fantastic step in helping San Jose to achieving its green goals. From previous motions of banning plastic bags has been a great step in reducing pollution in our environment. With the city's growing population, I feel like this is a great way to offset the negative effects of growing population, and steps like these will improve our city magnificently. Thank you.
Denny Duan, Frank Araujo. Anybody else that put in a card that maybe didn't hear their name called, now would be the time to come down? Because I have some people who didn't come down when I called their name. Last chance.
Good afternoon, council members. My name is Denny Doan, and I'm here, of course, to support the ban on EPS, expanded polystyrene styrofoam, because the fact of the matter is that styrofoam is a triple threat, because one, it contains toxic chemicals that do in fact infect our food and water it contains. Second, excuse me. Second is because since most cities and counties do not recycle styrofoam, it ends up in our waterways and landfills, and of course if it's in our waterways, it infects our water, and if we continue to fill up our landfills, it ends up tarnishing our environment. And of course it's kind of questionable because there's more safer, cleaner alternatives. Thank you very much, council members.
Frank Araujo.
My name is Frank Araujo, representing Araujo's Mexican Grill. A few people know me here. And I hear a couple of youth and some business owners talking about this, and it makes sense. And to me, I can see also that many people, many small business owners will be impacted about this. We looking at different, I wrote something, but it's useless to use it. But mainly from the heart, to be able to see many people being affected by this, that it will affect their families, the income that they provide for their families. That is what it comes down to it. This can be a great thing for many companies. Many people can be opposed, maybe many people be also in favor. But are we looking for the situation that our country, our city are facing right now? The businesses, I've been supported by the city tremendously, but also I'm representing small business owners as well. Thank you.
Come on down, ma'am.
Hello, my name is Jill Buenceseso. I am a teacher at University Preparatory Academy, and I believe, I unfortunately came in late, I had a teachers meeting, but I believe you heard from a few of my students, and I just wanted to thank you for your attention, and I know you've heard many reasons why we ought to support this bill, but basically, when it comes down to it, I feel very deeply that it is for our children that we don't pass this on to them. And so we need to do something now to take that out of the system, and it's our children and our grandchildren, and it's for their future. So thank you.
That concludes the public testimony, at least for today, on this item, because it will come back if the council approves the motion at some time in the future after environmental review, et cetera, is done. So there'll probably be another opportunity. But for today, we're going to bring it back to the council for further discussion. We have a motion on the floor, previously made by Councilmember Liccardo based on memorandum from Councilmember Rocha. With that, to Councilmember Oliverio.
Thank you, Mayor Reed. Staff, this question's come up again and again, and I get answers, but I'm not sure I truly understand them. Maybe I'm dense. But in this venue, I hosted the film Bag It to talk about the plastic bag issue, and the filmmaker, who is no stooge for corporate America, or whatever terminology you'd want to put on it, who's actually a pretty radical environmentalist, brought up this issue of the paper cup as a substitute for the styrofoam cup. But his main issue is that here it was lined with plastic. And so my question is, when does this alternative cup, does it go straight to landfill, and does it ever decompose or what have you? Because in the film, which was recent, it really didn't have the answer, and it left a lot of the environmental folks that had gathered for the movie in a little of a stupor of a question. So if you could help me on this.
Thank you. There's sort of two pathways that the lined paper cup might go. One would be if it is entered into our collection system, which if Michael Gross is still here, if he could answer that. And then the other path it might take is if it is littered and it goes into our waterways. And Elaine, you're probably the expert on that. If you want to take that part of it while Michael walks down.
Okay, well, let's take Elaine first, and then we'll get to Michael.
Sure. What we're seeing with paper cups that end up in the waterways is that they tend to, by the forces of washing through our storm drain system, break up and dissolve. Same thing that happens. So we're seeing them less in the waste that we're collecting at Creekside, less in the waste that's in our hydrodynamic separators, as you've seen there. Very little of what we're characterizing and sorting through is actually paper cups.
And may I just quickly, Elaine, is that paper cups that are lined with plastic?
Paper cups in general, both lined in plastic, lined with wax, and not lined. So we are not finding paper components in large quantities.
So just to clarify, you're saying then that you're finding from your background is that the paper cup lined with plastic, it completely decomposes?
It's not showing up in the litter that we're collecting.
Okay, thank you. And then the other gentleman from
Michael Gross.
Michael Gross from Green Waste, Z-Best. We're actually doing a test right now on some material, and we've actually seen a pretty good breakdown of the PLA plastics. The cups, the paper cups sometimes will end up being a little matted and very hard to break down in the composting process, so we know this, so we actually reintroduce these materials back into the composting stream. The liners themselves is a whole nother problem. Because the original liners they started making several years ago were not composting at all, and they didn't. I mean, they're plastic, of course. They were breaking down into smaller and smaller pieces, but they weren't actually composting. The new liners that they're making right now, I have not seen the compostable liners work yet. I haven't seen any data, so I can't say one way or the other. But I will tell you the difference between a styrofoam cup and a liner is huge. Well, a cup breaks up into hundreds of pieces. A liner will be one piece, maybe two, and it's a lot easier for us to get out on our machinery. So in that regard, it really is a huge benefit to us in our composting operation.
Thank you very much. And then just staying along the same lines of thought, so does the city have the power to say, instead of offering cups that are single use, that cups in-house, let's take the coffee shop scenario, does the city even have the power to mandate you should use a reusable, coffee mug, a ceramic, whatever it's made out of?
Hopefully that's not for me.
No, that would not be you.
Okay, I think, Michael,
that's for staff and the city attorney. So,
there are some problems with people bringing in their own containers, and my understanding is that there may be some county health standards that may be an issue. So I assume that if that is something that you want the staff to look at, we can all look at that to see how much regulation we can do with regard to requiring or suggesting that people bring in their own containers. But my understanding is that there are some county health standards with people bringing in their own containers.
So City Attorney, does that mean the county passes a policy like that, or the city works in conjunction with that county department on something in that regard?
We would probably have to work in conjunction with the county, because we would have to adopt whatever county regulations they would require for purposes of using reusable containers and bringing them into restaurants or other food places.
And then had staff, I'm sure in the realm of possibilities of people brainstorming over the green vision, it must have come up at some point. And I was just curious where that idea went.
We've explored a lot of ways to move towards zero waste and other environmental initiatives, and some of them, like requiring reusable cups, we just wouldn't recommend that they fit San Jose where we are today. I think there might be a time when we could have some model similar to the single-use bag ordinance, where if you didn't bring your own cup, you could buy one, but we're not ready at this point to recommend that.
Okay, thank you. And then having worked in the restaurant industry, through high school and adulthood, through college and all that, I did obviously come in effect of to-go orders. And let me tell you, there's nothing more that disrupts a customer than having the bag come out and something happens, it leaks, it has the issues and all those types of things. But I do think there have been some improvements in those things, but I do think on an overall performance level, styrofoam probably is a better product for the overall traveling of the product and keeping it warm and those types of things. Wanted to ask for the maker of the motion, who's in the back right now, and I'll talk to the seconder of the motion. How you doing there, Councilmember Rocha? We had several people talk about the creek cleanups, and one gentleman, I think Alex Ontiveros mentioned, or someone, that there was 45,000 pounds of litter that was collected. And obviously the problem is larger than a single type of product, and there's an issue of people that don't have respect for the environment by littering. So I'm wondering, as part of the motion, could we have a staff referral to come back to council? And that today, if you, the fine for littering in the city of San Jose is $500. The state allows a maximum fine of $1,000. We obviously have a bigger problem in our waterways than just a single product. I'd like to see a staff referral come back come back to council so we could actually implement the highest fine on littering that state law allows. Understand, and go on.
Yeah, I already accept the friendly amendment, assuming that means we come back to make that decision.
Absolutely. I don't think we can make that issue today because it's not agendized, but I'd like to have it come back.
As part of that, I'd also, before there's too much staff work spent on that, I'd also like to get a sense from our staff how many actual fines we've given or tickets we've given for littering, just to get an idea of the scope.
And that's actually a good point, Councilman Rocha, and I was going to mention that. It obviously takes a police officer to write that ticket. And we have, who knows what statistical data on that, but I'm sure we have it. But I think the question is, even if it's one person once a year who gets the ticket for littering, it's a message. And if this council comes out and it's in the newspaper that City of San Jose has the highest fine the state law allows for $1,000, that in itself helps influence behavior. So these creek cleanups can be somewhat lighter and less tonnage and less pounds per year. And I'm totally understand, same way when we passed no smoking in parks. Well, it takes someone to tell someone not to do that. But I think it would be a good message because whether it's plastic reusable, single-use plastic bags or single-use products that we're discussing today, there's a bigger problem there. And I just think that it would just make more of a statement for this council. And so I just want to understand that's acceptable by the makers of the motion.
It is, so we have a friendly amendment to the motion.
Really appreciate that. And is it Bruce? Bruce, if you could come down for a moment. So, Bruce, if I understand it, you sort of regulate us when it comes to water, and you've given us the our waterways and what goes into the waterways and landfill and those types of things. And you deal with a plethora of cities, and you've seen us do something last year on single-use plastic bags. You see the council considering something today. What are the other things, even though you're not mandating it, you're giving us the flexibility? What are those other things that you foresee us doing to get to 100%?
Well, the realm, as I mentioned, the optimum would be full trash capture. In other words, mechanical infrastructure, as you were. There's a number of layers of doing that.
Could you explain that? I don't understand.
Well, essentially, you would have some device that would be placed on the either at the storm drain or at the back end where the storm drain sewer reaches the creek. That would be a device that would capture trash there that you would then, the city would need to clean out on a regular basis. There are a number of these. City of Oakland has put in a number of these around Lake Merritt up there. A number of cities have required shopping center developers as they're coming in to put in these large devices that can go in, and basically it's typical is a centrifuge type device that comes in, spins the trash drops out, the water goes out. Obviously, there's not only a capital expense, but there's a maintenance expense to those. There's a whole laundry list. The city in the past has tried some demonstration projects of putting small capture devices on a grate at a storm drain, and those borderline their ability to capture. The other area would be the so-called outreach approaches, trying to get a message out that everybody should be prudent and stop littering, collect their trash. I would say by and large that since the instigation of the stormwater control program in the early 1990s, a lot of outreach efforts have been tried. They haven't necessarily shown the type of success we'd like to see. Doing cleanups, creek cleanups, that obviously results in collecting a lot, but again, that's very work intensive, that either you're relying on city staff or having to schedule things, relying on the community, and that's after trash has reached a water body. And to a certain degree, my board has said they want to see what can be done before it's reached the water body. So then you look at, are there ways to reduce what is the level of trash actually having the possibility of reaching the storm drain? And that's where there's the potential for product bans. And so a lot of cities are looking at that. They're at the same time looking at how you can use quote-unquote enhanced street sweeping. We're not quite sure what enhanced street sweeping means because most cities already do some level of street sweeping, and we're not quite sure how much more you can sort of milk out of that. So that's sort of a range of activities. As I say, there's a lot of work being done, companies coming up with devices that can be put in storm drains, and since this is being pushed sort of statewide to control trash, there's obviously a new, better mousetrap every day. But again, that is something that really is capital intensive and potentially maintenance intensive, and that's a challenge.
Thank you very much, and thank you, Mayor.
Councilor Constant.
Thank you. I don't know how many other folks are having the same difficulties reconciling the differing statements we get that foodware cannot be recycled, but we get people who tell us it is. Not only can it, but it is being done in Southern California. We get some folks say it can be done, but it's difficult. Other people coming here saying, not only is it possible, but if you do it, we will buy it. And I have a hard time reconciling that. And it's been, you know, I've asked that question now, I don't know how long it's been since we talked about this last, but quite a while. And it's frustrating. And I know our staff has their perspective, but I just find it very hard to see that if it's actually occurring in Los Angeles, as has been stated in other areas, why we can't get more definitive information on it.
Councilmember Constant, Zintek will talk a little bit about the recyclability, but I think it's also important to remember that there's a part that doesn't actually wind its way into the collection system. So as long as the to-go container makes it from the restaurant to a business or a house, it has the opportunity to be recycled. But a lot of what we're seeing in the waterways is containers that don't make it into a building where it's able to be collected. So what we're focused on is getting it out of the waterways. And then I'll let Joe talk a little bit about the recyclability.
We have here two of our biggest haulers, Republic Services and California Waste Solutions, that serve almost all the businesses and most of the single-family households in San Jose. So they can come down if you want to hear them address the marketability issue. Our understanding from all our recycling haulers is that they cannot find markets to sell to the food-contaminated polystyrene to, and that is almost all that they get. But they're here and they can answer that question directly. We've been trying to do this for a long time.
I don't necessarily want to hear from them directly. I want to hear from LA. I mean, they're doing it. We're hearing that it's done there. And I don't feel like we've gotten that information. And if it is being done, we have people who say they buy it. Why aren't we aggressively pursuing that? And I don't need an answer right now. I'm just saying that's my frustration and my difficulty in reconciling these facts that we get that seem to oppose each other. And we can look at what we're doing all day long and be comfortable in what we're doing, but if someone else is doing it, then we need to look at it. And earlier I reported about a trip I took to Los Angeles because I was being told that things don't happen and can't happen this way, and I went to LA and saw it with my own eyes that it can be. So that's the frustration I have. I look at things like the market analysis that says that there is, depending on what part you read, either a very small or a positive or a negative difference in price. But I know that the restaurant owners that I talk to go to places right here in town like Restaurant Depot where you can go in and they're telling me there is a definitive difference in price. I don't buy 10 cases at a time. I go in and buy what I need for the week, and I might buy a partial case, or I have to buy 10 different sizes, so I'm buying a little bit of each to meet my customers' needs. And I've looked and I've asked, and the price is significantly different. And I think that, again, those are two opposing facts, and we can have an expert say, but if they're being priced at a case at a time or whatever, we have restaurant suppliers right here in San Jose that we can go to and look. And I'll tell you, when I looked quite a while back, the last time we talked, I saw myself. A container this size, a container similar size, big difference in price. And that's what our businesses are out there dealing with. We have restaurant owners, we've heard from a bunch today that are here, Many more, I think, are stuck at work trying to make the few pennies that they can in their business, because we all know that it's tough in any business, but in the restaurant business, the margins are very, very, very thin. I think it was written in here somewhere, razor thin. And I know that to be the fact because I grew up with my family being in the restaurant business and watching them toil and trying to figure out ways to eke out a living. You know, I look at the multiple impacts that we have. We heard from the restaurants, and they're going to be severely impacted by the minimum wage, which is hitting imminently here. We didn't hear from any small grocery store owners, but I know there's a lot of small ethnic groceries and small neighborhood markets that also have hot food that they serve, that they use EPS. Those poor folks have been having to deal with the tobacco retailer licensing, the bag issue, the minimum wage issue, the increased commercial hauling fees. These are all these impacts that are stacked on top of each other, and the people who pay the price or feel the brunt of it are those small mom and pop, the great little restaurants that we all know in our districts that we go to and enjoy some of the best food, or some of those ones that aren't the chains. You can go to an Applebee's coast to coast and get the same burger. But you know, there's places in my district where I can go and I can't get that food anywhere else. And those are the people who are really going to be impacted. And we know that it's those small neighborhood businesses that really give our city the character that it has. I have to tell you, I'm also concerned that we're using San Jose taxpayer dollars to fund a countywide EIR, which I don't think is fair to our taxpayers. And can someone shed some light on that and how that fee is paid?
Yeah, the county would pay the difference between the San Jose cost and the county cost. So the $25,000 would be borne by the county.
Okay, so I was misinformed on that part. But I worry about, we've been here, I've been on the council now, a little over 6 years. We've all seen the economic situation, and we're just starting to eke our way out. But we've just had issue after issue after issue where we've increased burdens either directly or indirectly on our businesses, and particularly those small businesses. And it's been time after time after time after time, and any one of them alone might not be a deal breaker, but we have them kind of stacked on top of each other. And whether or not you think this is a good idea or a bad idea, there's such a thing as a good idea at a bad time. And I know that's why this got postponed once, but we're not significantly different out there in the economy now than when we were when we put this off. And that's why I think it's really important that we proceed very cautiously. And Councilmember Campos and I put out a memo, and it is, I think, a little more specific in going out and let's take a much closer look. And I don't think it's in here, but I think looking at places like LA directly, the ones that have this success story, and say, let's find out what's happening. Maybe we're misinformed, but I keep hearing it over and over and over again, and I don't have anything that supports otherwise for us to look at. And if there's a way to deal with it, we look at the litter, no matter how you look at it, whether EPS is 1% or 50%, there's still a lot of litter out there. And in the end, the person who has no regard, plastic bottle, by the way, water bottle, but not one of the ones we banned. Sorry, that was improper.
You won't give up, will you, Pete?
Yeah. They're looking at this. They're not thinking what it's made of when they toss it out the window or when they drop it in the creek or on the trail or whatever they're doing. We have people who have very terrible behaviors. I'd love to have my kids follow them because my kids watch litter like hawks. But we really should be, I think there's other ways that we should be addressing the greater litter issue. We focus on it one time a year for the Great American Litter Pickup, which fortunately this year is going to be hopefully in better weather than the last few years. But I think there's ways that we can address the litter issue a lot better. And I know this is more than just litter, but litter's what got us here. So I'd like to make a substitute motion to put forward the memorandum that Javier and I put out on the 22nd with the slight modification of specifically seeking out the examples in Los Angeles, the success stories that we've heard about, and getting an analysis on what they're doing and how it works and how that could or could not be translated to San Jose.
Second.
All right, we have a substitute motion. Further discussion, Councilmember Campos.
Thank you, Mayor. So, Carrie, if, let's say the ban goes into effect, you had, part of your staff report was that, 8 to 15% of litter, whether or not we're finding it in the waterways or just litter in general, and maybe you can clarify that first. Is that 8 to 15% that's in the waterways, or 8 to 15% litter all over the place?
It's the percentage that the different surveys came up with. So San Jose's experience was just over 7%, and other agencies was just over 15% of what they collected.
So San Jose's is
from our study.
7%. Okay, so we'll go with that because that's our study, and that's the one we should be using. So
I'm sorry. The other studies, some of them were done in San Jose as well. It's just by different agencies. But okay, let's go with 7%.
But the 7% is San Jose's, right?
Okay. It's 7% of the work that we did.
Okay, that we did, San Jose. Okay, so that's the one that we probably should be using. That's what, we can actually verify that. We're not using anecdotal, we're not trusting on a, okay, you went and did this, and this is the number you came up with. You came up with this number.
What?
So let's use that. So that number...
Councilmember Campos, can I,
yes.
Sorry, excuse me for interrupting, but just to clarify, if you recall, it was on the slide, we did a recent assessment of our newly installed HDS units that Mr. Wolf mentioned, and in that unit, and at council members' press event yesterday, we observed 10.8% of EPS of that trash load there. So that's a little different than to answer your original question.
One location, right?
Pardon me?
Was that at one location?
That was in 4 units that we got that number from. Correct.
Okay.
Correct.
So that's 4 units. So that's not all over the city. So we'll use the 7% because I think we could probably all agree that that's the number that you put in a report, that, that's our number. So given that number, 7%, if a ban happened, and replaced with paper products or foam or plastic or wax, coated or plastic coated paper products, does that, or do you anticipate that number changing, or are we just replacing litter with litter? Do you anticipate people's attitudes about just tossing, a cup out the window or walking down the street, and once they're done, drinking drinking whatever, they just drop it? And I guess the point I'm trying to get to is that we have not, with all of this debate, and when I came onto council, I was appointed to the T&E committee, and this was one of the first things that we started discussing. And so with all of this, time, 2 years, we have not even seemed to look at really the root of the issue, and that is, we need to eliminate litter. We're put on a timeline by 2017. We have to have, reduction in, our diversion numbers need to be at a certain percentage, and by 2022 we have to be completely, at a diversion, 100% diversion or elimination of waste products. And we haven't even started looking at how are we going to change behaviors, because all we've done is focused on one particular product that, out of all the products, and I've heard it by some testimony here, that it's the worst product. And I don't think there's an argument about that, and one, I don't know. There's still studies that that come from different places, but we haven't really gone to address really the issue, and that's, we need to be 100% compliance in diverting, litter or diverting waste.
We certainly have a lot of work to do in the overall litter reduction effort, and changing behavior is not going to be an easy task, and it's certainly something that, although I am idealistic, I don't expect to miraculously change on January 1st, 2015. But when we look at how materials are collected in the in-ground filters or collection devices, we know that the way EPS breaks down, that we're not capturing all of it. So as it breaks down into finer pieces, some of it is working its way past the filters and into our waterways. So if the EPS weren't present, we would be able to collect a more substantive number, percentage of materials in those collection devices, so that we would reduce the types of litter in the waterways as we expand more collection devices. There have been some regional efforts that we've been participating in to do behavior change, but as Mr. Wolf stated, there really, it's a long uphill battle to change behavior, but it is one I think we do need to take on more aggressively, and getting the most harmful or most damaging of materials out of the stream would help us in that path.
So, getting back to expanded polystyrene, there's another product out there, and someone had mentioned it during the testimony. The packaging materials. Do we even have a plan for that?
We do not right now see a lot of the packaging materials in the litter in the stream. So right now, some of them are being returned to manufacturers. Some are being put into the landfill. One of the longer-term solutions would be to support legislation on product take-backs, where we do focus on extended producer responsibility, which is something that the European Union countries support, which would change how companies package materials because they'd be required to take it back.
So right now, if someone puts it in the recyclables or they put it in their trash bin, that goes to the hauler takes it to their facility and it's sorted out right now? Is that what happens to it?
Currently, what happens if packaging is put in the recycling bin for a single family, it goes to the MRF, and the recycling facility is taken out and disposed of because it's contaminated, because the recycling bin has all this other stuff in it, so it's contaminated, compacted in a garbage truck, and then it can't be recovered.
So for a product like that, would a recycling program for polystyrene be beneficial, given that it starts off non-contaminated and
it would the program that Republic talked about that works is to have people bring clean loads of uncontaminated packaged polystyrene and drive it to Republic's site in northern San Jose and put it in a bin that only holds clean packaged material. So it would be a separate collection system and logistically difficult to implement.
Okay,
But certainly something we can explore as we look at our residential and commercial collection system. We could explore collecting packaging materials and moving those to recycling.
I was just going to say, well, since that's not going to happen, people aren't going to take their television packaging over to those facilities. It sounds like there are existing jurisdictions that are doing this and are doing it successfully. And what I'm having a hard time trying to get my arms around is if those jurisdictions are doing it, either we just don't want to do it, or it's not feasible to do it, or it wasn't thought of. And I think that's, as Councilmember Constant and myself started crafting this memo, we were, that kind of thought went into, have we really thought this thing through? And, up to now, I don't think so, because I think the one thing that we kept hearing as well from a number of folks is that, especially the small business owners, is that, yes, it's going to hurt their business. The 1% cost difference, what was astonishing to me is that, well, when you calculate that to profit margin, one gentleman said, well, that's a 30% reduction on their cost, their actual cost, or their profit, ability to make profit. You know, that, and you got to listen to that. And so, you know, I think we're moving too fast on this, you know, not to say that we need to take action, but if we haven't studied and looked at every possible opportunity to potentially recycle this product, then you know, we haven't done our homework. And we really should, that should have been an option, and it wasn't an option. And so, you know, one of the things I wanted to ask the maker of the motion is if he would accept a friendly amendment to add the amendment that Councilmember Oliverio had made to the other motion. You know, I think Councilmember Oliverio's you know, feedback on that was, I mean, it's beneficial. It would perhaps address some of the issues that Councilmember Oliverio had.
Yeah, I think that's a good idea, and just kind of perhaps expanding. I know that there's a couple different littering laws on the books. Both are state ordinances, which we don't have, or state laws that we don't have fine control on, but I think we also have a Muni Code one, which we do. Or if we don't, perhaps we should pursue a Muni Code section. I know in the vehicle code sections, there's a littering for throwing something out the window of your car. We're prohibited from duplicating the vehicle code and Muni Codes, but I don't think we have that in others areas, as indicated by the fact that we were able to do the retail tobacco licensing and all the different Muni Codes that we did. So maybe we can look at that along the process.
Okay, and as a seconder, I accept. Those are my comments. Thank you.
Councilmember KALRA.
Thank you. And I want to thank everyone, you know, on both sides of the issue that came out, especially the students. When I was in 8th grade, I don't even think I knew where City Hall was, let alone have the capacity to be able to give that kind of intelligent feedback. And you know, I certainly want to commend...
Some things still haven't changed, but then...
You know, and to think I was going to compliment his memo, too. Anyway, I want to commend ESD. You know, we went through a very exhaustive process with the bag ban, and I think by pretty much all accounts, it's been a very successful program, and a lot of the work was done by ESD, not just when the ban was put in, or the discussion of the ban was put in place, but once it was put in place, the presence at so many community events and so much outreach being done, I think was a critical part of the success of that program. But and also, you know, that was quite an aggressive program that was not, you know, we were certainly leading nationally, especially for big cities, in terms of how aggressive we were. And ironically, I think the one exemption was restaurants on the plastic bag ban, but that was for public health reasons, and there was a reason for it. In this case, you know, seeking a ban of EPS in our restaurants it's not groundbreaking. We're certainly not leading in this arena. In fact, in many ways, we're only playing catch up. And I think that there's you know, been a lot of there are plenty of examples, you know, in the Bay Area, throughout the state, and in many other places where it's already in place. And I certainly don't believe that it's the end of the discussion or the solution to litter problems or anything of that nature. However, I do think it's just one more important step in regards to our environmental stewardship. And I certainly have a sensitivity to a lot of the restaurants, and I think they're very sincere, and I don't think it's trivial, the concerns they have. Some of the restaurants from my district, Santa Teresa Barbecue and Grill and Pearl River and others, you know, I know that they certainly, you know, don't gain the benefit of being part of a chain in terms of marketing, in terms of having that constant flow of people. So there are certainly challenges there, and I'm certainly one that's willing to work with them the best I can, since they would have about 2 years under the original motion to get up to speed. And so first of all, we don't know where we're going to be in 2 years in terms of the additional options available, and with higher demand, that's a reduction in cost. But I think that regardless of where we go, if ultimately there is a vote for a ban, I know everyone up here would certainly work with the local business community and the local businesses in our districts to make sure that we do as much research as we can to also find options for them. I do want to thank all my colleagues for the variety of memos that were put forward. And in regards to Councilmembers Campos and Constant, and I think whenever you see those two names together on a memo, you should certainly pay attention to what they have to say. And in this case, that's no exception. I certainly paid attention to what they had to say, and I think they raised some very good points. And I think that if we were on the leading edge of this issue, there would certainly be, I think, a greater argument for more time for some of this analysis. But I think that the leeway or the amount of time we're giving the restaurants to adjust, and the options that exist now that probably didn't exist even a couple of years ago in terms of alternatives to EPS, allow us the opportunity to go forward at this time. And I do want to mention one thing about recycling. And so there's been some mention of packaging materials. And I think that this has been, I think that we've been really myopic in looking at polystyrene. That's why prior to Councilman Rocha's memo, I wasn't really comfortable with any one of them because I didn't feel one of them was comprehensive enough and dealt with the whole issue. And I think there's still even an amendment I would suggest if it comes to that. But we had an enormous amount of polystyrene into our waste stream. Maybe it doesn't end up in the creek because it's not a food container, but it ends up in our trash cans, it ends up in the landfills, and we have to do something about that. And I think just, we certainly can't pretend that just dealing with the food waste it solves the problem. I think it's one step in a larger problem. For 4 years now, along with DART Corporation, I host a e-waste or a styrofoam polystyrene recycling event. And we get a lot of people that bring it. We have it at Southside every January. I purposely do it in the beginning part of January after the holidays when people get new appliances and what have you. There is a demand for it. There's a need for that kind of recycling to be done. And I certainly don't, it may not be easy today, but I think that we need to identify ways to recycle polystyrene, as opposed to our plastic bag ban. The plastic bag ban essentially eliminated almost all the plastic bags that we're going to see in our city, with the exception of the restaurants, the prepared foods. This is different. This certainly deals with the foodware, but it does not stop the polystyrene from coming into our community, especially being in Silicon Valley. People are going to continue to buy products that are packaged with polystyrene, hopefully, and I've seen some companies start to phase out of that, but we don't have control over that. So we're still, for many, many years, going to have a lot of polystyrene coming into our community. And so although I will not support the current motion on the floor, I do appreciate it. I understand the sensitivity that exists. And if, just so I don't have to explain if it does come back to the original motion with Councilman Rocha's memo, one of the items from Councilman Campos and Constance's memo, item A, which inquires about the capacity to have the viability of reducing all forms of EPS. And I think that when I look at that, I'm thinking about the recycling program. Because I would appreciate that if A would be considered to be included in Councilman Rocha's memo, if it does come to that, because I think that we have more discussion to do. One of the suggestions and discussions I've had with our recyclers and others is to even have a drop-off site in each council district. Just like I do my event at Southside, if you just have containers there, people know where to go, and as opposed to people having to go to the landfill to drop it off. Something as simple as that could be a pilot program where we can see what the results are so that we can get the polystyrene out of our community, get it recycled, because certainly the packaging material polystyrene can be recycled and is very successfully recycled, as evidenced by the 4 years I've been doing the program at Southside. We get a lot of it. And people oftentimes keep it in their garage not knowing what to do with it, but they do know they can't just, or shouldn't just throw it in their trash. So I think that we need to continue to move forward, and beyond just focusing so much on foodware, we have to talk about the polystyrene coming into our waste stream regardless, and work with the manufacturer and the recyclers to ensure that we can resolve that issue so it just doesn't go into our landfill.
Councilmember CAMIS.
Yeah, I'm just want to voice my support for Councilman Javier Campos and Pete Constance's memo. I think that to get a true, I've actually received many, many more letters from restaurants. I mean, I have a stack this big in my office that I didn't, this agenda was big enough, I couldn't carry everything down. But I wanted to let you know that restaurants have the hardest time starting in San Jose. Number one, they have the hardest permitting process of all types of businesses. Number two, we've just asked them to take to go up in minimum wage past $10. We've cut off plastic bags. Right now the federal government took away the payroll tax credits, and we've increased sales taxes here in the state of California, not just statewide, but countywide on top of that. So it actually decreases the amount of disposable income for their patrons to come in and spend on, going out to eat is not, it's not a mandatory thing. People can eat at home. So what we're doing is driving away business from San Jose, the way I see it. I think it's really important to consider the fact that, I want to see a phased-in thing, but I don't want to see a mandatory ban. Putting a ban into place kind of says, okay, this is the boogeyman, and I'm also not even in agreement that we actually did cut off the plastic bags. I still go into grocery stores and I get the thick plastic bags that some people probably are throwing away, and maybe 4 times the size of a normal plastic bag. So for that reason, I think that a further study on recycling needs to be had. I'm not comfortable with making the statement saying that, hey, we banned these styrofoam clamshells and we've eliminated our problem. Let's move on to something else. I don't think that's going to happen. I think it's very important for us, and this is why I'm supporting this memo, to continue studying to see if we can actually eliminate styrofoam by phasing it out, by making it unpopular to use in restaurants, and bringing down the costs to the restaurants to make it a better choice for them. And that's what I have to say.
Councilmember Herrera.
Thank you, Mayor. I want to thank everyone that's come here today to testify. No matter what side you are on the issue, I really appreciate hearing from all of you. Appreciate especially the restaurants that are in District 8, Mexico Lindo, who's here today. This has been under discussion for some time, as has already been said. We've heard this in the T&E committee. We've been talking about this issue for quite some time. And there is some confusing information around recycling. I've asked those same questions. I was under the impression that styrofoam, if it was dirty, is not recyclable. It's not even possible to recycle it. Yet we are hearing a difference of opinion in here today. Some restaurants I've heard in here today say that it is possible to recycle it. But I think when we get back to what we're trying to do here, we're trying to keep some very detrimental material out of our creeks, out of the stream. And we heard that from our person from the Water Board, who admitted sort of that the types of behavior change that have been attempted haven't worked very well to keep waste out of water. And so we're trying to do everything we can, including changing the ability to have certain products, because they end up in our creeks and create a real danger to our environment. And so I very much supported the plastic bag ban. I do think that we need to deal with polystyrene. I like the idea of looking at the bigger issue of polystyrene, because I think one of the negatives is it feels like like we're putting a lot of emphasis on restaurants and that particular part of the polystyrene product chain, when so much more of it is in packaging. But I understand why we're doing that, because that's what's ending up. That is what we are seeing in our creeks, and that other packaging isn't ending up there. But it is ending up in a landfill, which is not good. So I am in support of the ban. I also am very sympathetic, though, to our small businesses. The larger chains are adapting to this, just like they did to the plastic bag ban. I know by the time we got ready to ban plastic bags, I thought we would have a lot of the Grocers Association complaining to us and lots of different negative input from them, and we didn't, because they had worked it out and were willing to support it, and we had a lot of support. But what we don't have in terms of this, in terms of restaurants, is the small restaurant businesses, because they're much more greatly impacted. And I think everybody in here, including the young people that testify on the environment, need to understand that running a small business is really tough. It's really hard. And small businesses are so critical to our economy and to our city. They provide a lot of the jobs. They provide that vibrancy to our economy. So their concerns coming here today, I take very seriously. And so I think that even though I am supporting this, I want to see, obviously, a phased-in approach, and to really make sure that those that need hardship waivers get hardship waivers. So I would like staff to address a little bit how you see that happening, because I am not convinced that there wouldn't be a need for hardship waivers. So those who sort of poo-poo that and say, well, that's just not much of a cost. We're talking about profit, 30% of their profit. That's significant. So can you help me out with the hardship waiver concept and other things we can do to help the small businesses that will be impacted by this?
Thank you. You know, we tried to craft a recommendation that really took into account the needs that we heard from the small businesses, which are the very same ones that they've expressed here today, and we wanted to drive the price of the replacement products down. And we thought over the next year and a half, as the large businesses started the transition first and other cities completed their bans, that there would be an increased demand for the alternate products, and that therefore that would drive the price down. And our intent is to continue to work with the small restaurants to help them in the way that the large chains can sort of call corporate and get some help. And so our intent is not to leave the small businesses on their own. It's to do a lot of hand-holding and to view ourselves as a resource and support things like the county is considering a green town Los Altos approach, where there is some group buying, and they do get very competitive prices. So they're not, you don't have to buy in large quantities. You can buy in small quantities. But we also know that all small restaurants aren't going to drive across town to do that. They need to spend time with their restaurants.
No, they go to stores like Councilmember Constant talked about to buy. They're not buying for a huge chain. They're buying for their store. They're buying as they need it. And so, and I don't know what all the prices are, but I've heard a lot of disparity today, from anywhere from the recycling to the price point they're paying for these things. So again, I would like some very firm kinds of process here for restaurants to qualify for hardship. And to me, it's not enough to just say, well, eventually, we'll get the whole county involved and your prices will be fine. I'm concerned about, the time before that happens and making sure that we have something. I don't know if there's something that I can suggest as a friendly amendment to the underlying motion, but I want some process in place so that there really is the ability for a restaurant that needs to get it to get a hardship waiver.
Right. And we do have some draft language around a hardship measure that Nap will talk to in a minute, but folks also expressed concern about performance. Could soup actually fit in a different type of container? And, like I've said before, we do have consideration for that as well. If there's nothing else that works for you, that's fine.
That's part of hardship.
And it could be if there's nothing that economically works for you. That's also part of the consideration. I'll let Nap talk a little bit about the financial hardship.
No, absolutely. We wanted to, what we've heard from, although we've heard from other jurisdictions that have a ban, that no one has applied for a hardship, what we also heard was it's because it was very difficult for people to do that. So we were really trying to balance that act, if you will, to make something that was sensible yet easy for folks that really met the intent. What we're looking at now is pretty much exempting anyone who qualifies for the business tax exemption. So that would be the baseline at this point, because there's a process in place already. The administrative burden on the city to implement that would be pretty straightforward because it's already established, and we understand it's pretty basic on the business side as well to apply for that. So at this moment, that's the baseline for the hardship exemption. And as far as an alternative product, that's something we're very flexible with as well right now. I'll be honest, at this point, I haven't really been able to determine what products there are no alternatives for, viable alternatives. Granted, we certainly acknowledge that many of the viable alternatives are more costly. So we will have to kind of reconcile that in a way. But those are the kind of exemptions we're looking at now.
Yeah, I'm not sure the business tax exemption covers the whole thing. But again, I was not thinking just in terms of the financial aspect. It's also, does it work for that business? Because if it's not providing a quality product then that harms the business too. That hurts them economically and every other way. So I appreciate that, and I don't know if, again, if we need more language in the underlying motion to reassure me, because I want to vote for it, but I want to make sure that we're taking care of these small businesses and we're not just patting them on the head and telling them, yeah, trust us. We need to have some process in place because it's their livelihood, it's their business is at stake, and that is everything for them. So we need to make sure of that. And I will say that any business in my district, if this is put into place, we will offer our help in trying to work with any business that will be dealing with this in my district. Thank you.
Councilmember Chu.
Thank you, Mayor. In a point of disclosure, that I did have a Chinese food business, and also I'm the council member to initiate a ban of plastic bag in the city of San Jose. So with that, I want to thank all the speakers here. I mean, your points are very, very well taken. For the maker of the motion, Sam, you are
actually the motion on the table is the one by Pete and Javier.
Okay.
We have a substitute motion on the table. If that fails, then we'll come back to talk about the friendly amendments that have been suggested for the main motion.
Great. And thanks for my colleague here. They address many of the issues that I stated on my memo dated on February 22nd. And we talked about the EPS foam packaging, for ask the staff to come back with some study on banning the foam packaging, because I felt that 90-some% or 97% EPS was actually the packaging material, but not the food service type of material. So we're going after just a small part and ignoring the rest. So that's very important to me, and also continue to support the legislation that will implement a county-wide program that will significantly reduce the EPS form. So I guess that's also being part of the motion. One thing that we haven't really addressed this afternoon is a question toward the city manager. Do we have sufficient fund? Do we have enough money to enforce it once it's being accepted by the council? Because I know that Oakland was struggling with the money to really enforcing an ordinance similar to that. So have we allocated, or I know we haven't really got into the budget discussion, but you planning on allocating enough money to enforcing this ordinance?
The staff probably has thought about enforcement, and I'll let them respond to their concept.
Yes, we have. We've gotten together with the other cities in the county that have, such as Sunnyvale and Mountain View, have already implemented a ban, working with the county, RWRC, to entertain the county taking on inspections. They're interested. Certainly the cities are interested in doing that. We benchmarked that against San Mateo County that currently does this, and it seems to work very well for them. They haven't seen a discernible impact on their current resources doing it that way. Certainly we're looking at backup plans in case that doesn't happen in the timeline we're proposing to date. We could do something internally. Like the bag ban, we aren't proposing to actively or harshly, if you will, enforce on this. We do see this as an education program at the very beginning, as we did with the bag ban, bring people along, help them find the resources to transition easier. So we are working on a backup plan, but our primary goal is to work with the county to see if they could take that on, because it seems to work in other agencies.
Great, thank you. That's
sorry. Because they're out, I don't know if I made that clear, it's because they're out there anyway doing food inspections. We mentioned public health earlier, so they're out there on a much more regular basis. So it's, at San Mateo County, I believe it's really just almost an added checkbox. Are they using polystyrene or not?
So the county pretty much agreed, or it was just wishful thinking at this point?
We're continuing to have conversations with the county and the Department of Environmental Health at the county. They're actually going to have a joint meeting with San Mateo County to benchmark how San Mateo County has been enforcing the EPS ban countywide there. So there's positive discussions headed toward hopefully the county Department of Environmental Health enforcing for all Santa Clara County cities.
And the issue that Councilmember Herrera brought up regarding to the hardship, that might probably take a lot of staff time to really go through. You know, now you have a proposal. Just look at the exemption of the business license tax, but a policy is so complicated, it's probably very difficult to really, you know, put it to work. So the hardship was also, it is also a concern of mine, because you just add another level of complexity to seemingly very simple an ordinance. And I see. Is Bob Gross still in the audience, or anybody from the MERF? Michael Gross. Sorry, Michael Gross. Sorry.
City Manager had a comment here.
Carrie, if you or any of the staff, in terms of Councilmember Chu's, I think what I'm hearing is an underlying concern, and that is cost of implementation. Could you just even educate me in terms of the source of funds if the city did have to handle inspection or the hardship review? Could
we would be using Fund 446.
Okay, so that's not the general fund.
No, and our intent is really to make a program that is easy for business to use and administratively easy. So something that is not burdensome on either end, and something that if it makes sense for a business, they can quickly connect with us and we can wrap it up swiftly. Much like the bag ban, we're not out there writing notices of violation, and we're not looking to penalize anyone. We're looking to educate and help them along to the extent that they need it.
I'm sorry, can I just follow up on that? If you're not going to penalize anyone, so you're just making something that's really not going to enforce it, right? I mean, that didn't sound right to me, and I felt like, why are we wasting time here to talk about something that it just, you know, an ordinance that you're not going to enforce.
And my apologies if I was vague. Not never penalized, but certainly not on the first or second visit. What our experience with the bag ban is businesses just need a little help understanding their options and maybe understanding the ordinance, and as we invest time with them, they quickly come into compliance, and our end game is compliance, not penalties.
So there will be probably a change of the penal code to indicate that, you know.
We would include some opportunities for fines in the ordinance, but it would not be our primary tool.
Sounds complicated. Hey, Michael, just a quick question. Are you ready to take on some of the alternative product, like the corn husk, clamshell, that kind of alternative product?
We actually already get a lot of that already.
Oh, really?
We not only service San Jose, but we're also servicing the San Francisco airport, which has had the ban. San Francisco's had the ban for a while. We've been seeing this material coming in. There's a lot of businesses out there. Whole Foods kind of started this several years ago, only using recyclable products. We see it more and more and more, and the compostability of the material has changed so dramatically over the last years, you know, and we see this stuff really starting to break down and make a big difference. So yes. And also one other important note on another comment that you made. Zanker, our C&D recycling operation, we're currently looking at recycling EPS, large pieces, clean that comes to us. And when we get a load of demolition material, a lot of times there's extra pieces. That's good. That stuff is great. I mean, it does a great job of insulation, and those little pieces like that should be recycled. And so in that regards, we are looking at recycling this stuff because there are some great markets for it. For the food contaminated material, we haven't found anything. And the people that did want some materials like that, they wanted us to wash them, which you can imagine what a mess that would be. But that's as far as we got into it. Thank you.
Right, great. That's all I have.
Vice Mayor Nguyen.
Thank you. Staff, I just had a quick question. Could you remind me again why you're recommending that the national chain restaurants, if this is to go through, that implementation would start a year from now, pretty much for the national chain restaurants, and 2 years from now for the small businesses?
So our rationale for a stage phase-in is the large national chains are already in compliance with bans in other cities, and they have the support to quickly make a transition. So they're not like a small business that needs to go through different options and experiment and do some pilots and see which keeps their food hot, which works for their customers, and which they feel proud serving their product in. And the national chains already have that established. And our hope is that as the national chains embrace alternate products, that helps locally drive the price down, and that we're able to see some relief to the price pressures for the smaller businesses a year and a half later.
That makes great sense to me. My concern about that is that we understand that some national chain restaurants are also individually owned. For example, Subway, Jack in the Box. I don't know if these restaurants actually use EPS now or alternative products, but my concern is just more or less how these people are going to, realize and whether the ban's going to be in place for them. The implementation is going to be in place for them a year from now or 2 years from now, and so I was wondering if the maker of the motion would consider that if we were going to move forward with a ban that would just do across the board, just like the city of Sunnyvale, where they approve, they actually adopt the ban in 2012, and implementation takes place pretty much next year. So it's a 2-year out. Just give everybody a fair shot at this. Everybody knows what's going on. Nobody has to compete with each other, saying that, well, I'm doing it this year. Well, how come you don't have to? You're doing it the following year. So if we're gonna move forward with a ban, we might as well just make it across the board. And so I would just hope that the maker of the motion would consider that friendly amendment.
Well, we're not on that motion yet.
Oh,
so
yes, that's right. I'm sorry. We're not there yet.
We'll give the maker time to think about it.
Okay. Obviously, this is a very difficult issue for all of us. I had folks who I just pretty much visited their restaurants over the weekend who came and spoke today and then have called my office many times. I think that next to the naming controversy that happened a couple years ago, this is the only other issue that I've been receiving so many phone calls and just been approached out in the community so many times why the city council shouldn't support a ban, simply because of the incremental economic cost that's going to have, it's going to impact small businesses. Obviously, a lot of these businesses are owned by a lot of individuals in our ethnic minority communities, which a lot of them came out and spoke to them, and I really appreciate hearing their concerns. But like, some of the young people said, and being a new mother, I'm hoping that, my daughter will grow up in an environment where she doesn't have to, go out there, and every time she visit the creeks or different parts of the parks, that she would see these kind of products floating in waterways. And so being a good environmental steward, we all hope that we are. We have a great green vision here in the city. I think that this is a part of that vision, and so it really pains me to eventually support a ban, but I think that this is the way to go, and I think that San Jose is ready for this, although, we're definitely not taking the lead on this. We're going to now probably be the 60th city to eventually ban this product, but I think it's the right time, and so I will not be supporting the substitute motion on the floor. Thank you.
Well, we're not yet done. We have a few more council members who want to have a second round of discussion. We'll get into that, but I want to talk a little bit about my position on this. I have serious reservations about moving ahead with this. It's a lot of work, a lot of money, and a low probability of having a measurable impact on anything that we're trying to measure. But here we are, it's in front of us, we have to deal with it. So I've read with great interest the plastic debris in the California Marine Ecosystem Report, which is cited in the staff report put out by the California Ocean Science Trust and the California Ocean Protection Council and the University of Southern California. And so there are really three reasons to do something here. And so I am not going to support the substitute motion. I'm going to support the main motion. But it's close calls. And as we come back with this and actually have to adopt an ordinance, I'm hoping to have some clarity in some areas. And the first is litter. I just don't see the argument this is going to reduce litter. I understand that maybe we'll get a different characterization of the litter that'll be a little easier to handle in our creeks. But I also read in this report, according to the California Department of Resources, Recycling and Recovery, that only 8% of EPS is recycled, which is not good. But if everybody switches to polypropylene, that's only 2%, not actually any better. So it part depends on what people switch to. If they were to switch to fiber, I think there's a clear benefit there, but we don't know which way that might go. So it's hard to know if there'll be an actual impact on the litter characterization. And same thing with landfill. Just because you make something recyclable does not mean it will be recycled. And so I don't see much of a difference in our landfill in terms of the quantity unless we can have an effective recycling program, which is certainly possible because aluminum is 95% recycled, glass is 90%. Number one, PET bottles, I think I have one right here, is 74%. So yes, some things can be recycled and we can get them out of our waste stream, and ultimately we need to in order to get to our goal of being a zero waste city. And in the third category of reasons to act have to do with environmental degradation. The plastics debris in the California marine ecosystem is about plastics. It's not about polystyrene or EPS. It's about plastics. And plastics is a problem. Switching from one kind of plastic to another doesn't necessarily help you a whole lot on some of the issues that people are concerned about. But I do recognize that if the polystyrene breaks into smaller pieces, we're not going to capture it before it gets into our creeks with some of the techniques that we have. And I do think that ultimately we're going to have to go to a more mechanical system of capturing this stuff before it gets into the creek. And I think the cost is a real issue. And I'd like to have more clarity by the time we ultimately have to make a decision. Because whether it's 1 cent a unit or 10 cents a unit, it's kind of a big variance. And hopefully we'll get a little more clarity on that. And then the same thing is on the recycling question. Some of the questions, well, if LA can do it, how comes we can't do it? But I also know that you can recycle anything with enough money and enough engineering that anything is possible, but it may not be feasible. But I think those are serious questions that some of the council members raised that we ought to try to get some answers to. And then finally, we're not the first. Why don't we have measurable impacts results from these other cities that have done things? And I think the reason is there isn't really any measurable impact. Perhaps there is, and maybe this is more of an important step than I think it is. But you know, it's a step, a small step. So I'm not going to support the substitute motion. I will support the motion, Councilmember Liccardo's motion. Okay, back through a second time. Councilmember Liccardo.
Thank you. I'd be happy to consider any substitute motions when the time comes. I just wanted to respond briefly to, I think there were some very serious and significant questions raised around recycling I'd just like to address. I know representatives are here from Chick-fil-A. I think it's important, you know, I think their example is very illustrative because they deliver what they believe is recyclable EPS to a MRF. That MRF doesn't recycle it. It sends it to the landfill. And the reason why it's sent to the landfill is because it's contaminated with straws and lids and isn't presented in a way that can be readily recyclable. It is expensive to recycle foodware. It's not as expensive to recycle non-foodware EPS, and certainly there are MRFs out there that will do that. The problem is the washing, processing, and making sure that there's no contamination is not an easy thing. It takes labor and it takes resources. And so, you know, I appreciate the suggestion from Chick-fil-A, but it's not a reasonable one because your own MRF, if you ask them, doesn't recycle your polystyrene. I think there are a lot of small businesses that are understandably concerned. Restaurants should be concerned about the cost. And yes, I've gotten emails and calls from restaurateurs, many of whom I've been dealing with very cordially on many issues, and I recognize their frustration and concern. I think it's important to know and recognize what we have not heard, which is we haven't heard horror stories from restaurants in 59 other cities that have made this decision. In other words, you'd think if this was a horrible thing for businesses, we would know that from the experience of other restaurants in other cities. We're not hearing that, and the reason why we're not hearing that is because there are markets that work in these situations, and those markets, in the case of Los Altos, for instance, provide the Greentown model that enable businesses to engage in purchasing cooperatives that enable them to find the lowest cost alternative. And I appreciate Councilmember Constant's research, but I know he knows it's not exhaustive. We've got a market study that says there are very cheap alternatives out there within a penny or 2 pennies in nearly all cases that are very affordable. And I think, we've got 2 years to get this right. I think that's enough time for markets to respond. That is, for the wholesalers to be able to find the products that are clearly available based on our market surveys. And for businesses, if they're challenged by it, to work together. We've all got chambers of commerce. We've got associations, certainly as well as the city, will be participating in that effort to ensure they find good, viable alternatives. So, I simply don't buy the notion that 30% of anyone's profit is going to be affected by this. That seems preposterous to me if we're talking about a penny or two that's attached to a single plate or cup, and simply isn't supported by the evidence that's out there. I understand the mayor's point that this is a perhaps not sufficient condition for reducing litter in the creeks. It is a necessary one for eliminating a portion of that litter, which is the most harmful or among the most harmful of the litter that we find. And it seems to me if you're looking at a world of litter, knowing you can't eliminate all of it, you start by focusing on the litter that's among the most harmful, and that's what we've got here. I think this is a necessary step to move forward. For those reasons, I won't support the substitute motion.
Councilmember Constant.
Well, whichever way we end up going here, I gave up trying to count votes a while ago because I'm too tired. But I want to talk just briefly about the hardship exemption, because whichever way we come back, we're going to have to deal with that. And while I know it's very easy to just parallel the business license hardship, there's a big problem with that. The business hardship license is gross receipts, and gross receipts at 2 times the poverty level, and I'm trying to remember if that's $22,000 or $33,000. It's somewhere around there. I think it's $22,000. That means that would be a restaurant that sold $60 a day worth of food. They wouldn't be in business, so they wouldn't need a hardship exemption. So we need to really look at that and see, in either case, whether it's postponed or it goes forward, a hardship exemption that will actually capture a hardship, because I don't even think a hot dog stand down at the corner would qualify for a hardship exemption under these rules. So just something for us to look as we go forward. Maybe that means changing it to net instead of gross or something, but I don't think we can just parallel what we have.
Councilmember Chu.
Thank you, Mayor. Let me try this last effort. I think, Pete, you make the motion. I think the differences between your memo and my memo dated on the 22nd is that I will say, well, we start the ban on the large restaurants, and then we postponing the decision on the small food vendors until we have some result of the EPS ban on the food service restaurants. So I wondered if you would just take that as a friendly amendment, that we go ahead and do the ban of the food service restaurant, and then give us some time to sort out a lot of the questions that we have, and before we make the decision on this small business restaurants.
I'd rather not, but if the motion on the floor doesn't pass and that's not accepted as a friendly amendment, I'd support it as an unfriendly amendment.
We're soon going to find out. We have a substitute motion on the floor made by Councilmember Constant, which I'm not going to try to repeat. I think we're ready to vote on the substitute motion. All in favor? Opposed? I count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 opposed, so I must have 3 in favor. Campos, Constant, and CAMIS. So we had 3 in favor, so the motion fails on a 3-8 vote, taking us back to the main motion, Councilmember Liccardo's motion, and there were several questions about friendly amendments on that. So
Mayor, should I just consider the friendly amendments in order? Would that be helpful?
It would, if you'd like to do that.
I think Councilmember Herrera and Councilmember Constant both raised issues around the hardship exemption. So if the seconder is amenable, I'd like to amend to request that staff return, when you do return in several months, to fashion a hardship exemption that encompasses restaurants whose net income is impacted by some percentage. If that is not a reasonable approach, then come up with another one, but I think we probably need some clear objective measure by how their net income will be impacted, and obviously if there are cheaper alternatives, there won't be any impact. So I would accept that if that's along the lines of what was suggested by Councilmembers Herrera and Constant.
Okay with the seconder? All right, so we have one friendly amendment, other friendly. Did you want to speak on that one, Councilmember Herrera?
I think finance is one aspect, but the other aspect is there a suitable product for their business? And so, you know, I don't presume to understand every aspect of every business out there. So
right.
I think we need to be somewhat open if there is an instance where it's not.
So I'd incorporate suitability within the criterion used for deciding whether the affordable options impact their net income.
Councilor Rocha on the second. All right, so that's one friendly amendment. Next, Councilor Liccardo.
And then the second, and I appreciate very much the point made by Vice Mayor Nguyen, that why don't we just have everyone start at the same time? I guess here's my concern. I think we recognize the low-hanging fruit here, the national chains, both because they're either collectively owned or they're individually owned by folks who have access to networks for purchasing, because of a chain being able to acquire information and reduced cheaper products because they're buying in a consolidated manner for the larger quantity. And so we know that many of those national chains already have made the switch, and it seems to me that it would be helpful for us to understand how it's affecting the national chains and make sure we're doing that well, and learn if there are any hiccups, and deal with those before we address small restaurants that we know and recognize are likely to be more fragile. And so I think a staggered phase approach is the right one, the one that staff identified. And so I do appreciate the concern, but I would prefer not to adopt that amendment.
Any others?
There might be another one.
There was another one raised by Councilmember KALRA.
Councilmember KALRA. Perhaps you can restate it.
Yeah, let me clarify, because it was part of my rambling statement. So it dealt, I think it's somewhat dealt with in item A from Councilmember Campos and Constance memorandum, in the more general sense of the recycling aspect of polystyrene. So, we had the foodware part down. Let's talk more about what we do about the rest of the polystyrene coming into our waste stream, including options for drop-off sites, and let's talk to our haulers, our recyclers, to see if there's any feasible way to do it, because we know that even if we put a foodware bin in, it's still going to be coming into our waste stream for some time, and so I'd like that to be included as part of the analysis.
Yeah, I would adopt that as a friendly amendment.
Thank you.
Sorry, the seconder.
Thank you.
It's okay with the seconder, so another friendly amendment.
And I guess just the final point I'd make is this. Look, I recognize that it's a big ocean out there and a big bay, and we know that we are one small piece of this, but we're the largest city in the country to be considering this move. And if we make this move, it does have ripple effects, and I think we should recognize that. And I just wanted to thank our environmental services team, Elaine Marshall, Nap Fukuda, and of course, Carrie and Ella Szymanski and Andrea Case, who worked very hard at making this happen, along with many of the advocates who are here from Save the Bay and Save Our Shores, Allison Chan, Miriam Gordon, Laura Valdivia, as well as I'd like to thank Paul Pereira and Reagan Henniger from our team.
Councilman KHAMIS.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I'm a novice at procedure here, but what happens to Councilman Chu's amendment to Councilman Constant and Javier Campos's motion?
That fails, but if he wants to move to amend the motion in chief, he could do that.
So
or you can do that.
I can. Can I do it then?
Certainly.
All right. Can I submit a, I guess?
You can ask for a friendly amendment, or you can move to amend by motion.
I'll ask for a friendly amendment then.
And that Councilman LICCARDO needs to...
I'm sorry, if you could just restate it so I'm clear. There've been a lot of amendments.
No, I don't know that I'm asking, maybe I'm asking to submit a supplemental motion or something, because I wanted...
He's trying to make a
substitute motion, yeah, that's it.
Can't have another substitute motion.
Okay.
Yeah, we've already been down that
So
route.
Councilman Chu's motion is to do the polystyrene ban for the large institutions, and then do a study to consider the viability for the smaller businesses.
Yeah, and I appreciate the intention behind that motion, but there's a couple problems. One is overwhelming majority of the overwhelming majority of the EPS foodware is from small restaurants. And so if we were simply to pass, then we'd be embarking on a naval strategy that ignores the Pacific Ocean. So we have to have something that includes everyone if this is going to have any impact at all. And I guess the second reason why I respectfully decline is we're doing far more than any other city that has banned this substance to make great strides to reach out to small restaurants. We're phasing this in. It's not going to have any impact for 2 years before anyone has to actually implement it. We are implementing an approach that gives them the option of going to a cheaper recycled option, not just to a compostable. And we've already got the experience of 59 cities out there. So it's fair to say I'm not sure we need a lot more study. There have been lots of cities that are doing it. I think we can see what the impacts are. All those other cities have small restaurants too.
All right, I think we're ready for a vote on the main motion at this time. So on the motion, as friendly amended several times, Councilman LICCARDO's motion, on that motion, all in favor? Opposed? I count 1, 2 opposed, Constant, KHAMIS opposed. Motion passes on a 9-2 vote. And that concludes our work on this for today. However, we have some more items on the agenda we've got to get through before we can take a dinner break to get back for the 7 p.m. agenda. So we'll turn back to the remaining items, starting with item 9.1, some actions related to the Successor Agency Oversight Board, which we are dealing with the budget and the obligation payment schedule. Richard Keat.
We have no presentations on 9.1, 9.2, or 9.3. We're here to answer questions. Just one quick comment on the ROPS. This is part of a 3-part process. First, we take it to the Successor Agency Board for approval. Then we'll be taking it on Thursday to the Oversight Board. And then on March 1st, we send it to the State Department of Finance for their approval.
And this is ROPS, that's a recognized obligation payment schedule. This is ROPS number 4. We're doing it every 6 months.
It's technically called 1314A now. The state changed the name convention. It is ROPS 4 and the true up for ROPS 2. So we always true up 2 behind. And every 6 months we'll be coming forward to the Successor Board and the Oversight Board.
Okay, well, it all looks pretty much the same because we're dealing with the same obligations over and over again. That's why it looks familiar. We should do separate motions on each item. So on 9.1, any questions or comments? Councilmember KALRA. Councilmember Oliverio.
Just want to understand on the ROPS have come before us multiple times, and do you feel they've changed at all, or it's just really corresponding to the obligations and it's just the 6-month update we have to turn to the state?
It's 99% is 6 months update. We added one new item this next 6 months, and this is actually beginning July next fiscal year. So we're in ROPS 3 now. So we added one item to add a financial consultant.
Okay, motion to approve.
All right, we have a motion to approve item 9.1, which is the obligation payment schedule and the administrative budget starting July 1st. On that motion, all in favor? Opposed? None opposed. That is approved. 9.2 is an agreement with the Gallo Family Real Estate Partnership. Motion to approve. Staff, this one looks familiar as well. You want to comment on why?
We did bring it before council before. We've made a change based on their interpretation, and correctly so, that they put forth the money to build the fence that we asked them to put in. So we put in enough money to cover the cost, and so we're asking for $29,000 instead of the $19,000 that was due for their lease. But at the end of the day, we save over $46,000 because we had a termination agreement for that workout.
Okay, we have a motion to approve 9.2. On that motion, all in favor? Opposed? None opposed. 9.3 is an amendment to the urban markets settlement. This one is extremely familiar. I don't know if this is how many times this one has been through the process, or the ringer, I think, perhaps, is the process. So we want to explain why this one is back.
Yes, this one's simple. The Oversight Board approved it, as did the Successor Agency Board prior to this. But the State Department of Finance rejected it based on the length of the term and asking for some information how it would affect taxing entities. We brought it back to the State Department of Finance, and they subsequently approved it because we reduced the term, the length of term of the loan. We did a present value analysis that indicated that the financials worked out better, and that we also addressed that this would actually benefit the taxing entities because it's saving us $500,000 in cash layout.
We have a motion to approve. One more bit of information, if I've got it right, because we've done this several times, so I'll make sure I remember it right. I believe that the Oversight Board has already approved this.
That's correct. They approved it
this
unanimously.
revised version last week. We did that.
Correct.
Right? Okay, that's good. That's what I remember. And the State Department of Finance has already approved the revised version.
That is correct.
So I just want to thank the State Department of Finance for moving quickly on the revised version. It took a while to get there, but when we finally got the revised version with the findings that they wanted, they did move swiftly, and that was important to the project. Councilmember KALRA?
You just clarified the questions I had. Thanks, Mayor.
We have a motion to approve. On the motion, all in favor? Opposed? One opposed. Councilmember Campos. Motion carries on a 10-1 vote. That is the afternoon agenda, except for open forum. Don't forget we have an evening agenda. Ross Signorino, and then Jeff Padola, and somebody whose handwriting I can't read, but I'll figure it out.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Members of the council, I'll try and be brief. It's been a long afternoon. I want to take the time to congratulate our police force, as stretched out as they are, for rescuing that young girl, a 16-year-old girl that's been in prostitution for a long time. And I'm sure there's many more out there, and our police department is doing a good job trying to remedy that problem. And I'm sure they're going to do a better job as they go along as the time. Thank you.
Jeff Padola.
Thank you. Reading this out. Statement of principle. I want to register exception to the resolution referred to in my card. It's a complex issue, and the resolution could better reflect that. I read a book review of What is Marriage, Man and Woman and Defense that says, Society has a strong interest in teaching that conjugal marriage is ideal and ought to be the norm. If the book is right, the effect of having a revised definition of marriage is to blur a real distinction. It's the court's function to preserve proper distinctions. The oath of public service is to protect and defend the Constitution from enemies, foreign and domestic. Marriage redefinition falls into that category. Therefore, I add my statement of principle so it can be included with the resolution. Thank you.
Thank you. And then I think Andy, I think I've got the first name, wants to speak on Alum Rock Avenue. So that would be you, sir.
Hello, my name is Andy Lucero, and I live on Alum Rock Avenue. I live in a subsidized senior citizen complex comprised mostly of Asian and Hispanics on fixed low incomes. There is no supermarkets to service in our community. When downtown had that problem, the city council, in conjunction with the redevelopment agency, managed to convince Sinatos twice to open up downtown, and also convinced Safeway to put them out of business. There are no place to buy fresh produce in my neighborhood. People are really limited in their ability to get around. Those of you who are familiar with Alum Rock Avenue know it's on an incline, so it's difficult for people who are older to walk up and down the hill to trying to find a convenience store that may carry something other than a white loaf of bread and perhaps some milk. Most convenience stores are nothing more than a front for liquor stores in my neighborhood, and if you wanted to buy maybe a lemon or a lime to put in your Tecate or your Corona, yeah, you probably could do that. Other than that, occasionally somebody will go down to the Bank of America and set up a produce little stand in the parking lot until the Bank of America runs them off. They only sell strawberries and occasionally mangoes. I've been a resident in San Jose for well over 50 years, and I think that we deserve the equal treatment as the people downtown. You know, we've all done our share to help build San Jose into the city it is, and I would appreciate your consideration in this matter. I plan to come back next week to talk about our public safety issues on Alum Rock Avenue, and thank you for your time.
That concludes the open forum, concludes the afternoon agenda. We're going to recess until 7 p.m. Good evening. I'd like to call the meeting back into session. Continuation of the San Jose City Council meeting for February 26, 2013. We have a few ceremonial items to take up before we go back into business items. We'll start with inviting Councilmember Campos and Candelaria Franco, members of the new Alpha Kappa fraternity, to join me at the podium. Today we're commending the new Alpha Kappa fraternity in celebration of their 25th anniversary. Councilmember Campos has some of the details.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening. Today we are joined by a group of men who live by the motto, men of mind, men of culture, men of pride. And they call themselves the new Alpha Kappa. These are a group of men that have committed themselves to promote a more harmonious atmosphere through academics, social services, and cultural means. I am honored to have them with us because today they celebrate 25 years of a brotherhood that consists of strong values and culture. New Alpha Kappa Fraternity is a Latino-based organization founded by 11 men at the California Polytechnic State University of San Luis Obispo on February 26, 1988. Today, you will find members of the NAC at our local universities like San Jose State and Santa Clara University. The NAC wanted to demonstrate that they were an important part of the Cal Poly student body. They were enthusiastic about starting a club to help Latino students overcome the culture shock experience when arriving at a predominantly mainstream university. As their excitement grew, they sought to create structure for their ideas. They decided to form a fraternal cultural organization. Through this organization, they advocate towards promoting higher education, assist with college retention rates, and help increase graduation rates among first-generation Latino college students. The NAC has proven to produce strong-minded men that go on to have successful careers. You will find many NAC alumni in fields such as business, law, medicine, education, and social services, just to name a few fields. Many of them go on to be role models in their respective communities. I want to personally applaud and congratulate members of the new Alpha Kappa fraternity as well as its alumni. I encourage them to continue the extraordinary work they are doing, as well as for the 25 years of instilling leadership values in Latino students throughout the Western United States. With that, happy 25th anniversary, and I ask Mayor Reed to present this commendation to new Alpha Kappa fraternity.
Thank you for joining us. Congratulations.
First and foremost, I'd like to thank the City of San Jose, Mayor Chuck Reed, City Council members. A special thank you to Mr. Campos and his staff for their assistance with this commendation. New Alpha Kappa, as you can see, is not your traditional fraternity. We are different, and we have been different for the last 25 years. We're very proud to call San Jose State our Alpha chapter. We've been doing work in this community for over 24 years now, and we're very proud of that fact. With our undergraduates at San Jose State graduating in business, engineering, social work, we're here, and we're going to be here hopefully for the next 25 years, 100 years, and we're very proud this evening to accept this commendation from the city that we've went to school in and assisted. And they say we're a force that motivates because we continue to inspire young Latino students not only to complete college, but to go back and give back to their communities so that more will go to college and graduate. Thank you again.
I'd like to invite Councilmember Herrera and members of the Mount Pleasant, Overfelt, and Silver Creek High School's Junior Reserve Officers Training Corps programs to join us at the podium. Come on down. Today we're commending the Mount Pleasant, Overfelt, and Silver Creek High School Junior Reserve Officer Training Corps programs in recognition of their service to the Evergreen community during the annual Day in the Park celebration and the work they do throughout the year. Councilmember Herrera has the details.
Thank you, Mayor. And this evening, I'm honored to be joined by the JROTC cadets, their commanders, parents, and families from 3 schools, William C. Overfelt, which is my alma mater, as well as Mount Pleasant and Silver Creek High Schools. Don't they look sharp? These are young men and women, future leaders of our community and current leaders. Tonight, I'd like to commend these JROTC programs for teaching citizenship and leadership to youth in the Evergreen community. And these cadets serve as role models for their peers, demonstrating respect and discipline. Their community involvement and service is greatly appreciated by residents and community organizations across the East Side. Every year, JROTC programs at Overfelt, Mount Pleasant, and Silver Creek High Schools regularly partner with local schools, companies, veterans organizations, our police and fire departments to perform hundreds of hours of community service at a variety of community events. And here are just a few examples of their great work. Mount Pleasant cadets volunteer at the Miss Vietnam Pageant and Moon Festival. Silver Creek hosts an annual drill competition for JROTC programs throughout the area. Each of these programs participates in the citywide Great American Litter Pickup every year, coming up soon. And cadets from each of these programs dedicate an incredible amount of time and energy to the annual Day in the Park Festival at Lake Cunningham and District 8 in October. Their support is critical to the success of this festival, which brings more than 3,000 members or attendees to Lake Cunningham each year. These young women and men arrive at Lake Cunningham days before the event. They do all the heavy lifting, literally, helping us set up tables, canopies, vendor booths, and the pumpkin patch. And during the event, they help with every aspect. They help coordinate parking and help vendors and performers set up their equipment. It's a lot of work. And afterwards, they stay until the sun goes down that night, that Saturday night, cleaning up and breaking down all of our equipment. Without their help, Day in the Park could not be the success that it is, and the community is very grateful for all of your help. I also want to recognize and thank the commanders of these young cadets for their efforts to teach leadership skills to these young people. So thank you to Silver Creek High School Navy JROTC Commander Robert Knight, William C. Overfelt High School Army JROTC Major Richard Pierce, who's here, and First Sergeant Alex Saldivar, and Mount Pleasant High School Marine Corps JROTC Commander Michael Clough. I also want to thank all the other program leaders, participants, and supportive parents. JROTC was established as part of the National Defense Act of 1916 and strives to instill the values of citizenship, service to the United States, and personal responsibility, and a sense of accomplishment in high school students across the nation. The success of these programs is based on the willingness of young people, like those you see before you, take up this challenge and make a positive impact on our community and our nation. It is a testament to the maturity and civic mindedness of these young people, and that is why we honor all of you tonight. And at this time, I would like to ask Mayor Reed to present a commendation to JROTC programs of Overfelt, Mount Pleasant, and Silver Creek High School for their contributions, dedication, and hard work in our community, yes, and for their critical support of Day in the Park each year. Congratulations, cadets. And at this time, I would like to ask Battalion Commander Cynthia Amador from Overfelt to speak.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to especially thank Mayor Chuck Reed and Councilmember Herrera and all other council members who made this possible. I want to personally thank you for this special accommodation towards the Overfelt JROTC programs and the other 2 programs that were awarded. It is an honor receiving this award recognized by the city officials of San Jose. Although I will be graduating in a couple of months, this recognition definitely motivates me to continue making contributions to society through selfless service. Once again, thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
so we can all get in here.
Next, I'd like to invite Vice Mayor Nguyen, Councilmember LICCARDO, and Michelle Liu, Executive Director of the Asian Americans for Community Involvement, to join me at the podium. As we commend Asian Americans for Community Involvement, also known as AKI or ACI, recognition of their 40 years of service to the community. Michelle has not been the CEO for all those years.
Good evening. It gives me great pleasure to recognize and acknowledge Michelle Liu, Executive Director of Asian Americans for Community Involvement, also known as ACI or AKI, as the mayor said. Today, we are commending ACI for its service in our community in the last 40 years. Since its inception in 1973, ACI has been making a difference in the lives of tens of thousands of Asian Americans. Over the years, dedicated board members and staff transformed the organization into the largest community-based organization in Santa Clara County focused on Asian American needs. ACI currently provides services to more than 15,000 people a year and work to bridge the gap through an array of services and programs in health, recovery, advocacy, leadership, and community building. I am proud of the wonderful work that ACI has done for the past 40 years, and I wish them another 40 years of service and success in our city. At this time, I'd like to ask Mayor Reed to present the commendation to Marcel, Liu, and ask her to say a few words. Thank you.
Good evening. On behalf of our board chair, Kay Weiner, and all of the folks associated with ACI, some of whom are with me tonight, I want to say thank you to Mayor Reed, to Vice Mayor Nguyen, to Councilmember LICCARDO, and the entire City Council for recognizing ACI's service to the community. We started out 40 years ago and remain passionate about improving the health, mental health, and well-being of individuals, families, and the community, and we look forward to many more years of partnership and collaboration with the city. Thanks so much.
Our first item of business is item 4.1, Japantown Corporation Yard Term Sheet. I have a presentation from our staff before we get into the council discussion. Take a minute for the staff to move down and get into place.
Looks like we've got our extended staff here, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. Ed Shikata, Assistant City Manager. Let me just kick us off as we settle in to provide a briefing on this project. I'll start off with the glamour shot, as they say, of our former main yard in Japantown, part of town. This is a project and really personally involved as the old-timer, so to speak, of this team. I've personally been involved with this, trying to create this development close to a decade now, and really an effort for the city that has been decades in the works. Most recent milestone being in 2004, and since 2004, the city setting forth on a mission to move our former main maintenance operations and heavy industrial uses off of the Japantown yard and are now located at the Center Road, former Beechnut property. Back in 2005-06, the city issued commercial paper and awarded a design-build contract of $28.8 million for the move of the main yard uses to the Center Road property. And that really set the ball rolling in the effort to redevelop the property adjacent to the Japantown Cultural and Business District. So with that, the city has twice solicited proposals for development partners, and Williams and Dame Development, who you'll hear from in a minute, responded to the call, and while the global downturn stalled the development, has now come back and expressed great interest in working with the city to actually see this development through. The development itself will provide up to 600 new units to add to the vitality of Japantown, as well as retail and a potential site for a community amenity, also part of the development. So with that, let me turn it over to Matt Brown on behalf of Williams and Dame Development.
Good evening. My name is Matt Brown, representing Williams Dame & Associates out of Portland, Oregon. I'm also here with my colleague Chris Longinetti, who's sitting behind me, so we're available to answer any questions later if you have any. We're very excited to be working back in San Jose, and just as a reminder, when we came down here in 2007, we were very interested in this site and the potential for Japantown, and one of the things that we like to do as a company is focus not just on a single project that comes out of the ground, but also on what it takes to create or add to a successful neighborhood. And so we really try to take that neighborhood approach first, and I hope that as we move on, we'll continue to do that with our work with the community and with the city of San Jose on Japantown. I find it interesting sometimes to think we went away for a few years, obviously, we're back. And unlike a lot of other parts of our country, what we've found in Japantown is actually a neighborhood that we feel is in better shape than even when we left it. And I think it's a credit to the people that live there and to the city that it is so. We also are finding that Japantown and the area around it is becoming younger and more diverse, that there is a very strong sense of community that's attracting new residents and new businesses to the Japantown area. And that one of the critical parts, and there's a lot of people here tonight in support of this, the cultural and arts institutions that are part of Japantown are a critical part in making this place a very special neighborhood in San Jose. Just as a little bit of context, the site you can see is highlighted there with the proposed development on the right. There are also a couple other projects moving along in the vicinity of this, the First Community Housing Project just across 6th and the Rome project on the triangle between 7th and the railroad tracks. One of the things that is interesting to us is that this is really one of the kind of the missing tooth, right, in the smile of Japantown. Really gives us an opportunity to create a whole Japantown now and to fill that space in with something that works for the community and the neighborhood. To briefly describe what we're looking at, this is actually a fairly similar plan to the one that we proposed 5 years ago. It looks at 2 primary phases of development, residential development. Jackson Street is to the right on this, Taylor Street is to the left. The first phase we would see be oriented towards Jackson Street. We would also envision that leading from Jackson that there is a pavilion here at the corner of 6th and Jackson, and allowing people to walk through at the ground level and into the center of the site, what we're calling the center stage, but really this is a public and community open space in the middle of the site. Creative Center for the Arts, which Roy will talk about here in a second, would anchor this as well. And then the second phase being over on Taylor Street. We would see continuing retail along Jackson, but really the main intent here is to create a residential community where the vitality and the energy from this development can help feed into the rest of the Japantown area and provide additional bodies and customers for the businesses there. Brief update on the program. We're still looking at about 600 residential units on the site as before. In this case, looking at market rate apartment units, up to about 25,000 square feet of retail. The Creative Center for the Arts, which we'll get to in a minute. The community open space is around 3/4 of an acre there in the center of the site. And as opposed to the previous proposal, which had up to 14-story buildings, we're looking at primarily 6-story buildings on the site now, and again, openness at the ground level. So the parking down below, which allows pedestrians to get through the site to the community open space. Briefly, on January 19th, we held a public workshop, and very well attended. I think we had 110, somewhere around there, 129 attendees at this workshop. Very good feedback as we went along. Just a couple highlights of what we heard. You know, a couple concerns right off the bat, that parking availability in the area is a critical issue for the community, and that they are also concerned about potential traffic impacts, both from this development as well as other new developments in the area. But there's also the desire to create a safe walking environment around the area. There's, I think, a lot of relief that maybe we're talking about lower buildings here that are more akin to the Fuji Towers at 6th and Taylor, same scale, kind of what's already there, versus something that's double the scale. They're very excited about the potential to include the Creative Center for the Arts as part of the project, and Roy will describe that. And then an overwhelming concern that, you know, overall the goal is to help support the existing businesses there and to help keep Japantown on its vital track that it's been on and that we've noticed for the last decade here. So with that, what I'd like to do is hand it over to Roy, and he can talk a little bit more about the Creative Center for the Arts.
Mayor Reed and the members of the council, my name is Roy Hirabayashi, and just to give you a little bit background who I am for those who don't know me, as many people in the nonprofit world, we all wear many hats. I'm one of the founders for San Jose Taiko, and this year we're actually celebrating our 40th anniversary year. I'm also a founding member of First Act Silicon Valley, and I'm currently the president of the Japantown Community Congress in San Jose. So I'm here today, though, actually to talk about the CCA, or the Creative Center for the Arts. This is an idea that has been circulating in the arts community for close to 10 years, or even more than that. And more recently, First Act has been the champion for this project. The CCA is a partnership of organizations to provide office and rehearsal space while sharing resources to reduce overhead, foster sustainability, build collaborations, and to seed the development, intercultural, and multidisciplinary offerings. There's an outdoor space being proposed to be as a performance space for different organizations in Japantown and also other arts organizations and festivals in San Jose. The CCA will provide a permanent home for San Jose Taiko, Creative, and the Arts Council of Silicon Valley. The land for the CCA will be provided through the transaction of the courtyard, but the CCA partners who are involved with this project will be fundraising to build the building. This is an exciting project because it gives a permanent home to several arts groups, but also provides a model for sharing resources to help sustain and maintain the arts in our communities. The development of Corporation Yard is important for the community in many ways. One of the important concerns for Japantown is the preservation of the arts and the culture of Japantown and the history of Chinatown at the Courtyard. The CCA will provide the opportunity for organizations in Japantown and the City of San Jose to continue the cultural richness of our heritage and to be the creative leaders of the arts.
Nancy Klein, Deputy Director, Economic Development. We've moved to this last slide in the presentation because Japan is a very, very special place. It's beautiful, it's vibrant, and it's culturally relevant. The project will enhance and support the vitality of this neighborhood. To that end, I just want to mention a couple of the terms in the proposed term sheet, which you have in the memo and in the term sheet attached. The land price is currently identified at $24 million. Staff will be working with the developer to determine more closely identify the development costs and then bring forward at the time the city staff would bring forth a development, a purchase and sale agreement with a final sales price identified. As mentioned in just a little bit by Matt Brown, the project would occur in 2 phases, and the first phase will hopefully encompass the CCA. And just wanted to call out a little bit more about the Creative Center for the Arts, that the notion would be the developer will purchase the full site and then, as currently envisioned, deed back to the city 0.75 acres that would be held out for the Creative Center for the Arts as they prepare to move forward. With that, I just wanted to mention a couple of next steps. We hope to bring back to you the purchase and sale agreement within a 6 to 8 month period, sooner if possible. And with that sort of timing, we hope that within approximately 2 to 2.5 years, will have the first units for sale. With that, staff is available for any questions you might have.
Thank you. Councilmember Liccardo.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to thank all the folks who are sitting here to my right for their very hard work on this. I know this has been a lengthy process, to say the least. I'm looking here at Roy. I think I met Roy back in 2005 or 2006 during one of the community meetings, one of the dozens of community meetings, I think probably when they had a prior developer involved. This is a site that's been a focal point for the community for many years, going well back in the 90s and before that. But you know, the Japantown community has a unique penchant for collaboration. I know there are many members here from the Japantown Community Congress, from Japantown Neighborhood Association, from I think, Japantown Business Association. I know there are obviously folks here from First Act, Connie Martinez, and remember her board members, as well as from Create TV. And I really appreciate the extraordinary amount of collaboration that has gone into creating this vision, particularly as we look at the Creative Center for the Arts. This is a very exciting opportunity for us, and this is a very unique opportunity for this city for placemaking. We don't get chances like this very often, and so I am, as you can tell, strongly enthusiastic and grateful for the enormous investment of time and energy from so many people in the community. This is one of our 3 remaining nyanmachi in the entire United States, if I'm not mistaken, at least in California, and this one happens to be thriving, and this is an opportunity to take Japantown to the next level. So I wanted to move the recommendation in the memorandum stated February 25th, which incorporates the staff recommendations along with specific direction relating to traffic and parking impacts. As was noted, those are of paramount concern to many of the neighbors. And of course, to congratulate Roy on the 40th anniversary of Sensei Taiko. I don't know how you founded it at the age of 6, but congratulations, Roy. I know PJ was even younger. Anyway, so that is my motion.
All right, we have a motion on the floor. Just a couple of comments. I'm certainly going to support the motion. I've been involved in some of the planning around Japantown for a long time, but not nearly as long as some others in the room. And so I want to congratulate the city staff, the community, and Councilmember Liccardo for another time, because we've made efforts in the past. And it's good to hear that Japantown looks better than it did 5 years ago, that it's made some progress. And it just totaled up some of the investment that our former redevelopment agency made, $28 million total in the Morito Housing, Northside Community Center, Bernal Park, facades, streetscapes, banners, lighting, commercial building rehabs, repaving and reconstruction of Jackson and Taylor Streets, parking leases, and the Business Association development. Redevelopment agency that no longer exists, so we're lucky that we got that investment and got that work done, but now we're on our own here. And this project is going to have to make it on its own because we don't have money, although I think the general fund has probably already put about $10 million into debt service reduction on the property, so the city has been investing as well. So hopefully this will move ahead and it doesn't get burdened down with too high of hopes and too high of aspirations, because if we miss this cycle, it could be another 5 years before it's possible to have another run at it. So I know that a lot of people want a lot of things. Not all things are possible if you're actually going to build something. I think we've learned a little bit here over the last few years. And I had one question in that regard, and that was the 25,000 square feet of retail. We have retail in Japantown that is empty. I'm curious as to how you think adding another 25,000 square feet of retail will support the Japantown retail, because much of what is about Japantown is in the retail sector. So could you talk about where you would put 25,000 square feet, how you would position it, and how it would be supportive of our existing Japantown?
Sure, I'd be happy to talk about that. One of the things we noted actually is one of the only vacant spaces in Japantown is directly across the street from this site. And it has its own issues in terms of the types of tenants they'd like to have and the type of space, and they're working through that right now. I think one important thing for us to note is that, again, this is one of the things that we noted that is different than 5 years ago, which is that that is the only vacant space that I've seen currently in Japantown along Jackson Street today. And that is different than it was 5 years ago. There are many more vacant storefronts at that point. One of the things that we'll be looking at is, what's the impact of 1,000 new residents, there, and how do they help complement the existing retail mix. I think when we talk about up to 25,000 square feet, we're probably looking at it more from an entitlement standpoint of analyzing, what that may be, but it may end up being less than that. In fact, let me see, if I go back to the slide that shows the site plan, what's shown on the site plan itself is less than 25,000 square feet and includes, for instance, the Tea Pavilion here at the corner and more of a community open space coming into the site versus retail all the way up to Jackson. So we'll be engaging retail consultants and trying to understand what the market realities are for Japantown and whether that number is appropriate. I think for now what we're trying to do is just outline the impacts of what up to 25,000 square feet would look like. We have had some comments from people in the community that they would like to see more retail on the site. So we also, we kind of hear both sides of that as well.
Well, people always want more retail. But I've learned one thing about retail in the many years that I've been doing planning and council work is you can build it and they will not come. Because retailers are stubborn about one thing, and that's making a profit. They won't go where they can't make a profit. No matter how much you wish and want that white linen tablecloth restaurant, which we've wanted in Berryessa since I was a council member and before, like 2 council members back, if people can't make a profit, they're not going to come. So the design has to be, realistic about that. And then the other question about the design is, John Weiss, who put the deal points together in 2007, had him take a look at this, and he commented that he thought that Williams & Dame was a community builder more than just a real estate developer. So I think that's really an important fact here, because you can put those buildings up, and if you don't do it right, you won't really help Japantown. It has to be done in a way that draws people into Japantown and is supporting Japantown, not a little entity all to itself, a little community all to itself. How you do that, I don't know. That's your job. But I'm sure we'll have plenty of people giving you advice on how to do that. But that is a key part of this. So thank you for your interest. We look forward to working on this and seeing something coming up out of the ground sometime soon. Councilmember Chu.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm excited about this development. Congratulations to the Japantown what's that, council? Roy, what's your organization? I'm sorry.
Japantown Community Congress.
Community Congress. However, I just wanted to bring up the fact that this parcel there is the last Chinatown was ever built. It was built in San Jose, Helensville. So I wonder if there's any effort from the developer to preserve some of that piece of history. I know there's a kind of a old grocery store on the other side of the street on the 5th Street, and it's kind of a run-down building. Is there the city, or do we have any plans or resources to restore that building or to kind of honor that piece of history?
I believe he's referring to the Nishioka building.
Councilmember, the concept does not at this point include anything that's off the site, but there has been extensive comment from the community about a recognition, and it's not clear whether there's a naming portion or an art portion or some other acknowledgement of the important history that was represented through Highlandville.
Is Connie, you still in your Congress?
She's helped us in the past. She's not on the board, or she has not been on the board. But actually, the Japantown Community Congress, one of the things that, we've been doing over the past years is installing historical landmarks and benches within Japantown. And we do have several that are on hold right now that are designated for the Corporation Yard site that indicates about the Chinatown at the courtyard.
But that's outside of the courtyard.
That would be, well, it's open for discussion. Right now, they're generally planned to be near the sidewalk area, but there's other possibilities for those placements.
And Council Member, we're very open to continuing to work with the community, both the Congress as well as with Connie, who I've met and worked with previously on how to appropriately interpret that. And it gets to one of the things that the mayor mentioned, which is how do you create a unique place there? And I think part of it is telling the story of the history of a place, and being able to incorporate that in can really help create that sense of place that people are asking for in that area. So we're totally open to how that can happen and what kind of form it should take.
Besides Connie, are you in contact with the CHCP folks? Chinese Historical Cultural
I think
Project?
Rod Lum and others, yes. And we have not been in the last few months. They're someone that we had worked with previously, and we'll be reaching out to them as well.
Okay, great. Thank you very much.
Councilmember Oliverio.
Thank you, Mayor. For Ed and Nancy, perhaps, so long ago, someone made a decision, this was city property, and then we're going to move the corporation yard somewhere else, and was it the viewpoint of the council as a whole or city management at the time that we weren't doing this to save money, but we were doing this to promote the development of Japantown?
I believe it was we'll call it a convergence of interests. One, in terms of the city's operations that moved to Center Road, provided at the time an efficiency of having the city maintenance operations in one location. In addition, that use, as it was adjacent to Japantown, created negative impacts. I've heard that one of the reasons that there are parking meters in Japantown was the employees, city employees, parking on the street in the Japantown area that caused that impact. So the negative side effects were clearly a part of the decision to make the move. That said, the interest in economic development and the opportunity for the site to provide revitalization and increase the vitalization of the business district was also part of the decision making.
Okay. And then I imagine that someone at some point set a level of expectations of what this site would be. And so had city council voted to, had the city council in the past voted that made promises on the site?
Well, in terms of setting expectations, certainly financial expectations, we've been carrying an estimate of $14 million as the pay down on the commercial paper, which is currently outstanding, that was incurred as a part of the move of the main yard to Center Road. In addition, there's significant additional ongoing debt service on the original development of the service yard, as well as ultimately what would be required in order to develop the site.
And then I'm guessing with the scenario that's presented here that has things that are, I mean, we're not approving a development tonight. We're negotiating the sale of city land. My guess is, though, if you put this parcel on the market with no restrictions, build high density housing with retail, et cetera, you would garner more than $24 million?
That is not likely. The density, if you do the FAR, is over 100 dwelling units to the acre. So we are maximizing in a form that's palatable to the neighborhood that will also maximize return to the city.
So based on your answer, you're saying it's essentially perfect, right? I mean, this is the most we could get, and you're getting this benefit of a park and a center area, et cetera.
It's a highly desirable outcome.
Also recognizing that to the extent that we were to call it a park or a plaza, that there are PDO requirements that would factor into any residential development as well. So those are all a component of how the mix of uses and the use of the land fit together.
Fair enough. And then just so I understand, and you tell me if this is, I'm going to ask anyway because I see it on the screen, I see a park. So is that maintained by the city, or is that part of the deeded back part?
To be determined, but of course the city's interest will be to see if the property owner would maintain the park as well.
And then on the CCA, so that the land would be ceded, then it would be their responsibility to privately fundraise to build the building. And then that maintenance would be done by the nonprofits, not the city?
That's the intention, and again, those details have yet to be worked out.
Okay, and then I enjoy San Jose Tyco very much, and I'm just curious on, so for example, I represent an area that has Santana Row, and I have one unit out of 1,000 residents that complains about noise and actually makes the whole thing stop. And I'm just curious on this development, that will not interfere. I'm just wanting to hear someone that's telling me that this is not going to interfere with the project or something like that.
Sound abatement is a big concern for everybody, including San Jose Tyco, and if naturally Create TV. We're probably putting in two organizations who are polar opposites from each other as far as our requirements. One, we're trying to contain sound, and the other is trying to keep it out. And so we're definitely concerned about that ourselves, because we want a facility that works for all the artists and all the organizations involved. And we've already started some discussion, and we do have plans to really talk to some key consultants who know a lot about this that can help us design this.
Okay, thank you very much.
Councilmember KHAMIS.
Yeah, I also am very much going to be in favor of this project. I do have, as maybe the people you surveyed, I have a concern. I actually go to lunch out there in Japantown quite a bit, and parking is actually an issue sometimes. Sometimes I have to park, way down from where I'm supposed to be having lunch. And I am concerned. What are you doing? How many are you, this diagram doesn't really show where parking would be. How many parking stalls are there going to be? You say you can have 1,000 people. Are you going to have 500 spaces? How are you accounting for that underground? What's the plan?
So the plan right now is we're parked, this proposal is parked at around 1 space per unit. The units themselves are probably much smaller than what you've seen come online in San Jose recently. I think we're looking at somewhere around a 730 square foot average, right? So you'll have a mix of studios, 1-bedroom, small 2-bedroom apartments. So it will be parked 1 layer underground, and there will be some above ground, perhaps wrapped, in the site. So for instance, on the second phase, maybe some podium parking as well. The one thing I should point out, which I didn't before, is that there's also an internal private street which runs and connects 6th to 7th. That would have surface parking, so we would see that as being used for some of the retail on the site, or being available for the neighborhood as an additional parking resource. Could also be programmed, for instance, for the farmers market on the weekends or things like that. So it could have a lot of different uses depending on what's going on in the neighborhood. So we believe that parking ratio probably makes sense in this neighborhood, in this location, that it would work well for this type of development, the types of units that are being proposed.
Thank you. And this is for Ed. Is there an estimated, if we do have 600 space, how much the annual tax revenue would be from this site? Is that?
The estimated value that we've discussed is somewhere about $150 to $180 million of investment, and that will bring on a minimum of $280,000 annually in property tax. It'll probably be somewhat more than that, but that's a conservative calculation at this point.
Thank you.
Vice Mayor Nguyen.
Thank you. First of all, I wanted to thank Williams Dame Associates for your interest in San Jose again. Thank you for not giving up on us. And also to thank staff for all the hard work, and of course congratulate Councilmember LICCARDO for working really hard to bring this project back to us after several years. I think what we have in front of us is really an exciting, incredible opportunity to create such a unique space where we embrace not just a great respected history, but also with a mix of modernity in terms of having First Act, Tyco, Creative TV out there. I think just looking at this site, it's just so exciting to see a space here where we live in a city where diversity is truly branding the city. And we talk about branding San Jose all the time. Well, I think this is a project where we can actually talk about branding and encourage people to come here, live here, work here, and play here, rather than going up north to the city, which I don't want to name now. But it's such an incredible opportunity, and it's just so great where, we have no major ethnic majority in this city, and then to see this kind of diversity alive again in Japantown, I think is incredible. And I wanted to thank everyone who participated to make this work, and really looking forward one fine day to really approve and make this happen, and can't wait for the ribbon cutting. Thank you.
Councilmember KALRA.
Thank you, Mayor, and thanks for all involved. And this does look like an all-encompassing project. I really like the arts component, including the open space with the stage. I mean, there's a lot of potential to what can be done, especially with that internal, festival street, as it's called, in this tentative site plan. And I go to Japantown all the time, and there's definitely a noticeable, last 12 to 18 months. I mean, you've definitely seen the activity pick up. You've seen the storefronts filled up. And so I think that the extension of the retail along Jackson is going to extend the streetscape of Japantown in a really effective way. And so I think it'll also kind of bring it in off of Jackson as well, further into the neighborhoods. And so, from what it looks like it has great potential. I do think the retail would be happily gobbled up, especially once the residential phases get built out and you have more people living there. But even without an enormous amount of residential development, even without the additional residential development in Japantown the last few years, you're still seeing activity pick up a lot, even without it. And so I can imagine with the residential development, it's just going to be that much more in terms of the desire for retailers to want to get in there. And Japantown doesn't have the typical retailer anyway. It has really niche and very interesting retail, very interesting restaurants. So it's a different kind of business model with a different kind of clientele. And so I think there's really great opportunity as we go forward in continuing to talk to the neighborhood, talk to the neighbors, talk to the folks like that frequent Japantown, as well as the neighboring businesses, to see what will complement the existing businesses nicely. But from the looks of it, looks like we have something really special here that can continue to add to what already is a very special part of our city.
Councilmember Herrera.
Thank you. Yeah, this is really exciting, and I'm very excited that Williams and Dane is involved in this. I had an opportunity to see the Pearl District up in Portland, and so your work definitely is known, and it's great that you're back. And Nancy, great work, and Roy and everybody, and yeah, congratulations, Councilmember Liccardo, for bringing this back. I had one quick question, and that was about the arts groups, and I'm curious about. Is there going to be parking allocated to those groups, or how is that going to work in the project?
Well, the parking is an issue naturally for the community and the organizations that would be in the Creative Center for the Arts. And so we're still, I guess, negotiating that piece also to try to figure out what's the best way to service all the groups that would be using the facility plus the community itself.
Yeah, I would hate that to be a showstopper for that community center, because I think that's a really important piece of having those arts groups in there. So, so we feel confident we can address that and get past that to make sure that they feel comfortable with this in terms of moving forward.
Yeah, definitely, we're very concerned about that too.
I guess I'd like to hear from the developer or somebody or Nancy, about how that's being addressed.
One of the issues, Councilmember, thank you for bringing up the issue, is to think through the spaces that are provided on site in and around the area and how to better maximize the space of shared parking. So there's a number of things that we'll be working with the community, with the developer, with DOT to look at the area and think creatively about how to solve the parking issues.
Great. And I agree with Councilmember KALRA. I think Japantown's just really developed. We've seen a lot more creative retail. I've walked down there and just looked at the variety and interesting retail that, we talk about trying to bring creative retail. Well, it's happening there. So it's got the right mix, the right DNA, whatever you want to call it. It's just attracting that retail. So I think whatever amount you put in there, I think it will be successful. Thank you.
I have a question about the Creative Center for the Arts. I'd like to know a little bit about what makes you optimistic about being able to raise a lot of money to build something and then be able to operate it. We don't have any models in the city that I can think of at the moment where arts organizations have been able to pay the kind of freight that it takes to do that. So how do we make that happen?
We've already been reaching out to many of the foundations that would normally engage into this kind of a capital campaign. I believe Connie Martinez will be speaking a little bit later, so she may be addressing that a little bit more too. But we are definitely looking at how to create the funding through the different foundations, and also we also feel the fact that it's several organizations involved, it's not just one, that the opportunities to receive funding or to go out and do this with a multiple, I guess, groups involved, it's a greater value for the funders, basically, to get involved with this project.
Well, I hope so, because I think I mentioned earlier, the redevelopment agency is dead. There's no money. So that's not an alternative for anybody. In the old days, we could put redevelopment money into a project like that. It just can't happen. And the general fund doesn't have money. And so you're pretty much on your own in order to be able to raise the money for a building and operate it. So we can be optimistic, but I think we have to plan for that. And I'm curious about the site planning and how long do we go, how long do we have to go with phase 1, phase 2, and where we have to say, well, we're not going to get a building in the middle and we're not going to leave that space empty. We're going to do something else with it. And if so, what will it be? It's going to be a larger park. I think staff report says you can't put more residential there because it's too difficult for the parking. So what is the alternative scenario or the timeline for that? And will that interfere with the building of phase 1?
Mr. Mayor, we don't believe that this will interfere. The notion is that phase 1 of Williams and Dame, with the housing units, the private rec, and the park, would go forward and we would maintain, hopefully CCA will move faster than any of us anticipate, and they can all be built as phase 1. But if not, that space can be held, and the two most likely now opportunities are either additional parking and or additional park that could be readily used for that space. And of course, there may be other opportunities that present themselves as we move forward. Hopefully CCA will be it.
Okay, well, hopefully, but we don't want to leave a hole in the middle of a project. And there's a limit to how long we can go. Although theoretically, if we have an alternative plan that's a park or maybe some hardscape, then you don't have to necessarily build that out in order to have it fit in with the rest of the project. And it may take a while to raise the kind of money, because even at $300 a square foot, which I think is probably optimistic, you're talking $15 to $18 million to do that. And while I know there are people who could write that check today, I haven't seen them writing those kind of checks in San Jose in a while. So it could take a long time to put together a capital campaign. And an alternative planning that allows for that to exist somehow with the rest of the project, I think it was important. As we work through the project, we're a long way from those details tonight, I know. So, but let's be optimistic. And Roy, are you available tomorrow to take a check from somebody who wants to write the check?
I'm available tonight also.
Okay. So I know that there's somebody out there right now that's watching this on Create TV, and they're going to write a check. I don't know who they are, but they have the money, and they know they have the money. So let's see the check. We'll give them until the end of the week. How about that?
Thank you very much.
Okay, good. Councilmember Liccardo.
Yeah, we just address a couple of concerns, and I think the reasonable concerns that you raised, Mayor, first on raising the money. The good news is we've got sophisticated partners here, and really Connie's really deserves to be applauded for bringing people together. But Tyco and Create TV, if this all works out, would be bringing some money with them from sources they've had. Obviously, what's critical in any fundraising venture is presenting someone with an idea that's exciting enough to write a check over. And I think this is an exciting enough idea to encourage folks to loosen their wallets a little bit. I do think also when we talk about the amenities throughout the middle of the site, and I know parks director and our city attorney will undoubtedly have issues with whatever I say about this. There are opportunities to leverage PDO money here. There are public amenities. And I know Ed's is going to stop me from talking soon, but I think there's opportunity to be able to utilize the fees from developers back into the site. And finally, on the issue of retail, you know, there's no question there are sites in Japantown that are having serious issues with vacancy. Fortunately, they're not along Jackson Street. It's really along Taylor Street where, frankly, the retail was not built out very well. It was very shallow. And I know we've got a developer who understands that you've got to build the retail well, and I'm confident it's going to happen in this case.
And a lot of years as a planning commissioner, so I just have to ask one question about your site plan. So I'm not sure I understand the street layout on this development site plan. So which side and what street is on the CCA side? And what's on the other? And what's on the other side?
7th.
So why wouldn't you have the park open to Japantown by having it on the 6th Street site instead of having a building there that cuts off the amphitheater from Japantown? Just a little planning question.
It's a great question.
Okay, well, think about it.
We had some conversations about flipping back. Actually, if you recall, the last site plan had actually flipped it back around the other way, and Tyco was on the back side. I think there was some notion that the park itself could be something that drew people back into the site and was a gathering place kind of off of there. But of course, we'll continue to work with CCA and the community on the final site design there, and I'm sure that'll be one of the issues we'll discuss.
Okay, well, I'm sure there are a lot of issues, but I'm glad we're having the discussion. And there are a lot of people here who want to join in the discussion. We're going to give them a chance now. We'll take some public testimony. Please come on down. When I call your name, so you're close to the microphone, there's room in the front row. Just come on down. Mark Boyd, Wisa Umura, Jeremy Nishihara,
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and members of the City Council. Thank you for this opportunity. My name is Mark Boyd, and my family owns the property at 708 North 1st Street. Japantown is a wonderful community and a great asset to the City of San Jose and the downtown neighborhood. I'm not opposed to this proposed development, but I'm concerned about the cumulative impacts and the congestion along Taylor Street, and specifically the 1st and Taylor intersection. I cannot think of a single intersection in the city of San Jose where throughout the day motorists form 2 lanes of traffic on a single lane street for an entire city block. If anyone can help me and point out another intersection, I'm happy to hear you. But it's unfortunate because our property is right there in the middle of this, and there's no enforcement. There's no. I've mentioned this dozens of times, and nothing has happened. So, you know, it's very disappointing. And this is a protected intersection. You know, protected intersections are thankfully taken off the table in terms of widening, but there's no impact fees. There's no fees going to these intersections to try to alleviate the traffic impacts. So I'd like to make a couple of suggestions. Okay, one would be to have a bike lane. We have a bike lane that ends at 17th or 18th and Heading, and I hear it has been proposed to continue on Heading, but has been stopped. And so I'd like to see that go down 18th to Taylor and on from 18th and Taylor on to 1st Street to connect with the bike lane across Taylor. Also like to see you do a feasibility study on opening Mission Street. Mission Street was a street that was closed, and this would be a great way to alleviate traffic in the downtown community. You know, you could connect with the Guadalupe Parkway and then connect to the downtown core. The Guadalupe Parkway is probably the most underutilized street in the city of San Jose.
Sorry, your time is up.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Uemura, Jeremy Nishihara, Amy Halcrow.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and City Council members. My name is Wisa Uemura, and I'm the Executive Director of San Jose Tyco. For 40 years, San Jose Taiko has taken the name of this great city across the nation and the world as we tour, sharing the art form of taiko with over 85,000 people annually through our performances, classes, and workshops. Despite the popularity of our programs and performances, we have struggled to retain a rehearsal studio. Over our 40 years, we have moved 14 times. Just within the 15 years that I have been with the company, we have moved 4 times. It has been our long-term vision to find a permanent home for San Jose Taiko in order to maintain and expand our programming and audience reach. We support the proposed development of the courtyard as it partners us not only with a developer who has a proven track record of engaging the community, but with other great arts organizations of the region, allowing us to share resources, build relationships, and add vibrancy to the San Jose Japantown neighborhood that is near and dear to our hearts. San Jose Taiko is committed to the preservation and perpetuation of Japantown, and this site is one of the last remaining possibilities for San Jose Taiko to return to our birthplace and cultural community. The core partners of the Creative Center for the Arts are determined to create a space that will strengthen the arts ecosystem. We are well aware of the risks in building and operating a facility. San Jose Taiko will pursue the development of the CCA with the same thoughtfulness, integrity, and vision that we have relied upon throughout our history, ensuring that we will be here for another 40 years. It is our hope that you will approve this non-binding term sheet to allow city staff, Williams Dame, and the CCA core partners to take the next step in planning and fundraising. Thank you.
Jeremy Nishihara, Amy Halcrow, Darcy Keehan.
Good evening, Mayor Reed and the City Council. My name is Jeremy Nishihara. I'm the board president for San Jose Taiko, and on behalf of the entire board of directors, we're here to share our excitement about the development of the Japantown Courtyard, and especially the Creative Center for the Arts. San Jose Taiko, as we just mentioned, was founded 40 years ago, and over this time we've moved a number of times, but always trying to come back to our roots in Japantown. As the fiscal stewards of the organization, the board is extremely cautious about not engaging in any project that could any way jeopardize our fiscal health or or that of our community partners, Creativity and the Arts Council. So as such, we've already begun planning for our capital campaign. So we're just here to share with you on behalf of the board that as the project moves forward, we will approach it the San Jose Taiko way through creative thinking, careful planning, and flawless execution. Thank you.
Mayor?
Yes,
Mayor Reed?
Somebody has a question.
Just for the gentleman who just spoke,
Oliverio.
how much money do you think you need to raise?
We're looking at, for our portion of this, to be a $5 million capital campaign.
Okay, thanks.
Amy Halcrow, Darcy Keegan, Kathy Sakamoto.
Good evening. My name is Amy Halcrow. I am a homeowner in Japantown, and I'm here tonight to express my support for this project moving forward. Among my neighbors, there has been concern expressed for the added parking issues and traffic, but overall, my neighbors and I are very excited about this process and project moving forward. I would like to thank the City Council, or the City, and Williams and Dame in continuing to engage the community as this project moves forward. Thank you.
Darcy Keehan, Kathy Sakamoto, Suzanne St. John Crane.
Good evening. I'm Darcy Keehan, and I'm a relatively new member of the Japantown Community Congress. I've also lived in San Jose my entire life. And I love being a part of the JCC because to me it's a wonderful platform for all of Japantown community organizations, neighborhood organizations, businesses, and also the wider community to come together to work towards the preservation of the unique history and culture of Japantown. For me, as I look towards the future with my husband and building a family together, it's important to have a place to bring those children to so they can learn about their heritage and culture, and also find a vibrant community. And I'm really excited about the potential of this development. It has the great potential to add to the vitality and culture of Japantown now and in the future. Thank you.
Kathy Sakamoto, Suzanne St. John Crane, Tamon Norimoto.
Hello, my name is Kathy Sakamoto. I'm the Executive Director of the Japantown Business Association. I also sit on the Japantown Community Congress, and I've been in San Jose for about 27 years now. I'd like to say that we're very happy. The Business Association wanted to see this move forward. We do have to move the farmers market for a little while, but I understand that we can be back possibly, and so that's really good news for us. Our association has really to do with the Business Improvement District, representing the business and property owners, and with that we can understand all of the challenges that are very real, parking, traffic, more people in the area, less area possibly, but we feel that Williams and Dame is a really good partner. We look forward to forward-thinking, cultural sensitivity. We really enjoy that. We have been participating in the Landmarks Project, so we hope with the Japantown Community Congress and SB 307, we hope that you do see fit. We love to have to approve this. We also know that San Jose Taiko, without them, we've lost our heart. So we know that we want them to be with us forever, and this is the best opportunity we've seen so far. Thank you.
Suzanne St. John Crane, Timon Norimoto, David Brody.
Good evening, council members and Mr. Mayor. I'm Suzanne St. John Crane, and I'm Executive Director of Create TV San Jose. Thanks for allowing us to speak tonight. Just wanted to share sort of Create TV's role in this and express to you our support for this project on paper and in theory and in conversations with our partners. Community media centers across the country have had to really trim resources and trim sort of their operations due to the economic impacts they've faced over the years. And so one of the ways we've done that is actually embedding ourselves in community centers, libraries, schools, et cetera. Not only does it save us if we're all sharing sort of back office operations as arts organizations, but it also really speaks to the core of our mission, which is to connect our communities in San Jose using media to foster civic engagement. So we see this certainly as a real opportunity to be able to do that. That being said, our involvement in this project really depends on, as everybody else has stated, if it pencils out for us as an investor in this facility. But we're excited to find out and certainly work with the partners to explore the incredible opportunity. So we hope you support the non-binding term sheet tonight, and thank you for your time.
Timon Norimoto, David Brody, Lisa Bach.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Timon Norimoto, past president of the Japantown Community Congress and current board member. I'm here to support the project moving forward. I know you've heard a lot of support, so I just thought of some creative solutions that could potentially help some of the issues that have been brought forth. For example, for the parking situation, the Japantown Community Congress have never seen this project as a silver bullet that answers all our issues. We developed the 7 priorities for Japantown. It's the 7 bullets using the first one, utilizing the courtyard for revitalize Japantown, to have a home for San Jose Taiko, have the Akiyama Wellness Center, have a comprehensive retail strategy, have a comprehensive parking strategy, historical and cultural preservation, and Jackson Taylor site-specific plan. We have gone through many of these, have made significant progress on them. For example, the completion of the Akiyama Wellness Center. We're getting there with the retail strategy. The Jackson Taylor site-specific plan has already been reviewed. But we haven't really talked about public transportation. For example, VTA line number 11 was canceled, unfortunately, due to low ridership. With more residents coming in, with more businesses, I think it's time for us to look at VTA. So those council members who have a seat or a voice of VTA, please advocate for us. Also, there is currently a lot that is unused right now between the next to Okayama restaurant on 6th Street. The city should look into potentially leasing that parking spot again. Of course, eco-passes and other solutions should be utilized, but overall, we are in support. I personally have gone to Portland, Oregon, and seen the developments that Williams and Dame does. They work closely with the community. They create quality developments, and we look forward to working with them again. And thank you again for city staff, city council, for everybody else that's been supportive of this for the last 10 years.
David Brody, Lisa Bach, Connie Martinez.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Thank you for having me. My name is David Brody. I'm president of the Japantown Neighborhood Association. I recall the last time I spoke at this podium, I was begging you to keep the street lights on and the pools open. So it's a lot nicer to be here tonight, and I'm sure it is for you as well. Very briefly, our neighborhood association very much supports this resolution tonight. We do have some concerns, as were noted by Matt very ably, on parking and traffic, as mentioned by many others. In particular, we'd like to make sure that traffic mitigation is focused on our neighborhood in Japantown, where we will be most greatly affected. We're also interested in converting the apartments from rental to ownership, and we believe that's a possibility, especially in Phase 2, and we really encourage the city and the developer to look seriously at that. Obviously, I believe the timing of the market would allow for that. I would also note, as a father of 2 young children, that we are incredibly excited at the prospect of open space in our community, and I think one of the reasons that Santana Row is such a commercial success, one of the reasons, is that there is some out space for young children and families to get out after they eat and enjoy the environment, and I think we're not really fully cognizant of what a benefit that will be to all the businesses in Japantown. So with those notes, concerns, we certainly are supporters of the project and want to be partners moving forward. Thank you.
Lisa Bach, Connie Martinez, Russ Gatchett.
Hi, my name's Lisa Bach, and I'm a homeowner in Japantown, and I just want to echo what was just said before. We're very, very excited about it. We'd love to see it happen, but as a parent and a homeowner, we'd like to see potentially some of those units being converted to for sale. If you look at our public schools in San Jose, more home ownership would obviously benefit that also. You know, parents, people who are invested in the community, then obviously they're going to be better citizens for all of us. So we'd love to see that happen. Also, in addition to Santana Row, the other thing that seems to be working out really great is in downtown where they have the outdoor space. I'm sorry, it's the right off San Pedro Square. That's another great example of, you know, just retail space and restaurant space that works for families. Thank you.
Connie Martinez, Russ Gatchett, Brendan Rawson.
Good evening, everyone. Of course, I'm here to support the project, and I think that we have the collective responsibility and opportunity to do something really great together in our city and in Japantown. Excited to be part of it. I'm not going to reiterate all the great things that have been said about what could be, but I think I'd like to go right to your concern, Mayor Reed. I think those of you who know me and know Tyco, First Act, and Create TV, we like to act at the intersection of pragmatism and vision. And we have given a lot of thought to this. This isn't a new idea. Been in conversations since I was the head of the Children's Discovery Museum way back when, that this is the kind of collective space that will help to power the entire ecosystem, not just the 3 organizations that are core partners. The vision is beyond that. We've done a lot of analysis. In fact, Deloitte chose this as their pro bono signature project. We did scenario planning, and this is the first opportunity that we can apply it to a real project. So we can't guarantee the result, but we can guarantee if we don't try, it won't become real. And so I think I stand here with all of my colleagues, friends, and constituents in Japantown saying we're ready to roll up our sleeves, give it a shot, and we're very excited, and we will succeed together. Thank you.
Russ Gatchett, Brennan Rawson, Rich Saito.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and City Councilmen and women. My name is Russ Gatchett, and I come here speaking in behalf of Japantown. 6 years ago, my wife helped write an article on Japantown for the San Jose magazine. It was through her efforts that I had the good fortune to meet some wonderful people. And it's been an opportunity for me to witness their dedication to bring Japantown, to see Japantown thrive. The corporation yard will be the last major piece to be put in place. It is gratifying to me to see their dream coming true, and I do encourage you to give it a positive response. Thank you.
Brendan Rawson, Rich Saito, Victoria Takeda.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and Council. Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak. As Roy mentioned, a lot of us here wearing different hats for a project like this. So I want to make 3 quick points with 3 different hats I'm the executive director for San Jose Jazz, and as Connie was mentioning, the way the CCA project is conceptualized, this is going to be a tremendous asset, not just to the resident organizations, but to dozens of organizations throughout the city. When American Musical Theater went under, that was a 60,000 square foot facility that they occupied north of downtown. What most people don't know is that there was at least probably 24 organizations that were using that facility on a regular basis for rehearsal space, set building, all these other types of activities that go into creating the arts. So this center has a lot of opportunity to meet that need. Secondly, to the issues of the amount of retail space. I'm a small business owner in town, co-owner of the Nagley Park Garage restaurant just on the eastern edge of downtown. When I look at the opportunities in Japantown, what's really compelling is the idea, again, of the CCA. You look at the type of churn that would be occurring through a facility like this and see the energy there. That's certainly very attractive for a small restaurant, small business owner to be intrigued with the opportunities in Japantown. And then thirdly was just as the hat of a resident. I live 2 blocks south of the site, 8th and Washington Street, a homeowner in the neighborhood for about a dozen years. And the way the project is now proposed and the way it's looking is very exciting as a resident. The scale of it, the opportunity for the walkability, bicycling sort of feel for the area is really, it's encouraging to see where it's going. So I would just like to conclude, it's a really important lot in the neighborhood, incredibly important. It's a tremendous placemaking opportunity, and what makes it a wonderful placemaking opportunity is the Center for Creative Arts. Thanks.
Brendan Rosson, Rich Saito, Victoria Takeda.
Good evening, Mayor Reed, Vice Mayor Nguyen, council members. My name is Rich Saito. I'm a longtime resident of San Jose and a former city employee, of course. But I really support this resolution. I'd ask that you please consider its support also. We have been dreaming about a place like this for decades. Even before the Courtyard moved out, we were looking at that site and hoping for something to kind of tie Japantown together. We see these proposals, and I want to give credit to Wilson and Dame, that it's going to be the type of place that not only enriches Japantown, the obvious economic benefits, the historical preservation, the cultural enhancements, but there's also a public safety component to it. Right now, that site is the broken window of Japantown. And through this process and through this project, I hope that it will enhance public safety. Thank you.
Victoria Takeda, Jacqueline Bates.
Mayor Reed, council members, and city staff, my name is Victoria Takeda. I've been a resident of Japantown for the past 25 years. I was born and raised in San Jose, perhaps like a few of you in the room. I left, but I came back when I was looking for home ownership. And I looked at Japantown for its unique cultural, historical identity, but I also loved it for its cultural diversity in its population and its unique sense of place. I, as a resident, welcome back William and Danes. We had a unique engagement and a partnership with this developer and with the city. And I think this idea of the development of the courtyard has been going on, I'm gonna say 4 mayors, and maybe it'll get developed under you, Mayor Reed.
Good.
And Council Member LICCARDO. But as a resident, I think what I most revere is the open process and partnership that has taken place between the city staff, the developer, and our council person with the neighbors and with the Japantown Business and Community Congress. It's been an open, transparent process. It's one that gives me heart when I think about participating in my community. If you look at the new development site proposal, it makes us residents believe that the input that we gave was heard by this developer and by the city and promoted and supported by our council person. It's a plan that's walkable, it invites family, it's open, And it's like if some of you are artists, if you're a potter, what you need to do when you sit at that wheel, if your right hand and your left hand isn't in partnership, you will not develop your pot. It will fly right off your wheel.
Sorry, your time is up.
Thank you.
Jacqueline Bates.
Good evening, Mayor, council members, Williams and Dame. My name is Jacqueline Bates, and I stand to represent Prayer Garden Church, which is located in the middle of the block of 6th Street in between Taylor and Jackson. At this point, the project is right at our front door. I do ask and request that we are respected and given the opportunity to be a key, have key input as to how the development is done. At this point, I don't have much time, but at this point there are 2 major festivals that take place during the month of April or May, and then one in July. And adding the cultural center will create more events, and at this point it will have to be discussed as to the timing of when the events occur, the days that they occur, because as you have heard, parking is a major impact, has a major impact, and we have limited spaces. And with additional housing and only one space, 600 units, and 100 parking allocation to that, and the traffic. So all that I ask at this point, time will not allow me to go in further, but all that I ask at this point is that we are respected, not only us, but all of the business owners on 6th Street that are majorly impacted by this project that is proposed, that we have more interaction with Williams and Dame and the City Council as to how we will move forward with it and make sure that everyone has what they need to sustain and continue on effectively.
Sorry, your time
in
is
the
up.
area. Thank you.
That concludes the public testimony on this item. We're being asked tonight to approve a term sheet. That's not the same thing as a deal. It's not the same thing as a contract, but it's certainly a good start. And that's what's in front of us. I had one more comment about the retail, and that is, I think from the staff report you intend to work with retailers, people who might actually lease and try to use the space. And that's really important to have a retailer part of the team because they're the ones who will figure out whether or not it can succeed or not and do it correctly. So that would be good to have that as part of the team. And with that, I think Councilman LICCARDO got a motion on this one a long time ago. That's all the request to speak. So on that motion, all in favor? Aye. Opposed? None opposed. Motion is approved. Good luck. We'll now move to some other land use items on the agenda, starting with item 11.2, which is rezoning a property at the southwest corner of William Street and South 8th Street. We'll take a minute to let the staff swap. Councilmember LICCARDO.
Thank you, Mayor. Is there any staff presentation on this item? No. Okay. With that, then, I wanted to thank the many members of the community who are here, who have been engaged for some time and understandably concerned in many ways about historic resources, about the impacts of this development on the South University neighborhood, which is a wonderful neighborhood that is an eclectic mix of historic homes, some not so historic looking apartment buildings, serving the students nearby at San Jose State. And there's a real desire, obviously, to preserve what is great about the neighborhood and to help expand what is great about the neighborhood. I am hopeful that the redevelopment of this corner, and hopefully will work in tandem ultimately with redevelopment of other lots along William Street will ultimately be a catalyst to help continue the redevelopment of some of the less desirable sites in the neighborhood and bring the entire neighborhood to a level that is really the desire of everyone involved. What I offer in the memorandum dated February 25th is far from perfect, if we regard perfect as what is going to make everyone happy. I am certain it does not make everyone happy, least of all the developer and many members of the community who would really like this to be much, much smaller. Nonetheless, I believe what is offered here is something of a compromise along with some tinkering, and really with the primary objective of preserving a historic Cooper house, or a house we hope will be historic and deemed to be historic soon, at the same time that we create opportunities for ground floor retail and some density along the corridor of William Street that we expect to be an important mixed-use pedestrian corridor. So I'd like to make a motion to approve the recommendations articulated in my February 25th memorandum, with great thanks to Laurel and Joe for their hard work, particularly Laurel for all your time spent on several Saturdays.
All right, we have a motion on the floor. There are some requests from the public to speak. We'll take that now. Please come on down when I call your name, so you're close to the microphone. Jerry Burdette, Marcus Solomon, Walter Solner, Andrew Solner. Anybody want to talk? You sat through the whole meeting, you might as well come down and talk.
Thank you, Mayor Reed and Council. My name is Marcus Solomon. I'm the president of the Victorian Preservation Association. Was raised in downtown San Jose and also a longtime homeowner. This project was seen by the community as a bad project in the beginning. We just sat through this wonderful presentation of the Japantown and saw this marriage of the community and the developer putting forth a great project. We unfortunately didn't have that opportunity. There was almost a 2-year period where there was no communication between the community and the developer. But I applaud Councilman LICCARDO for at the last minute putting together this compromise. And I think that the community is in favor of that being a lesser of two evils at this point. We're very much concerned about the development of the William Street corridor. That is something that we're hungry to see developed and anxious to work with a developer in that. We're just concerned that even with the compromise, that it's going to be a hard road to hoe. But we are in favor of that memorandum. All right? Thank you very much.
Sandra Solner, Walter Solner, Jerry Burnett.
I'm Sandra Solner, Mayor and council members. I am also president of the University Neighborhoods Coalition, and I live on South 6th Street, and William Street is my cross street. We, members of the University Coalition, feel very strongly that this is a bad building for our neighborhood. We're almost sort of feel devastated by it. It is not only doesn't fit the historic nature, but it will remove 2 1913 homes that sounds old, but my home's 118 years old, and that's great. These are craftsman homes that we're going to lose. And this 4-story building is going to have 1-story neighbors for the rest of the block on William Street, and behind it will be the historic Cooper House, and then the rest of that street, I believe there's 1 apartment building on it. The rest are 1- and 2-story homes. However, that said, we asked you to approve Council Member LICCARDO's recommendation in his memo. He has worked very hard for us, and we say at the last minute, because it was actually 2.5 years that we had heard nothing about this, and then suddenly it just popped up there right at Christmas. And he really jumped in and went back and forth between us and the developers, and have come up with something that will preserve the Cooper House and ameliorate the parking situation that we could have here. So we thank him for that. But as my Marcus said, I mean, it's the best of what's really not good. Thank you.
Walter Selner, Jerry Burnett, Clarice Shepard, Michael Schmidt.
Hello, everyone. My name is Walter Solner. South University neighborhood is not opposed to development. In fact, we support development. But development that does not impact or injure our neighborhood. One of our top priorities in Sun is to preserve early 20th century homes, and in this case, 2 California bungalows scheduled to be destroyed by this development. We oppose this destruction. Unfortunately, the staff of the Planning Commission declared these 2 California bungalows as, and I quote, not materially contributing to the fabric of the neighborhood, unquote. When we heard this, we said, what? Because these 2 bungalows are no different than in design than many other California bungalows in our neighborhood. They do need repair and upkeep. Of course they do, they're 100 years old. But so does your 15-year-old condo. These homes are not derelict and do contribute to the historic value of our neighborhood. Please do consider our views on this and oppose the project as it is now designed. Thank you very much.
Larry Shepard, Michael Schmidt, Larry Ilkenko.
Hi, my name is Clarice Shepard. I'm a past president of the South University Neighborhood Association. And I wanted to say thank you to Councilman LICCARDO that we have had an opportunity to have some comment on this project. Without him, we would not have had that. I would like to say that I'm very disappointed with the developers, with the fact that we have repeatedly asked them to participate in the neighborhood, to come out and talk to us, and they have continually refused for 2.5 years to talk to us, and then they just try to shove this project down our throats without us being able to have any kind of comments, and then they've continually turned around and said, oh yeah, we'll do this, and then they don't follow through with the things that we want to do. And so I really appreciate Councilmember LICCARDO with his comments and his memo that he's put out, and want to support those comments. But I also am disappointed with the fact that we are going to have a 50-foot tall wall of a building right next to the sidewalk, no setbacks, or virtually none, 3 feet along 8th Street. And that's a very residential neighborhood. We've got single-story homes on that right next door to these properties. And that's really going to be a detriment to those single-family homes that we'd like to keep. Thank you.
Michael Schmidt, Larry Akinko, Mark Williams.
Hi, my name is Michael Schmidt, and I'm the president of the South University neighborhood where this project is. And at the Planning Commission meeting a few weeks ago, one of the commissioners stated, and I'm paraphrasing, that he believed that he would drive by this project in a year or two and realize it was a mistake for this neighborhood. He spoke about the awkwardness of the project. The 2040 plan indicates that developments like this one will not be built close to this site in the future, so this project will stick out like a sore thumb. Having said that, I'd like to urge approval of Councilman LICCARDO's memo to mitigate the damage, and I want to thank Councilman LICCARDO for your work on this. Thank you very much.
Larry Akinko, Mark Williams, David Dudek.
Yes, I'm Larry Elsenko, member of the neighborhood. I am reading a letter from the Preservation Action Council. They were not able to be here tonight. They had other prior obligations. And it reads, Mayor Reed and members of the council, Preservation Action Council of San Jose was presented an overview of this planned development at 8th and William Street this month by representatives of South University Neighborhood Association. We also have had several discussions with Councilmember LICCARDO on changes he has negotiated with the developer, JPH Consulting, reflected in this memo dated February 25th, 2013. Along with the Sun residents, PAC San Jose thanks Councilman LICCARDO for working to protect the integrity of the landmark eligible Cooper House and supports this project rezoning of the property. PAC San Jose's goal is to ensure support for preservation-sensitive development in San Jose, either for new development like this or for direct rehabilitation of historic assets. We are committed to working with the neighborhoods, consultants, developers, and government to craft plans and incentives to meet the goal in a cooperative and productive way. The only remaining concern held by PAC San Jose regarding this project is that the City Council keep in mind that the new general plan is strongly against this type of parcel assembly or in or near historic areas. We expect that this project will be the last of its kind in the Sun to be considered by this council or any future council. Thank you.
Your time is up. Mark Williams, David Dudek.
My name is Mark Williams. So 15 years ago, there was a very thoughtful plan put together. This is not an SNI plan. This is the University Neighborhoods Revitalization Plan. City Council voted on this and approved it. It's a set of about 65 actions, directives that are supposed to take place that, you know, like I say, these were approved. And planning put this together. There were wonderful people in planning that really understood the neighborhood and understood that to address the crime and the blight, that you had to keep all the single-family residences, all these old craftsman homes and such. You couldn't get rid of them. You couldn't let even a single one be torn down. So we tried to explain this to the current planning group. You know, everyone's moved on, so they don't understand that this was the law of the land, and they didn't understand that it even explains very succinctly that there are parcels in this, you know, in this development that are affected under this plan. And we tried to bring this up at the Planning Commission hearing, and the planners said they weren't aware of anything in this plan that affected this project. So we'd like you to put a hold on this project until you can figure out, you know, are you going against prior policy? Thank you.
David Dudek.
Good evening. My name is Dave Dudek. I'm not aware of anybody who likes this plan. It's an awkward plan. It really is. It's shoehorned into a space that it's really not appropriate for. It doesn't meet it's not consistent with the letter or the intent of the S&I plan that was both adopted and approved by City Council. It's not consistent with the letter or intent of the 2040 plan. And it barely meets what the 2020 plan is proposing or would allow. The applicant is asking for a zoning change. You're under no obligation to give them that zoning change. I think in order to give somebody a zoning change, they ought to present a project that is compelling, that is worthy of changing the zoning. This project is not compelling, and it is not worthy of changing the zoning. Thank you very much.
That concludes public testimony. Councilmember LICCARDO, anything to add?
I wanted to thank many members of the committee who came to speak. And I guess I do want to explain for those others who might be interested and perhaps not as knowledgeable about the specifics of this project. This is unique. There is a provision in the 2020 general plan that allows for pipeline projects to be subject to the prior rules under the 2020 plan. And this is the last of those pipeline projects, if I'm not mistaken. Is that right, Laurel?
we have a few more that may be coming forward to
Yes.
the council, but
Okay,
May
but they're
1st
not in
is
my
the
neighborhood.
deadline. Yes.
Okay. And you know, there is no question. I know that Councilmember Oliverio was a very strong spokesperson on the Envision Task Force 2040 to protect neighborhoods, particularly historic neighborhoods. There's a historic district within this neighborhood, and I think it would be very unlikely this would ever be approved under the 2040 plan. Nonetheless, we created the rules, and by we, I hold myself more responsible than most, given my role on that task force. And it seems to me that this is a project that does comply with them, and that's why I've offered a recommendation that supports the project going forward.
Councilmember KALRA.
Thanks, Mayor. And I can see why, in looking, my planning commission experience, seeing how the planning commission was really struggled with this one. You can tell in reading the staff report. I can just see them going through the conversation, because it's it's definitely challenging to see this project fitting in there, and I certainly appreciate Councilman LICCARDO doing what he can to work with the community to find some mitigation with the project. And I guess Joe, I don't know, but I know that according as Councilman LICCARDO indicated, that it is a pipeline project that complies with the 2020 plan, but is it and you can't really say, even with the prior project, which everyone was glowing about, the Japantown one, you can never say a project is perfect, obviously, or is the perfect project for a site, but it just seems like it does. I understand some of the concerns of the community, that it seems like this project's been kind of shoehorned in there. That being said, I also understand that there are going to be growing pains. There will be growing pains with us intensifying our development in every corner of the city, and that sometimes that makes for very difficult discussions with the community, makes for very difficult discussions with developers as to what will fit in. Because I do respect kind of how you arrive at your decision, so I'm curious as to how you arrived at this being suitable for this location. What elements of it make you feel that it is the appropriate development for this site, even with the tension, the consistent tension we have with intensifying our development, and particularly in the downtown, which when you have these single-family home neighborhoods in the downtown, it always raises that kind of the tension with the neighbors. So how did you arrive at the place where you feel that you're comfortable with this development?
Yeah. Paraphrase, I would say, is, Joe, what were you thinking?
Yeah, well, I mean, to some extent, except, I mean, not with that much of a negative connotation, but yeah, just like, how did you get there?
So it is, I think, a really important question. As you heard from the neighborhood, it is a important neighborhood. We've done the work out there previously through S&I and other works of trying to reclaim the neighborhood from the impacts of the university and the apartments in the area. So when staff started looking at this, really, we were starting with a point of a project that was wildly out of character before even this one, and kind of working backwards. And we really started with Williams Street. That Williams Street has a commercial district that's starting there. It's kind of very organic, but there's some life there. And so we were looking at what are the things that we could be doing to strengthen that district. And part of that is putting better retail space that's out there on the corner. And then also looking at the housing that could be around that. And clearly the developer has tried to maximize that. You see it's for up to 28 units. That's the maximum of 50 units to the acre. It is, I would say, really at the outer limits of what I would feel comfortable on it. If this was a site development permit, I think we'd be having a bit of a different conversation. There is still, in my mind, some room at the PD permit stage to go through, and when we get a real developer working on this, to go through and do some more work on this. It is, though I think from staff standpoint, what we were trying to do was work with the old general plan, which allowed 50 units to the acre, much more than what's allowed today under the new general plan. Fit in with the neighborhood where we have a mixture of 3-story apartment buildings across the street, scattered throughout the neighborhood. So it's not a pristine, intact neighborhood, but I would agree with what you heard from the neighbors. It does have a very strong character for those buildings that are left of that original turn of the century single-family neighborhood. And it's how to transition from that and get to William Street. And so that really was our thought around this. And I think is, at the end of the day, it is not Japantown. I think we had the luxury there of a single parcel, whether the city was the owner or not. That helps with it. And I think the economics of assembly is difficult, which I think has forced the developer or the property owner to try and be very aggressive on things. And that's where I said I think we need to go and spend some time at the permit stage with the neighborhood and with whoever ultimately tries to develop this and really kind of work the edges off of some of the box that's here. Right now, I think it's at a box stage.
And it's clearly not a monolithic neighborhood of historic homes, but at the same time, we don't want to make it a patchwork neighborhood as well. And as you know, one of the things I know that's important at the planning commission stage is ensuring that there's as much advance notice and public input, and I'm glad Councilman LICCARDO gave that opportunity, whether it was right before it came to planning commission or not, at least it happened. But is there a reason why there wasn't more engagement earlier on from your perspective?
Well, I think there was engagement very early on, and because this is a 2009 application, and as you heard from the neighborhood, this project they disappeared for a couple of years.
So it was a recession kind of stall.
That happened.
In fact, we've seen that a lot of places. It's not unusual, but it seems like it probably just dropped off.
And I think the second thing that happened here is because of the 18-month window in the general plan, it said for pipeline projects, there is a backside of that to get your approvals done. And so that May date is coming up fast. And I think as staff had been prodding different developers, you need to be moving, and you've been seeing them come forward recently. This one kind of woke up and realized they had a whole bunch of work to do and kind of tried to run really fast. And unfortunately, did not do a good job with that. And part of that's, my staff, the work that we do as staff around that. And, it sounds like we could have done some more on our end of it. But, as you heard, we caught up with some Saturday meetings or some meetings to go through and work with the community with Councilman LICCARDO's office. I think the end of the runway started appearing and everybody got frantic.
And I think what no one wants is that because of the pressure of the end of the runway that you end up going forward with something that isn't, again, ideal is not the right word, but it isn't something that we're
really
comfortable with. Yeah, it's got to be ready for prime time at the same time. And so as it goes to plan development stage, I think that this project, more so than any I've seen in the recent past, needs a lot of care and attention at the plan development stage to ensure that what Councilman LICCARDO set forth, what the community's concerns are, what the developers had in communication with you, but because we have to make sure that it's very closely watched. And there is, well, at the plan development stage, though, if there's an appeal, there is an opportunity to bring it back?
Yeah, the appeal would go to the Planning Commission, which I really think is the appropriate place for that issue to be resolved. I think the Planning Commission is very sensitive to the issues of the neighborhood and, architecture and compatibility.
And typically, I know the commission, as it exists now, has been, and even looking at the staff report, it looks like a lot of those questions came up from the commissioners themselves, and knowing them and their sensitivity to that. I think you're right, and I hope you're right, but it's going to be, everyone's going to have to really be engaged on this, and obviously including the developer, because there is, I think it was Commissioner Yob who said that this is really one of those fine line projects.
Yeah, I think she captured it very well.
Yeah, it's one of those fine line projects which can go either way, and I think the community is clearly invested, and the developer has to be equally invested to make sure it goes the right way. And so, but clearly there's been a lot of work put in the past few weeks, and so I think that the community will benefit from that. I frankly think the developer will benefit from that, and I just I know that you'll stay on top of it, and we'll have to make sure that something's presented to the Planning Commission, that they're the ones that are the watchdogs that they more often than not appropriately are. So I'll certainly support it, but this is not one of those easy ones, because I can see where this is one where the tension is palpable in terms of the development and the neighborhood. But I'm hopeful that because of this enormous amount of engagement in the past few weeks, that will continue as this goes forward, and that the developer will stay engaged, and that you will make sure that the developer stays engaged as this gets more fine-tuned. Thanks.
Councilmember Campos.
Thank you. Most of my questions were answered through Asha's line of questioning, but since I'm speaking just so I heard you say by May you pretty much see the last of the pipeline that are done through the PD zoning method, right?
Yeah, the plan development as well as use permits and site permits. So we do have some other projects that still are depending on the old general plan that they need to get those approvals also.
Okay, so pretty much after that, we'll see the conventional zoning, and you either fit or you don't, right?
Correct.
Okay, yeah, I feel for you, Sam, because that's, that one's a tough one, and I think that was a tool that was used pretty religiously back with the old general plan, and I think that was a good adjustment, and you guys stood your ground on that when we did the update. But I think this is probably the best you probably could do with the tools you had, Sam. So, good work. Thank you.
Councilmember Oliverio.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Joe, so in your conversation with Councilmember KALRA, this neighborhood is 1 block from San Jose State, and it's been mentioned that it has a variety, random retail, 3-story apartment. What do you call those apartments that are just stucco built in all in the 1960s? You had a name for it, like a cracker box or something.
Warehouses,
yeah,
or the kind of.
Fair enough. But so would the same decision, even in the pipeline, have been made if it was a single R18 neighborhood, Berryessa, Santa Teresa, Almaden?
I think it would have been tougher, and because this is a mixed neighborhood, that was part of the consideration as staff that we looked at this.
And then you're familiar with Ballback behind the convention center?
Correct.
I'm looking at the diagram in here, and this looks a lot like that development. Would you say that's about right?
I think this is actually taller than the current Ballback housing. My memory that was 3-story on a podium, but it was the podium was partially in the ground.
Okay.
And I was thinking, I think this has got one more floor potentially in it. Back, look at the sketch again.
I just wanted, it seemed, because Ballback's also in a neighborhood that has, homes of a time past, so just seemed like it looked like that as a reminder of that. So, obviously we had the general plan 2040, which I think is the idea is to concentrate density where it's supposed to be and get a lot of units when we have the opportunity, but not necessarily disrupt neighborhoods unnecessarily anymore. If Councilmember LICCARDO is supportive of the memo, then I will certainly support.
You have a motion to approve based on Councilmember LICCARDO's memorandum. On that motion, all in favor? Opposed? None opposed. Matter is approved. Next item is 11.3. It's rezoning property at the northwest corner of Margaret Street and South 13th Street. Motion to approve. I have some cards from people who would like to speak. We'll take that testimony now. Please come on down. Dennis Cunningham, Glenn Ellingson, Mike McCormick.
Thank you, Mayor and City Council. My name is Dennis Cunningham. I'm the president of the Campus Community Association of Nagley Park, in which the development is located. Tonight I have a few personal comments in support of this project in rezoning. This is a long-term vacant lot that I look forward to seeing developed into single-family homes. I appreciate the work that the developer has done in the design and style of the renderings. I think they'll fit very well with the neighborhood and the surrounding homes. This is a creative and positive solution to a property that's posed some difficulties to develop financially, and I look forward to this taking place. So therefore, I recommend approval of the property rezoning, as it is a very thoughtful solution and infill project that will benefit our neighborhood. Thank you.
Glenn Ellingson, Mike McCormick, Linda Gill.
Good evening. Thank you, Mayor and council members. I am Glenn Ellingson. I'm a homeowner in the Nagley Park neighborhood on 13th Street. I am actually quite pleased to support this and to see a vacant lot turned into 2 more houses that I think do fit the neighborhood, are non-identical, and preserve some of the variability of this neighborhood. I love it. I just also wanted to speak up. The designer and the builder of this proposal just recently, within the last year, rebuilt, I should say, a garage on my property, which is a 1930 property in Nagley Park. They did a fabulous job of designing and executing to preserve the character of my homestead and the garage. Executed on time, had fabulous subcontractors. So I don't know if the council is familiar with them, but wanted to give them a quick vote of my confidence, at least. Thank you for your time.
Mike McCormick, Linda Gill, Gerald Burnett.
Good evening. I'm Mike McCormick. Thank you for the opportunity to allow me to speak. I live directly across the street from the property that we're talking about. Tonight I came here to ask you for your help with the problem of the proposed rezoning plan. The property is currently zoned for R8. It should remain R8, meaning that it should only be for 1 single-family home, not for 2 that would be allowed on this property if the zoning was changed. Allowing development of homes in substandard, allowing for the development of homes on substandard lots in Nagley Park neighborhood does not improve or enhance the existing neighborhood conditions as required by the 2040 plan. Nor does it meet the general planning goals of promoting a residential neighborhood environment conducive to a high quality of life for the neighborhood residents and the visitors. Parking is always a problem in this neighborhood. It won't become any better. It'll only become worse by increasing the housing density in this neighborhood. The Planning Commission report doesn't speak about the fact that many years ago the property owner of the property that we're talking about deliberately moved 14 feet of the property to her property in effect creating a property that she knew would only be allowed to be built with 1 home. At the time, I think I felt she believed that she was doing the neighborhood a community service by doing that. The report also doesn't cover any of the privacy or dwelling shading issues that are sure to arise from these 2 new proposed homes. Based on the nonconformances to both R18 zoning requirements and the 2040 general plan, I request that the proposed change in the zoning be denied for this project, and it should remain as R8 for a single-family home only, not for 2 homes.
Sorry, your time is up.
Okay, thank you.
Linda Gill, Gerald Burnett, Monty Lucas.
Hi, I'm Jerry Burnett. I'm the previous owner of this lot. I'd like to give a little history, short. Previously, it was 2 legal conforming lots. The adjacent neighbor who owned these lots decided to do a lot line adjustment that required a condensation of what was left into 1 lot. I purchased it with the intent of building 2 homes. Plan A was to buy back the portion that was split off in the lot line adjustment. The owner did not cooperate. So Plan B was to go to the planning department and discuss a zoning change At that point, approximately 4.5 years ago, the planning department was against the rezoning, and so I gave up and put the property on the market. And for about 4 years, I tried to sell the property, and I found that developers looked at the size of the lot and only able to build one house, decided it was not economically viable. And so I'm all in favor of the proposal right now. It only makes sense to me from an economy of building and also from land usage to go ahead and do the zoning change. Thank you.
Monty Lucas.
Mr. Mayor, council members, thank you for the opportunity to speak. I'm the designer of this project. We went through an extensive study of the neighborhood from Coyote Creek to 11th Street and from San Fernando down to the freeway. We looked at end cap lots, we looked at two-story homes, density, style, all that. And we took all that information and put it into this development. In the immediate 3 blocks in this area, the average end cap lot is smaller than our lot. Matter of fact, we have a couple end cap lots that are only a little over 2,000 square feet. So it's consistent with the neighborhood. The style of the homes, the way they address 13th and Margaret is consistent with homes that are on end cap lots as well. And we tried very hard to come up with architectural styles that fit the neighborhood well. I grew up in this neighborhood as well, and I love this neighborhood, and I wanted to do something that really worked here, yet was viable for the development of this lot, because I tried in 2001 to do one large home. It was not economically viable. My wife and I looked at it in 2007 for ourselves to do a small house. It was not economically viable. This is the only solution that we could come up with that fit the neighborhood and made it viable for us to develop these 2 lots. Thank you.
That concludes public testimony. Councilmember Oliverio.
Hi, Joe. Is this a pipeline project as well?
No, this is a project that was filed in 2013. So this is under the current general plan.
Thank you.
City Clerk, I can't remember if we got a motion or not. Do you have a motion? We do have a motion. Okay. Any further discussion? Nope. All right. On that motion, all in favor? Opposed? None opposed. Motion is approved. Our next item is 11.4, Plan Development Permit and consideration of public convenience or necessity to allow construction of a grocery store.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is an important project in San Jose. It's been a long time coming for the Whole Foods. We have been working with Whole Foods through the architectural design portion of the project, and I think have come up with a really spectacular building that will be a nice addition to the neighborhood. Tonight before you is the question of the alcohol off sale for the grocery store itself, and that there is one of the findings that because of proximity to residential, staff was not able to approve the conditional or the plan development permit for that. We have forwarded our recommendation to the council to support that. This also includes a microbrewery on the site that would allow off sale from that location or that establishment. And so staff is recommending approval of the development permit for architecture as well as the off-sale alcohol for the grocery store, the full package.
Councilmember Liccardo.
I just want to congratulate Councilmember Oliverio in getting this off the ground. And I had one very important question, because I'm asked this question like twice a week. When are they going to begin construction?
Well, we have Whole Foods here, so they might answer it, but I believe the idea is to have it done in summer 2014 approximately. The nodding heads in the audience.
Fabulous. Okay. Well, I'm looking forward to it, and I'm happy to be talking about something other than something in my district.
Councilmember Oliverio.
Thank you, Mayor Reed. Yes, this actually is in District 6, but it'll also serve the greater downtown area, Diridon Station area. Has the opportunity to really pump up and promote development on the Alameda, one of our main corridors. It's been a long time coming. This is really, the discussion is just about alcohol. There's nothing to do with architecture or any of that type of stuff. That's already approved. The Planning Commission, I know, was brought up about the turn radius for trucks. That is an item that planning staff was said at the Planning Commission that they would handle, but that's not part of tonight's meeting. Again, it's just about the rules we have in regards to alcohol of grocery stores. And Joe, you look like you wanted to say something.
Sorry, I did want to acknowledge that the issue about the parking design and the access of trucks out onto Clinton Place, that staff has been working with Whole Foods as well as the neighbor across the street, because they had some concerns about the driveway access, and our proposal to widen the driveway allows the truck to circulate better, and I think solves the issue of the adjoining property. And as a result of that, we would not be making the other modifications we talked about in the staff report. We've shared that with Whole Foods, and I think they are concurrent with that.
More nods in the audience. Okay, so with that, I will make a motion to approve this item. And I know that there might be a comment from the public, but we'll go from there.
Councilor KHAMIS.
Yeah, I just wanted to say congratulations for Whole Foods going into your district. We have one in our district, and it's a great asset to the community. They've been very responsive in the neighborhoods. They've been very great with the neighbors, employing local individuals in the neighborhoods that they serve. And so I want to highly recommend helping them get going in District 6. And thank you for your report.
We have one request to speak. Jeff Tepper.
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, my name is Jeff Tepper. I'm here representing Unlock Lifeways, the neighbor that was referred to briefly on the north side of Clinton Place. We own and operate a senior adult day health program and community care clinic serving frail elders in the community. Our initial concern with regard to this project related primarily to the traffic issue and the impact of the vehicles coming out of the parking lot onto Clinton Place, which is a relatively narrow roadway. We've been working with John Beatty, the project manager with planning, and on the basis of the meeting I had yesterday with him, coupled with a phone conversation this afternoon, it sounds like our concerns are being addressed in a way that makes sense. Our primary goal was to try to ensure a smooth integration of this project into the neighborhood, and it looks like that's where it's going. I'd like to take this opportunity to publicly thank staff and John Beatty in particular for his courtesy and his professionalism in helping us address some of our initial concerns on the project. Also like to take the opportunity to welcome Whole Foods into our neighborhood. We look forward to them being our neighbor. Thank you very much.
That concludes public testimony. Thank you. Councilor Rocha.
Thank you, Mayor. Forgive me for not having all the paperwork here, but I couldn't find the recommendation from the Planning Commission. And that's on my side, I know. Either I'm missing it in my staff report or I don't have the other staff report, because I know there's an additional transmittal.
There is a separate report from the Planning Commission to the Council dated February 14th that they voted 7-0-0 to recommend approval of the off-sale and the permit.
Okay, thank you.
One last redevelopment project note. I think the redevelopment agency put $250,000 into the site in 2007 in order to clear the site and get it ready to move ahead quickly. So 6 years later, it's moving. That's good. I think probably more questions have been asked about when this store is going to move ahead than any other project around. So there's a great deal of anticipation for it. So with that, we have a motion to approve on that motion. All in favor? Aye. Opposed? None opposed. That's approved. Next item is 11.5, rezoning a property at east side of San Felipe Road and west side of Livery Lane.
There's no staff report on the item.
No staff report. Councilmember Herrera.
Yeah, I just make a motion to approve the item.
Motion is to approve the item. Have no cards to speak on the motion. All in favor? Opposed? None opposed. That's approved. No argument from Tom Armstrong. Okay, thank you. 11.6, the last item, actions related to ordinance amending Title 20 of the San Jose Municipal Code.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. These are, there's actually two ordinances that staff is bringing forward tonight. These are continuing efforts to modify our zoning code to more closely align to the Envision 2040 general plan, as well as take advantage of things that we see in our permit center of customers trying to move their businesses forward where the code is a barrier and where there's reasonable changes. We've incorporated those in here. They are, I think, a series of important changes related to parking. We talked about some of those this afternoon. Commercial uses in our areas. It also creates a new transit employment commercial zoning district. Again, aligning to what we're trying to do with the general plan of higher intensity commercial development in our industrial areas. So we are starting to create that new structure with this code change.
We have a motion to approve. Councilmember Liccardo.
Thanks, Mayor. I know the last thing anybody wants right now is one more comment or question, but nonetheless, I'll proceed. Nice try, Don. You can't stop me from talking. I know I had some conversation with Joe offline about this one, and Laurel as well. My primary concern with 11.6 B relates to, I'm trying to make sure I got it right. I think it's with the parking in for TDM. Is that A or B? I want to make sure I get this straight. That's with A. Okay. So on A, I'm concerned that we don't have any specific quantitative triggers that developers and the community will be able to rely on when trying to understand how much of a parking reduction is merited with what kind of performance under any of those TDM options. And so my question is, can we expect planning coming back to council with something that resembles a clear ratio or number or something, so that way everyone has clear expectations? Or otherwise, this is going to end up in an enormous mess of negotiation in council offices, particularly my own, since a lot of these projects are going to be downtown.
Yeah. Councilman Liccardo, this ordinance sets the framework that creates the ability to do the reductions in parking. Staff does believe that having some policy guidance or guidelines established that go along with this will provide better clarity of what is expected. Part of that, we're still working through some of the mechanics as we're doing our greenhouse gas strategy for the city. So it overlaps with this a bit. So that work is underway right now. So we wanted to get the biggest chunk of this moving forward because it does allow us to move forward with the Samsung project. So that was important for us, recognizing that we'd come back with that. I don't have a specific date, but it is something that I think we need to have done this year.
Okay. That's helpful. I recognize there's a box to be checked here. I just want to make sure that there's still a box remaining. Yeah. and it seems to me that that's something we would do this year, right?
Well, and I guess the corollary I would put to this is every plan development zoning essentially does the same thing, because we create those zoning standards with that individual project and it gets negotiated. What this does is brings that into the zoning code for all projects, and we've been able to work through that with plan development projects, working through the community and explaining the logic on project by project basis. But we have used guidelines to do that. That's been the mechanism to have kind of a benchmark to work upwards from or downward from.
Okay. Then what I would ask is, of course, that there be a referral to staff that we do return with that portion of the work as well as, while I appreciate there is the satisfaction, the basic intent of our October 2008 memorandum here, I do know that there's additional conversation coming our way around impact fees and other potential areas where a TDM incentive could be very helpful, and I'm hoping that we won't simply restrict our analysis to parking, but to other incentives as well.
That's very true, and it's the work, I think what you're alluding to is our conversation around the general plan village implementation. We're doing a lot of work right now talking with developers and architects and banks of how to go finance these projects and what should be in that package. So that's one of the things we want to bring to the council here. I think we're coming to committee next month with an update on that, to put that bigger strategy forward so the council understands how we're looking at that and making sure that you concur with that direction. And then that's what starts flowing into these then guidelines and other code changes.
Great, thank you.
Councilmember KHAMIS.
Yes, this was quite a bit of things to read up on, and I'm new at this. So on item 11.6B, I've actually had a community concern regarding the wholesale
cars in residential zones.
Right, and I've actually had cars towed from a residence, from a particular residential area that the wholesaler was using, community, sidewalks as his to put his inventory. I'm concerned about how we're rezoning pedestrian commercial district CP C-1 and C-2 under neighborhood commercial district, and I was wondering if we could take that out of and reconsider it, because I think it might, we might be encouraging that kind of use in the future. What's your take?
Thank you, council member. We did remove the ability for the home occupation to have the wholesale provision, because we did get a lot of community concerns, and so we pulled that out of the ordinance before it went to Planning Commission. So we heard the community loud and clear. In terms of the commercial pedestrian district, though, that is a commercial area where a wholesaling of vehicles makes sense. Again, this is really meant to be more of an office type of use, okay, and not have the cars stored on site.
So maybe it's just my ignorance regarding classifications.
Yeah, you're not alone, again, because we've also been fielding questions from community members on that, but it seems this is a commercial enterprise which would belong in our commercial zoning districts.
Thank you.
Councilmember Campos.
Not to keep us here any longer, but since we're asking clarifications, can you clarify the cottage foods? You're not creating an opportunity to have a restaurant open up in the middle of a neighborhood, right?
No, and I appreciate
didn't think so.
I appreciate the question very much. Thank you. State law recently changed, and it allows for, and cottage food is probably a really poor term, but that's the way state law is written. It's really the artisan food, so the homemade cupcakes and pastries. So essentially what we're trying to do is align the San Jose zoning ordinance to the new state law that allows for food preparation at homes to be sold in a commercial way. So it essentially expands our home occupation to allow for this to also
So
occur.
it doesn't allow drive-up retail, so someone can say, hey, I need 15 dozen for a party, and okay,
no.
Got it.
I have no request for public to speak on this. I don't think we have a motion yet. We have a motion? We have a motion? We're good on both these, A and B? We're covered. Okay, on the motion. All in favor? Opposed? None opposed. That's approved. Taking us to open forum. It's the last item. We have no cards under open forum, so we're done. We're adjourned.